So you're gonna have to.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the WMN Streamathon presented by the University of Michigan-Dearborn and WMN. How are you today, Adam?
Pretty good, James. Right now, thank you for joining us today, guys. Sorry about the technical difficulties, but we will be starting right away in about 5-ish minutes.
5-ish minutes, yeah.
We'll go on to our first show, but I just want to explain what we're going to be doing today. So the Streamathon is basically going to be a celebration of multimedia, if you don't know, Wolverine Media Network, WMN, is basically an umbrella multimedia organization that encompasses everything from news to sports to creative content, radio, video, poetry, art, whatever. Anything that's media, basically, or artistic endeavors, anything you want, we are covering it. So the whole Streamathon will basically be a celebration of that sort of concept. We'll be showing shows and movies, and not movies, but shows and videos and radio shows. And basically we're going to do a bunch of stuff, poetry reading, news, interviews, everything so that we can set up and celebrate for the Streamathon. Yeah.
That's right, Adam. So over the next 12 hours, you're going to see things from different orgs here on campus, such as CVN, Lyceum, Michigan Journal, a little bit from our WUMD DJs as well, and some great clubs that you may not know, like Casual Gaming Club, Phi Sigma Phi, and more. So we hope you'll stick around.
We even have a few promos as well, so we'll be playing that as well.
Yep, and don't forget, there's going to be some giveaways as well, Adam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of them, actually.
And I'm excited because our very first one that we have starting off today is actually going to be Alpha Kappa Psi.
A promo video for that as well. So
yes, let's get started.
Are you a freshman looking to kickstart your college journey? What about a senior looking to make the most out of your last year? You've come to the right place. This is Alpha Kappa Psi, the professional co-ed business fraternity. Welcome to Alpha Kappa Psi, where you can discover brotherhood, elevate your career, and invest in your future. Pledge Alpha Kappa Psi Fall 2021. Who is Alpha Kappa Psi? We were founded at New York University in 1904 with the idea of shaping students into business leaders. We became a co-ed organization in 1976. Our Ada New chapter here at the University of Michigan-Dearborn was founded in 1966 and revived in 2014. It is currently represented by about 60 active brothers and a very, very long list of alumni. What do we do in Alpha Kappa Psi? It really boils down to 4 things. The first is networking, the second is professional development, the third is brotherhood, and the fourth is leadership. Today, we'll hear from some of AK Psi's finest talking about how these certain aspects have impacted their career. In Alpha Kappa Psi, we do a lot of networking. We do this with Fortune 500 companies, alumni, and each other. One of the best examples of a networker we've had in our chapter is Chelsea McWilliams. She was the Vice President of Membership in 2018, and I've asked her to come today to speak on how networking has impacted her career.
My name's Chelsea McWilliams. I graduated from UM-Dearborn in April of 2019, and I majored in finance. So got a bachelor's in business administration, and currently I'm working at General Motors. I have been with General Motors since I graduated, so the summer of 2019. It's been about a year and a half now, and I'm a financial analyst. I joined AK Psi pretty much when I started college, as in my very first semester. You go to college, you're around a group of new people. I wanted to make friends, get involved with something. And so I joined AK Psi. At the time, I didn't know much about networking. I think networking is kind of one of those, almost like a hidden quality that going into the business field, you don't usually know about, right? It's kind of, you go to college to learn the technical skills, the hard skills, the textbook knowledge. And networking is one of those things that you kind of learn has to come with it, right? So, through AK Psi, I think AK Psi is an amazing venue or platform to start networking, because from the start, you're meeting other people who are like you. You're meeting people who are going off into careers, who are business degree people, even non-business degree people. That's really how I got started networking. Was you join the group, you meet people, and through Alpha Kappa Psi, you have to interview people when you join, right? So back in when I joined, I think it was like maybe we had to interview 20 or 30 brothers. So you set up time and you meet with people, and that's really what networking is at the heart of it, right? It's just getting to know people. It's building those personal connections. And, it just kind of evolves from there, right? And you look back and you learn how to network, but at the time you don't even really know that that's what you're doing. It's kind of just meeting people and making friends, and then that sort of evolves into a professional form of networking. And so I think that really helps you down the road is really just starting off by being yourself and making connections.
In Alpha Kappa Psi, we spend a lot of time with professional development. Examples of this can include resume critiques, interviewing skills, business cards, and much more. Stephen Zhang, during his time in the chapter, was very prominent about helping the professional development scene in Alpha Kappa Psi. He was the vice president of membership in 2017, and I've asked him to come today to speak on professional development within the chapter.
I am Stephen Zhang. I went to the College of Business, double majored in accounting and finance. I've had about 4 internships throughout undergrad, and 3 of them were with Fortune 500 companies. And then currently I work at Rock Central. I would say there's really 2, when you think about it, in my opinion, there's 2 big components. So one is mentorship, and mentorship to me comes in 2 different forms. So one is formal mentorship and one is informal mentorship. And when you join an organization as big as AKSI, it can come in both ways. So when you first start out in the pledge process, your formal mentor is your bit, right? But then in terms of informal mentorship, it can come through any of the brothers, any of the friends you make along the way. And informal mentorship is pretty much the same as just making friends and talking to people randomly in the hallway or at different events, just to learn about their experiences and their backgrounds and how you can learn from that and how you could potentially help them in the future. So for me, mentorship and informal mentorship, or formal and informal, were 2 big ways that it really helped me start to develop these skills professionally. So throughout the pledge process, my formal mentor would help me through the different phases of what we needed to do. So for example, networking, building resumes, passing some of the exams that we had to go through. That was all a very formalized process, right? But the informal mentorship, the relationships I was able to build throughout the pledge process, some of my lifelong friends in the org, I really took advantage of that because throughout our conversations at school, we would talk about how to write a better resume. We would talk about some of the dream companies we wanted to work at one day as an intern or as a full-time. We would talk about things that we wanted to develop in ourselves over time. And so just these conversations really sort of help you form and understand kind of where direction you want to go. Because eventually all these conversations and experiences, you really get a feel for what you want to pursue, hopefully. And then you also go try it out. And then you're like, okay, is this something I want to do? And then if not, you talk to your friends again, you're like, okay, this is not something I want to do. And then just continuing to have those conversations with people around you and valuing their input and listening to their feedback as well can really just help you grow.
One of the main aspects of Alpha Kappa Psi is brotherhood. Brotherhood is creating a bond among brothers, including lifelong friendships, mutual respect, and plenty of social events. 2 of the brothers that have really exemplified brotherhood during their time in the chapter were James Steele and Sean Nowak. And I've asked both of them to come today to speak a little bit more about how brotherhood has impacted them.
Hey everyone, my name is Sean Nowak. I graduated from the UM-Dearborn College of Business in the spring of 2018, where I majored in supply chain management. Since then, I've pursued a career in logistics, specifically analytics. And after a couple different promotions, I now work as a financial analyst at a privately held company called United Road.
So I'm James Steele. I'm currently a senior, majoring in finance. I plan on graduating in April of 2021 and getting into the finance field after I graduate.
Well, Alpha Kappa Psi is a very different organization in so many ways. I remember when I would be talking to the potential new members at recruitment events, I said, okay, there are two sides to this whole fraternity. There's the professionalism side, from which you can gain a lot from. And then there's also the brotherhood side. And I feel like different members take advantage of those two sides in different sums. And for me, I felt like I got a lot out of the professionalism side, especially when I was at the University of Toledo, which is where I did my pledging before I transferred to UM-Dearborn. And so I feel like I had gained a lot from that, and I wanted to give back to the chapter as much as possible. So I wanted to be a mentor for other people while also really driving home this aspect of brotherhood where you can meet so many other like-minded individuals, and you're going to share all these memories with these people that you went to school with, and it's going to be more and more difficult to develop those kinds of relationships once you graduate from school. So for me, I was always really pushing brotherhood because I felt like I had made so many good friendships with people I don't think I would normally have been friends with otherwise. There are a number of people from Alpha Kappa Psi, in fact, quite a bit of them that I'm still friends with today, that I either graduated with, or maybe even people that graduated after me that graduated after me that I got to know because I came back in my first couple of semesters as an alumnus of the organization. And wearing those letters, AK Psi, represents something larger than yourself in a way. And I think all of us, when we've gone through the different requirements and the rituals and everything that's involved, it puts you in a position where you feel like you are connected to these other people in a way that you're not connected to other people on campus with.
So on New Year's Eve, I found out that on Christmas Eve, I was in contact with somebody like COVID. So I went and got rapid tested, and it came back positive. And I was, gonna have a couple people over for New Year's and celebrate with some brothers. Turns out I couldn't do it. So I told everyone. I was, pretty bummed out about it. I was feeling good, nothing to worry about there. But then the next day, I just get like a random text from a couple alumni, Sean and Chelsea. They're like, hey, check your porch. And I go outside. There's a bottle of champagne. There's a little letter saying like, hey, hope you guys are doing all right. Like, I know it's like tough not being able to celebrate New Year and so on and so forth. And it just really made me feel pretty special. And then a day or two later, I get a message from Bianca, another alumni. And I go out on my porch and there's this whole bag. There's like a bunch of food in it. There's just everything you can eat. There's like cheese, there's fruit, there's snacks like Pringles, and there's everything you can ask for. And I'm just like, it just made me and Andy feel really, it made me really feel the brotherhood because like I never even knew these guys a couple years ago, and they see something like, unfortunate happened to me, and they go out of their way to make sure I feel comfortable. And that was really awesome to see.
There are a number of different examples of brotherhood I can think of, especially in my last semester as I started to become a little bit closer to several of the other members and pledges as well. But one of the most prominent examples I can think of is we were on our way back from Chicago after the Principal Business Leadership Institute's experience, which is always fantastic. And in and of itself is just a great demonstration of brotherhood because it's so many people coming together and spending all this time together. And I remember that we took the train together on the way there and back, and that was an exciting time on the way back. But it was snowing very heavily, and there was a massive snowstorm. And so we got back, and all of our cars were snowed in completely. And a lot of people were stuck in the snow, and they couldn't get out. And I think it was probably like midnight because the train had been a little bit delayed too. So all these different brothers were staying several minutes after they probably could have already left because their car wasn't stuck to help other people get their cars out and to push these cars out of the snow. This was a physically grueling task. And there were a number of brothers that were involved in this. And it just showed how much we all care about each other and how much we respect each other. And this is what ultimately builds up these friendships and these relationships. And these are the moments you remember well after you graduate. And I don't know if a lot of other people necessarily remember that moment specifically, but that's really something that stuck with me, because it's like, okay, if I'm ever in a bind, these people will have my back.
If you ever choose to join Alpha Kappa Psi, we have quite the fraternity hierarchy and lots of chances to take leadership opportunities. As you can see here, it starts from the president and goes down to multiple levels. All of these positions you have the opportunity to take within Alpha Kappa Psi, and it can look really good on a resume. To talk more about these opportunities, I have asked Brother Ian Halawadi, who was the president in 2019, to come talk about leadership within the chapter and what benefits you can receive from it.
My name is Ian Halawadi. I've been at UM-Dearborn since the fall of 2017. I'll be graduating this semester, winter 2021, majoring in ISM and finance, and I'm currently working as a product manager with Ford. And who knows where I'll go into the future. The three things that I really felt I learned and tried to focus on the most during my time as president of the chapter was, of course, servant leadership. We teach this very full force within the fraternity of being a leader through example, or making sure that you're not just telling people, go do this. You're understanding why it needs to be done, and you're making sure that who's ever doing it understands why they are the one that's doing it. From there, empathetic listening, just being able to, I'm always running a mile a minute within my brain. So being able to kind of sit down in a conversation and just shut up and not be thinking of how am I going to answer this? What am I going to say? Or, oh my God, they keep talking kind of thing. Being able to sit there and say, all right, let me put myself in their shoes. What's going on? How can I help? How can I be a part of the situation and stop being a part of the problem if that's the case? And just, always trying to be there for the brothers as much as possible was my goal as well. I didn't want to be seen as, and I think we worked really hard at that, Ryan, him being on my e-board as well, as we just worked very hard as trying not to be seen as a clique. I think as an e-board, we wanted it to be seen as, we're servant leaders. We're what you guys want us to be. We're not here to do everything and then you guys just listen to us kind of thing.
So where do we go as brothers? In your time in Alpha Kappa Psi, you have the opportunity to go to 2 different conferences that are focused on professional development and meeting brothers across the world. One of these is convention, and former locations of this has been Las Vegas, Dallas, and Miami. And the other one is Principled Business Leadership Institute, which is every year held in Chicago, Illinois. Now, obviously, COVID-19 has impacted these events, but we expect them to pick up relatively soon. To talk more about PBLI, which is the annual conference that offers programming to help build professional skills, I've asked brothers Edward Margina and Ryan Sutton to come talk about their PBLI experience and what you can expect to receive by attending this conference.
So my name is Ryan Michael Sutton. I am a graduate student who is majoring in accounting, going for my Master's of Science in Accounting specifically. And I am currently working for Raymond.
So my name is Edward Margina. I am I'm currently a senior. I'm going to be graduating after winter of 2022. And my major is supply chain management, and my future plans are either to go do something with supply chain or possibly go into politics and work in government.
PBLI is a business conference in which you get a lot of really knowledgeable people with, a variety of different experiences. You get them all into the same hotel area where they can present on such a wide variety of topics, like are specific to careers like, negotiating promotions or determining your salary or determining fringe benefits. And then you also have things like how do you buy a house and going through that entire process. So it's a great experience in order to kind of evaluate where you are in terms of your life and to kind of gain more knowledge on a variety of things. Like you can get a bunch of knowledge on anything you want, really. Ultimately, you are in Chicago generally. or a semi-major city. And that's going to really give you the opportunity to explore, because PBLI's events are not an all-day thing. You have the opportunity to go out and go see, say, the Bean, or go to Hancock Tower, for instance. And you have so many different experiences there because you have the professional side of things, but you also have, hanging out with the people that you came with. For us, we get on a train, we go 4 hours there, we spend 2 nights there, and then we take the train back. And it is just, there were so many good memories there. I actually got to know one of my now best friends, Edward, from that trip. Like, that was the thing that really got us talking and got us to start knowing, each other, got us communicating. Because prior to that, we really didn't talk, even though we were part of the same chapter. And then you get so many different chapters as well, because you're all in the same hotel. It's honestly, it's a very cool experience. Very cool.
The events that they had, the workshops, to me, I actually found them very helpful, and it was something that I personally was worrying about. Like, the last one I went to was about relocating and moving to a new city for a new job. That's something that I kind of want to do in the future, but it was kind of scaring me, just the whole idea of relocating. So going to that seminar, talking to people, getting different tips, that helped kind of calm my nerves and helps kind of give me a good start, a good plan, basically, a good base. And also other things that I just, before AKSI, I knew I wanted to go into business, but didn't know too much. I've never been a professional guy. So certain things like negotiating your salary, I learned how to do there. Buying a house, all that kind of stuff. Certain things that I just haven't been taught yet, I got to learn there.
To talk about convention, which is the 4-day-long fraternity event which occurs every 2 years, I have asked Brother David Muse to come speak about his experience at convention and what you can expect if you attend.
My name is David Muse. I graduated December 2020, so just a recent grad. I majored in finance, minored in IT, and right now I'm up to, I'm actually setting a bunch of interviews up for analyst position in finance. Just to kind of touch in that field, I've done planning and I want to try the analyst field now. So AKSI convention, I went into it with a brief understanding that you're going to get professionalism taught to you as well as the brotherhood aspect. One of the reasons why you join. I went down there and I got both. It was kind of unexpected, like I said in the beginning, and then when I got down there, you learn a lot from people's past experiences. You gain knowledge on how to move forward through life. Whether it's professionally, spiritually, or just mentally, building on your mental strength on how to get through certain situations in the business world and life. And then you connect on that brotherhood. You meet a lot of people who graduated 30 years ago and meet a lot of people who are just freshmen coming into college. So you get a range of experiences of people who, like I said, are just starting out, so they'll ask you a lot of questions. And then you'll be able to ask questions from people with a lot of wisdom. Like I said, graduated 30 years ago. Yeah, you just go in there and you learn as much as you can. You got to be a sponge. It teaches you a lot. I've learned a lot. I've taken a lot. Met a lot of cool people. I've met people I have in my phone from New Jersey, from even the UK. It's a great experience for you to build yourself up as a person and a human being. For me, it was actually they give you a pamphlet before on who's speaking. And I noticed a guy on there who was an entrepreneur. I looked up his LinkedIn, and he was very successful. And I noticed it was different from our in Chicago, where we go and go see those. But I wanted to see, what was this guy about? So I went in there, and he kind of teaches you how to be ahead of yourself and how to be ahead of your competition. And he teaches you ways to do it. I'll even show you a stack right here. These are the books he recommended. And I bought every single one of them. There's actually 5 more. And he said, just read these. And once you start reading like that, it teaches you, you kind of get in the mind of the people that are successful, and you kind of want to build off what they're doing and kind of change your own ways into it as well.
That is just a brief overview of what AKSI can do for you. So a big question might be, what does pledging AKSI look like? For this, I have asked VP of Membership Autumn Cashman to come present on what it takes to become a brother of Alpha Kappa Psi.
My name is Autumn Tashman. I am the VP of Membership for AK Psi. I ended up pledging winter 2020, so last year. I'm majoring in actuarial math, so it's not a business major, but all majors are welcome, so here I am in AK Psi. But I'm also minoring in Spanish and accounting. And what I do as VP of Membership, I work very closely with the pledge educators for the pledge education program for incoming members. So that's really fun. And I also work on keeping brothers engaged. So what is AK Psi's pledge program? Today, Ryan and I will be going through what exactly our pledge program looks like and the benefits that you can get out of pledging for Alpha Kappa Psi.
So the pledge process is essentially a trial run. Every single member in our chapter has gone through this process, and it's basically the first step to literally becoming a brother in this chapter. Basically, it depends on the year or what semester you pledge in, but it's between 7 to 9 weeks, and we do all kinds of fun stuff, including professional development, socializing with brothers, and your pledge class. And we learn about the fraternity's rich history, and man, is it rich. We've been around since 1901, and there's so much more. It's such a blast. Hopefully, you guys get to experience it a little bit in person, but, with COVID, we're doing our best online.
Yes, still very interactive. It's still fun. We're making the most out of a bad situation. So what exactly do the pledge meetings look like? We get this question pretty often, so we want to make it clear for any incoming pledges what exactly they should be expecting throughout this semester. So what it is, 2 to 3 brothers in the fraternity will be like your pledge educators or your pledgeducators that run the meetings and teach you guys about professionalism and the fraternity in general. You will listen to about 6 modules created by brothers. Usually it is your pledge educators of our chapter that touch base with topics like interviewing or risk management, which is super important, especially if you haven't had too many opportunities to learn about professional development or professionalism. So these modules are super beneficial to listen into. And then your pledge meetings are separate from your chapter meetings. Pledges will be in a meeting separate from the rest of our chapter. So once you do become an official member, then you will be transitioning into the chapter meetings.
So in recent semesters, the tasks and assignments pledges are asked to complete are 1 to 3. So if you ask a lot of some of the older brothers, this was a little different for them. But this is something that will very likely be a part of your pledge process and in many pledge processes to come in the future. So the first one is the brother interviews, and this is the best part of the pledge process because this is how you get to know the brothers. When you're pledging, you only spend a lot of time with your pledge class at the pledge meetings, but these brother interviews allow you to get to know those who are already in the chapter with these one-on-one conversations, and people have learned a lot, and they've built genuine connections from these. So once you get in, you know brothers, and you're not, just thrown into something where you only know your pledge class and your pledge educators. Number 2, the fraternal exam. This is our way of helping you get to understand the fraternity's history because it's only fun to be an AK Psi if you understand why we have the values that we have and where we came from. So the fraternal exam is just essentially a way of making sure you have that knowledge, and we help you study for it. We give you all the resources you need. It's honestly a great time. You learn a lot. And lastly, mid-court, which is a mock interview that helps prepare pledges for the real world. Think about it as something like, going into a corporate interview, a phone screen. It's just a chance for the brothers to get to know you better and about your personal aspirations. Why do you want to be an AK Psi? It's not meant to be scary. It's meant to be a very good educational experience. And for some people, it's their first interview ever. So it's a great experience.
And we do have 2 more assignments that are usually expected in, especially in recent semesters. One of them is the personal brand presentation. So while you guys get the chance to know who we are, especially through your brother interviews, we want to get the chance to know who you are. And this through your personal brand presentations, this gives us the chance to learn more about who you are and what your personal brand is. The last and final assignment is Court of Honor. And what this is, it's somewhat similar to midcourt, but how it works is that you are going to collaborate with other pledges to create this presentation reflecting on your experiences throughout your entire pledge process. And then a panel of brothers or alumni will ask you a series of questions based on your experiences throughout the pledging process.
So it's not all about the work and the assignment. We have fun. This about being in the fraternity is that you can grow professionally and still have a great time. I know I have during my time in college. So, you get to have a big. My big, I met her 4 years ago, and I still have a relationship with her. She was actually in this video. Her name's Chelsea McWilliams. She is fantastic. So one of the first friends I had in the fraternity, and someone I hope to keep lifelong because she's a great mentor and a great person overall. Social events, we've had Taco Tuesday, game nights, happy hour, whatever you imagine, and whatever you want to, because you can make your own events when you get in. It's awesome. We get to hang out and build those lifelong connections together. It's amazing. And like Autumn said, close connections with the other pledges. You might have seen Ian throughout this video. Ian is someone who was in my pledge class, and look at us now. We're still rolling here in the fraternity, having a good time and giving back. Online has made this a little more challenging, but one of our big values is service, and we like to give back. We do things such as Fleece and Thank You, which is making blankets for kids in the hospital, and it really helps you fulfill yourself and grow better as a leader because you give back to the community, for what you've been given and getting blessed to have the opportunities. The last one that I think is so important is that you make friends in your classes. So throughout my college experience, because of AK Psi, I've known so many people. It makes it so much easier when the professor is assigning group work because you get to work with people that you know and that you trust. And that is something that is very, very important, especially going through college, is you want to work with people that you trust and that you know will do quality work. And that's what AK Psi Brothers stand for. So it's a great way to help yourself, not just professionally, but academically as well. So why Alpha Kappa Psi? We are the only business fraternity on campus open to all majors. You will open yourself up to a plethora of opportunities. You will develop personally around value-driven professionals, and you will create a series of lifelong friendships and memories. Does that sound good? We think so too. How to join? Just use this link, tinyurl.com/AKPsi Fall 2021. We will stay in touch over the summer, and in the fall, you will be considered for admission. Thank you for your time, and we hope to see you in the fall.
All right. Thank you so much for AK Psi for giving us their little promo video. If you did not see, they did have a sign-in URL. So if you do want to go there, they have it up on their website, as well as going on their social medias as well. But now we'll just transition into the next show. But before that, I just want to say that this Streamathon will be happening from noon. Well, what did happen from noon until midnight tonight. So if you are fully aware, or if you have someplace to be, that's perfectly fine. But we will be streaming all throughout the night. Next up, we're going to be doing a little Kahoot game. I think it's Kahoot. A little game show with student government, the student government of the University of Michigan-Dearborn. Do you have anything to add to that, James?
Nope. Good best of luck, and may the odds be ever in your favor.
Oh yeah, Hunger Games. Yeah. The link into the Streamathon will be that's Streamathon. What I'm saying, the Kahoot game. The links for the Kahoot game will be shown on screen, so we'll show it there live on the show. What time is it? No. Yeah. But they're not ready yet, so we'll just continue on. So the Streamathon right now will just have the student government, and then after that, at about 1:45, we'll have a little speech with a little Q&A with the student administration, specifically the provost.
Provost Susan Alcox and our Dean of Students, Amy Finley.
Yep, that's right. The Dean of Students and the Provost, Susan Alcox.
Yes.
Do you have anything to add to that?
No.
Anything that you want to announce before we go on to the next thing?
No, I think we're good. Are we ready?
Are we ready, Ricky?
We are ready.
All right.
Introducing from student.
Hi everyone, so welcome. I would like to give a huge shout out to the Wolverine Media Network for having us and hosting us here today. My name is Ashley Casper. I am the current student government president for the winter 2021 semester, and I will also be graduating this semester as well. I believe I have Dean Finley and Provost with me.
Hi. Hey folks.
So, did you guys have anything that you wanted to say during this, or because right now I do have a little PowerPoint for what student government is.
Go for it, Ashley.
Rock and roll with that, Ashley.
All right. So like I said before, my name is Ashley Casper. I'm currently the president. And for some people who may have heard about us on campus, but might not really know who we are, this is kind of an introduction of who we are. So what is student government? So student government is a representative of the interests of the student body. So we have an executive board, 30 voting senators, and 1 staff advisor, which is Dean Finley, and numerous number of fellows with us. So what is a fellow? So a fellow is basically someone that is brand new in student government. They are a member of our organization. They have been sworn in, and they are working in our committees, working with our e-board, but they don't have voting power. So when we make decisions that regard maybe financial situations or whether or not we should be doing an activity, they don't really get to have a vote in that yet. But they can work to become a senator. So a senator basically has the same powers as a fellow, except they get to vote. So when we appropriate money for different events, whether it's for food or for a gift card or for capital improvements, they have a vote and have a say in it as well. They can also be a chair for a committee or also run outside programs for government. So what is e-board? So e-board is an elected board. So every year student government has an election, and ours are coming up soon. And that is where the student body gets to pick the president and the vice president, as well as senators. So I believe March 31st and April 1st is our student government election this year. So those are our voting times this year. But what you will do as a student body is vote for your president and vice president and your senators. After that, the board, or not the board, excuse me, the president and vice president can appoint other positions on the elected board, which would include our secretary, treasurer, and all of our directors. So here are all of our e-board positions. So we have the president and the vice president, which are elected by the body. We have our secretary, who is in charge of taking meeting minutes, organizing the student body and records of attendance and other things. And we have our treasurer, which is in charge of our budget. Student government is a USO, which is a university-sponsored organization, meaning that we get a certain amount of budget each year in order to carry out our activities. So we have our treasurer that is in charge of that. And then we have our director of inclusion. Our director of inclusion works with various departments on campus, whether it's through CAPS, through our diversity, equity, and inclusion, civic engagement, all of those different departments. They work together to promote diversity and equity throughout the university, as well as through our own organization. Right now, we actually have our Inclusion Week coming up, which I will mention that towards the end of this, which was definitely an event to watch out for. Our next director is Director of Athletics. It is a student athlete who is also a member of student government, who is an advocate for athletes in the entire athletics department for U of M-Dearborn. So they are the liaison between athletics and student government, as well as the rest of the student body. Next, we have our Director of Greek Affairs. It is a member of Greek Life who is, again, the liaison between Greek Life and student government, as well as the student body. Usually our Director of Greek Affairs will be hosting a Greek Week, which is also coming up. So keep an eye out for that. And last, we have our Director of Clubs and Organizations. So our Director of Clubs and Organizations, they are connected to SOAC, and they also work mostly with SOAC on how to keep that running, and they also utilize student government when needed. So for our committees, so when you are a fellow or a senator, whether you're voted in or you're just joining now, fellows and senators are part of committees. So right now we have 5 committees that are standing, meaning that every single year, every single semester, these committees will definitely be there. And we also have one kind of committee that isn't standing. It's called the Mental Health and Wellness Committee, which will be established when we have enough people that are interested, or if people want to reform it again. So let me tell you a little bit about each of our committees. So we have our Student and Academic Affairs. So some of the projects, one of the most notable projects that we have done within the past 2 years has been the free feminine hygiene products in the women's bathrooms in Castle, in the University Center, and other buildings on campus, such as the SSB, NSB, everywhere else. So Student Academic Affairs kind of reaches a little bit more broadly over campus needs. So whether it is academic problems and struggles for students, whether it's regarding policies or certain actions that were taken, or whether or not it's more of like a philanthropic kind of approach, or just general needs of the student body. So this is more of a broad arching committee. Our next committee is Rules and Ethics. Rules and Ethics, they focus on different of our bylaws and our constitution within student government. It might not seem like a super important thing right off the bat, but in order for this organization to work, we do run by Robert's Rules and Orders, as well as our own constitution and bylaws. And when we constantly update and are constantly striving to be better as an organization through our own structure, we're better able to serve the student body. Our next committee is Public Relations. So Public Relations is, or PR, is our social media and basically our flyers and our Instagram account and any other media and any other advertisement that we need usually goes through Public Relations. So they're in charge of all of the posters that you may see that we're handing out, or event awareness, and managing our Instagram account. So our Instagram account will be tagged in the last slide, so you guys can give it a follow. Our next committee is the Environmental Sustainability Committee. Personally, I've been the chair for the committee for the past 3 years. I am an environmental major, so it kind of fits. But the Environmental Sustainability Committee works to promote greener initiatives across campus, as well as within our own student body and our own student government body. So, for example, there have been composting initiatives taken across campus. So for those of you who have been on campus before, those little green trash cans are all been composting initiatives that are taken back to the EIC and utilized properly. We have also advocated for better recycling on campus, as well as hosting annual Earth Weeks. So during these Earth Weeks, we have different forms or different components, such as an educational component, a fundraising component, and a fun component, because everyone needs a little bit of fun on campus, whether it's virtual or on campus. So our Environmental Sustainability Committee also works with various different departments and faculty and staff on campus, such as the director of the EIC and other professors who are interested as well. We also tend to work with other organizations, and that's all throughout all of these committees. So we will either work with, organizations that reach out and want us to co-sponsor, or, for example, Environmental Sustainability likes to work with the Eco Club quite often. And our last committee is Appropriations. So in student government, in order for us to purchase anything or, give a co-sponsorship or help another organization out with an event, it has to go through an appropriation. So whoever's filing it, let's say it's we need more menstrual products in the bathrooms. Someone will put in an appropriation for, let's just say, $500, and the body will vote to approve it, to amend it, so change the amount, or deny it. And so our appropriations committee is in charge of going through that first initial process of looking at the form. So it's always within student government or other organizations outside of student government that can put in a request for money, basically. And so they're the first filter through. If there are any suggestions or changes, they're in charge of that. And then from there on, it gets passed on to the body and it's voted within our general body meetings, as well as our Senate meetings as well. So this is an example of one of our agendas for basically just a general body meeting or a Senate meeting. At the top, it just has our call to order. So basically, we're starting the meeting. We have our roll call, which is just attendance, basically, and approval of the agenda. It might not seem like something that's that important, but let's say we have a guest speaker or we have someone come in from a different student organization or another faculty staff member, and they would like to be added in within as a subcategory or as a guest speaker. So now is the time to do so. We can amend the agenda, or let's say Advisor Finley, she has to go to another meeting, or she would like to speak first in the meeting regarding something that needs to be heard right away. We can amend the agenda to have her moved up before the president's update or anywhere else that she would like. So it's important to have that just in case we do need to switch it around. This is a pretty concrete agenda, but we do have changes needed, occasionally. So approval of the minutes. So every meeting, since we have been virtual this semester, all of our Zoom meetings have been recorded, but we also have our meeting minutes typed up and available for all of the student body to read. Basically, it's a summary going by agenda item of what was said at the meeting, what was voted on, etc. So again, students are welcome to look at those. Now is our time. The next time is for guest speakers. So anyone that mentioned in the beginning or had already messaged someone in student government of wanting to speak at the meeting, or if it's just someone that's not in student government and they just want to say, hey, I'm here and I'm really excited to see what this is about. Now's your time to go. So then we move on to officer updates. So first goes the president and myself. This is also the current e-board, if you are interested in knowing who your student government e-board is. So currently it is President Casper, which is myself. Our vice president is Megan Vebar. Advisor Finley is our Dean Finley is our advisor for student government. Then we have Cody McCain as our speaker. Then we have Nasiha Jaz as our secretary and Namira Jaz as our treasurer. We have Becca Bradsher as our director of athletics. We have Elise Kowalski as our director of Greek life. We have Director Darina Maddie for our director of inclusion. And we have Nate Rulo as our director of clubs and organizations. So if you have any questions about any of these positions, or if you're interested to seeing what any of these people do, please feel free to reach out to email them. I know that they're not shy, and they'll be more than happy to help you out. I'd also like to give out a shout out to Namira Jaz, who is our current treasurer, but she also is the person that brought to my attention about the Wolverine Media Network Streamathon and really kind of pushed for us to be in here, and it's absolutely great. And I just wanted to thank her for that and all of her hard work that she's been doing. All right. We also have our committee updates as well. So our committee updates, again, it's our student academic affairs. So they're more of the general broad overview of projects and things that we don't really get to or really fall into other committees within student government. We also have our public relations committee, and then we have our rules and ethics, environmental, and appropriations. And so we have all of this going on. A lot of these committees do work together. So even though SAA might cover more of a broad view of things, they might be working with environmental committee in order to work on more environmental initiatives and get the word out. Public relations works with all of these committees in order to get the word out over social media, as well as working with the e-board. So even though, so like Director Kowalski or Director Maddie for Greek Life and Inclusion, or Director Bradsher for athletics, or DCO Rulo for clubs and organizations, even though they're doing their own separate events or might be doing something outside of student government, public relations still can help them with that. So, for example, if Director Bradsher for athletics is advertising game schedules and links for watching games on stream, our public relations can definitely help with that by creating flyers for her, as well as getting the word out on social media. And then we enter into committee of the whole. This is pretty much where anything that needs to be discussed for student government needs or just concerns in general can be talked about in here. Now, this is a little bit different than new business because that you can do the same thing in new business, except in committee of the whole, it's more or less where things can be presented. So let's say we have a appropriation that needs to be brought to the student body's attention. Our current appropriations chair, Allison Vergara, can bring this up and talk about it and just say, hey, I'm going to present it in new business. This is the context behind it. And then when we enter new business, we can vote on it. So then after that, we move into open forum. Open forum is kind of fun. It's a little bit more casual. So in student government, following Robert's Rules of Orders and just formality in general, we call each other by our positions. So I would be calling, I would be called President Casper, but if there was a member of our student body, they would be called like Senator Smith or Fellow Smith. And so we tend to be more formal in there, but in open forum, you can be called by your first name. It's more of a casual discussion, just ask, hey, how's everyone doing? Are you guys okay? I really like that we're doing this project here, or, hey, I'm thinking about this idea for my committee. I want to know what you guys think of it. Do you think it's a good idea? Or, hey, I'm thinking about appropriating money for my project. How much do you guys think? Does anyone have a vendor they could recommend? And so it's a little bit more casual, but it's honestly a good time for us to, drop the formality and just be frank with each other about what we need. And this is really more of a collaborative space in a more casual format, which I personally really enjoy. So, and then adjournment, which is the majority of people's favorite part. But it's just the end of the meeting, and yeah. So how do you join student government? Okay, so joining student government is super easy. So you go to our Victor's link. So Victor's link, you have to log in. And once you log in, you just type in student government into the student organizations tab. And once you find us, scroll all the way to the bottom. You can read about us, but if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you'll find a fellowship application. So you can request to join the organization, but in order for us to have you apply and be accepted to be part of the organization, you have to fill out a fellowship application. So it takes like 2 minutes. It's just asking, who you are, what's your email so we can contact you, and why you want to be in student government. And so once you do that, watch out for an email from our Vice President, Megan Vebar. It is part of her duties in order to accept new fellows and bring them forward, as well as fellows who want to become senators. And so once you fill out that fellowship application, watch out for an email from her. And our meeting information is on our Victor's Link page, but our Vice President will also email it to you as well. So let's say you sign up on a Thursday and you get an email on Friday or Saturday. Join our meeting on Tuesday. Our meetings are on Tuesdays at 5 o'clock, and all of our Zoom information is on our Victor's Link page. So once you come to the meeting, honestly, when you go in that little guest speaker space, you can say, hi, my name is, Joe Smith, and I am interested in joining student government. I would just like to sit in this meeting and just see what it's about before joining. Or if you really want to join, you can say, hi, I filled out a fellowship application, and then I'm excited to, be a part of this organization. So then when it comes time to our Vice President's update, she'll be able to go ahead and, present your application, and then you'll be removed, you'll be voted on, and you can be approved and join student government. So our upcoming events, please follow us on Instagram for updates on all of our events. We've been very active this semester, and we want to keep that up. We really want to promote all of our events and everything. Follow us on Instagram at UM-Dearborn Student Gov. We post a lot on our story. We post a lot on our main posts. If you have any questions, you can DM us at any time. I'm guaranteed to get a response within 24 to 48 hours. If you just have a question, a comment, concern, or a confession, feel free to message us, and we will totally do that. Plus, if you are a student organization leader and you want your organization events advertised, please let us know. We'll be more than happy to put out a story and a post for you, and as well as tag you in our posts as well. We are here to uplift student organizations in any possible way that we can. And so if that's through just a simple Instagram post or a story, please let us know. Also, tag us in your stories. Last week we had our Earth Week and we had a Bob Ross painting night. And I noticed when I was on the account earlier, a lot of people were posting about their student or their Bob Ross paint night and posting pictures of their paintings. So please tag us in that. We love to see it. We'll gladly repost. And yeah, really enjoy reaching out for all of you. So our next event is our Kahoot, March 29th from 1 to 2 p.m. That is, I believe, on Monday, if I'm not mistaken. But all the information here is below. Director Darina Maddie, has our new inclusion director for this semester, and she's doing a fantastic job. And so this is one of her first events that she's putting on. So please join. And honestly, this poster is on our student government Instagram, and so please feel free to do so. So yeah. All right. So now we're going to move on to the fun part here. We are going to move on to our Kahoot. So this Kahoot is for trivia, basically on the university, and anyone is welcome to join. There is an opportunity to win a prize from us. So please join. Just make sure your name is appropriate. That's all I ask. And we'll wait for a few minutes for players to start. And yeah, I myself will not be participating. I am the only one that has seen this. I made the Kahoot, so no one has seen it. And so in order to join the Kahoot, just join it at www.kahoot.it or with the Kahoot app. You can just type it into your web browser or into Safari, Google Chrome, wherever. So you'll be able to join it in there. Okay. Yeah, feel free to join. I'll wait till there's about a few more people. But yeah, so again, in order to join, go to www.kahoot.it, and the link is up there next to the game pin. Once you join, then what you can do is just type in the game pin, put in an appropriate name, and then you'll be able to join. So the answers are in like the classic format, basically. So we'll be doing where it's just the shapes on there and you have to see the answers on the screen. So yeah, I'll wait for about 2 more minutes to get a couple more people. I did post on our Instagram story about 1 minute ago. Today I am taking over the student government Instagram just to promote this event. And again, while we wait for a couple more people to join, I would really like to thank WMN for having us out here and for, having us really be able to do all of this. Honestly, it's great. And what's going on with this organization is absolutely fantastic. So again, please support WMN in any way that you possibly can. Please join the rest of this stream, and honestly, just have a great time watching the rest of the stream. There's a lot of great participants up next. And so with that, give it about 2 more minutes just to let some more people see our story, grab some traction. But yeah. All right. So I hope everyone has been having a good time. Honestly, we are having a really fun time here on the stream. This is my first time streaming, so honestly, definitely new for me. But yeah, so let's see. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, we've got about 10. Again, I'll give it 1 more minute for anyone that wants to see. So the pin right now, live on air for anyone who's listening, the pin is 9427247. So again, to join, it's www.kahoot.it, and the game pin is 9427247. All right. Got one more minute, guys, but we've got a good good count going here, and of course I'll turn on the music in a few. Oh yeah. So, all right, perfect. All right. Thank you for having appropriate names. I really appreciate it. So again, just to recap, join at www.kahoot.it, and our game pin is 9427247. Thank you to whoever put their username as the pin. But yeah, and again, just to clarify, because we do have a couple of our student government members on here in support. But again, no one has seen the Kahoot except for myself. I made it earlier this week, and so all the answers are only known by me. So yeah, all right, let's get started. Welcome to Wolverine Trivia. There's also some fun ones in here too, I promise. Because I tried to make this as much as where it'll challenge current students, but also if there are any new students or freshmen watching, you have a chance at winning this. So thank you for not picking "this sucks." It is an incorrect answer. So we only encourage positive things here. All right. So what year was UM-Dearborn founded? So all of these questions, well, actually, I'll reveal after the Kahoot is done where these answers were found. But they're accurate. They come from the Block M itself. So, all right, 1959 is correct. A little bit of a tricky one. All right. Next. When did UM-Dearborn celebrate its 50th anniversary? 2010, 1999, 2004, or 2009? "2009 is correct. All right. All right. All right. Okay, what was the mascot for U of M? What was the mascot for U of M Dearborn? The Wolves is correct. So we were known as the Wolves before we were the Wolverines. Not Nathan Rulo is rising up. So when did we become the Wolverines? And the picture does not help you. "2013. That was a little bit of a tricky one. It was a lot more recent than I certainly thought it was. I actually learned this when I was an orientation leader. I was an orientation leader in 2018 and 2019. That was a very fun one that threw me off, as well as about 500 other freshmen. So which is not a college? So which is not a college on the U of M Dearborn campus? Yes, the College of Education, Health, and Human Services is definitely not a college on campus. We aim to have the College of Education, Health, and Human Services, though. All right, Farzana, rising up. How many students do we have on campus this year? This is for the fall 2020 and winter 2021 semester. This is about a combination. Both are correct. There are at least 6. But the more correct answer is 8,783 students currently on campus. This will obviously change after a lot of students graduate this semester as well as over the summer. All right, everyone's moving up. Got Elise up there. Okay, what is located outside of the university center and student organizations can paint on? I also hope you all enjoy the relevance of the picture for those who understand. Yes, the rock. Definitely the rock. Unfortunately, you cannot paint on the Chancellor's Pond, but yes, the rock is the correct answer. All right. Where is the student government office located? Yes, it is located in the University Center. So we are located right on the same wall as Picasso in the University Center. We are in that little alcove by the back staircase to go upstairs and out to the back entrance that's closest to Castle. So when we are on campus, please look for us there. We'll have free Scantrons, blue books, and probably a bunch of other goodies as a welcome back to campus. All right, everyone pretty much stayed the same. And poor people hit an answer streak. Nice job. All right, what company does our bookstore run through? Barnes & Noble. Yes, for sure. Unfortunately, Borders Books does not exist anymore. But yeah, Barnes & Noble. All right, Elise taking first place and Ruby on the rise. Okay, Freebie, what college are you a student? Everyone should answer this right away. All right, we have no people from chess, but that's okay. We have a lot of College of Engineering and Computer Science, Business, and Arts Sciences and Letters. Personally, I am a student of the Arts Sciences and Letters. All right, how many undergraduate programs do we have? Again, how many undergraduate programs do we have on campus? This does not include masters, does not include doctorate programs. This is just undergraduate programs. $98. Yes, I also thought that we had about 104, but we only have 98, and hopefully that'll grow. All right. Okay, true or false? We have a nature center on campus. True, we do. It's the Environmental Interpretive Center. It is located in the back of campus, next to campus safety, which is next to the parking garage, if you don't know where either of those are. It's also behind the SSB. But yeah, definitely when you are on campus, please, please, please check it out. It is such a cool building. It's highly underrated and honestly one of my favorite spots on campus. And we also have our bunch of nature trails back there as well. So please check this out. Honestly, one of the coolest spots we have. It's pretty unique for our campus. All right, what month does homecoming typically happen? So every year we have homecoming. It's a week-long celebration of the anniversary of UM-Dearborn. Typically it happens in this month, but it's a fun time of celebration. Chancellor's Pond hosts a boat race. October, yes. Always happens in October. Honestly, a really fun time. So, all right, this is a picture question. So what building is this on campus? If you haven't been on campus yet, just take a good guess. Yes, the Natural Science Building. So the Science Learning and Research Center is actually attached to this building, but it's its own separate building. The administration building is right across the pond, or right across the little brickway from this. And the College of Arts, Sciences, and Letters is actually opposite of this. So it's on the other side of campus. Okay. When do classes end this semester? So winter 2021, when is our last day of classes? I don't know about you guys, but I'm very excited. April 20th, yes. I gave some pretty relatively close answers there, so yeah, April 20th is our last day of regularly scheduled class. All right, almost done. What is the average class size of U of M Dearborn? $26, yes. So we pride ourselves in having small class sizes, and honestly, it's definitely made a difference in my educational experience. So, all right, Ruby on the Rise, as well as the Kahoot pin. Okay, what is the student to faculty ratio? This is different than, or it's the same as our average class size. One to 16, yes. So this basically means that for every faculty member that we have on campus, they have about 16 students in charge. So honestly, again, paired with the average class size, it's really great. All right, when does the fall 2020 semester begin? Again, when does the fall 2021 semester begin? So when do fall classes start? I had to look this one up this time because I will not be here in the fall. So. All right, September 1st. So we will be starting September 1st this year. All right. Wow, Scarlett passed, I think, 2 or 3 people. Awesome. All right, last question. Are you proud to be a Michigan Wolverine? So, a past student government member. Oh yeah, everyone's right on this one. So we had a past student government member, past president, Mitchell Dobson Green, had a history of always asking fellow applicants and our, let's see who won. Elise! Congratulations, Elise and Scarlett, and our the Kahoot code. So if everyone who got first, second, and third could please comment in the stream, just your first and last name or your UMich email, that would be fantastic, and I will get back to you on that. So yeah, so to continue what I was saying before, though, our past student government member, Mitchell Dobson Green, he was the past president for the fall 2020 semester. He would always ask all of our applicants if they are proud to be a Michigan Wolverine, and the answer should always be yes. But yeah, it was always, now it's a tradition for whenever someone applies to be a fellow or a Senate member, it's always a good question to ask. So definitely had to end on that high note. So, all right. Well, if anyone has any questions or comments in the chat, please let me know. I'll be more than happy to answer them. Again, if you were first, second, or third on the Kahoot and would like to receive a prize later on, please let me know. Just comment it in the stream, or if you have my information, feel free to bring that up with me, or just text me. So yeah, and thank you everyone who came out for the Kahoot game, who participated, for who's watching the stream, anyone who's just joining the stream now. Again, my name is Ashley Casper, and I'm the current president of student government. I really appreciate everyone showing up and coming out. And if you're interested in joining student government, please join us on via Victor's link, or if you have any questions, or if you missed part of the stream or don't know what Victor's link is, please follow us on Instagram at UM-Dearborn SG. We can also, if you want to contact me via social media, whether it's Snapchat, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, most of my handles have something to do with Ashley the Ghost or Ashley Casper. Feel free to message me on there. Honestly, I'm open for any message from any student member, and I really look forward to hearing from you. If you have any campus concerns, comments, questions, or just general curiosity about what student government does, please let us know. We'd love to hear all opinions, whether you think it's a good one, a bad one, a negative, a positive. We want to hear everything, because we only improve through criticism. And so, personally, I've loved doing the stream, and even though it's my first time streaming, I absolutely love it. So please, again, support WMN and all of their guests and all of their organizations that are on the stream today. And again, this is just an absolutely great organization. Again, shout out to my e-board. You guys are doing a fantastic job this semester. I'm so proud of you. And everyone that's involved. Again, shout out to Namira specifically for letting us know about this event. Honestly, this is great. And yeah, thank you so much. And again, let me know if you are part of the Kahoot and you want your prize. Let us know. So thank you.
Hey guys, you're seeing a new face on screen now. My name is Ricky Hansknecht, and I will be meeting with Amy and Sue in a little bit, so welcome them to the stream right about now. So here's...
Hey there.
Hey folks. Hi Ricky.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, can hear you good.
Okay, awesome.
Working good.
All volume just blasted, so we were just like, whoa, what just happened here?
Sorry.
How are you guys doing today?
It's a good sunny day, and Michigan's playing in March Madness tomorrow, so all is well.
As my mother would say, it's a good day to have a good day.
It's a good day. I like that. It's a good day to have a good day.
I like that too. Yeah.
So, what do you guys think so far of the Streamathon?
Well, I learned so much from the quiz, the game show. I'm kind of embarrassed. I got a few things wrong, which isn't good. Amy, you probably rocked it.
Well, I was doing really well, and then I realized, like, I'm not in a college, so I'm not answering this one. And I decided maybe a student should win, and maybe 18 years on the campus might give me a little bit of an advantage. So I had to ghost the last part of the quiz, but that was that was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's really neat. There's a lot of stuff I did not know about it as well, so it's just like, what? So it's good to learn new stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, that was well done.
Sure is.
So yeah, this is really casual. Like we said, not too formal of an interview or anything. Just kind of a chat with you guys, see what's going on, and ask you a couple questions that we came together with. Is that okay?
Sounds good. Yep.
Okay, so let's just start with introducing you guys to the stream. Let the listeners know where you guys come from and what you do a little bit. We can start with Amy.
Sure. Thank you, Ricky. So I'm Amy Finley, Dean of Students. If there are any students watching out there, you may know me as the person who sends you emails every Sunday night, which you read from top to bottom, left to right. Right, Ricky?
Right, of course.
Absolutely. I've been on campus, sort of gave this away already, but I've been on campus, started in 2003 as an intern and came on board full time in 2004. And I'll tell you, in 2003, when I was here, we were building the university center. So I fondly remember coming over with hard hats to check out the facility, wondering what will it be like and how exciting it will be. And I know not everybody thinks of it as a new facility, but I do remember and with fond memory, think about the times when I came over in hard hat. So been working here since then and been in the Office of Student Life, which has had a number of iterations, student activities, student engagement, now student life. I have worked in student conduct, student success, currently serve as the Dean of Students and lead our team of student affairs, and just really love working at UM-Dearborn because I believe in what we do and who we serve. And I think we offer a transformative experience for our students, and that's pretty darn cool.
Yeah. As you said, with the university being built, for a while, I did not know like that got converted from like the UC Mall.
The U Mall, that's right.
Like, and the radio station was not in there already originally.
There was a legendary, and it was called Mrs. B's. There was a legendary little food operation in the U Mall, Mrs. B's, who apparently had the best sandwiches and chocolate chip cookies. And Mrs. B came. It's kind of a one-off, right? And Mrs. B came to an event in the University Center, I'm going to say about 5 years ago. And for some of the alum who were there that remember getting those sandwiches directly from Mrs. B, they were pretty excited to see her.
That's cool.
I would have loved some of those sandwiches now.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Amy, for that.
You're welcome.
Give Sue a little bit of a chance to introduce herself.
Yeah, I'm. My name's Sue Alcock. I'm the Provost and Executive Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs at UM-Dearborn. I've been, I started my job as provost about 2 months before the pandemic hit. So I'm a newbie on campus in all sorts of ways. I love this place dearly. I'm learning it very well, but I haven't been in a lot of the buildings yet. So anyone out there who feels like, you haven't had enough time on campus, I'm totally there with you. I'm an archaeologist by training. That's what I do. I've mainly worked in Greece and most recently in Jordan. And I've spent time in Ann Arbor, and I also up at Flint. And now I saved the best for last. I'm now here at Dearborn, so I know the Michigan scene pretty well.
That's awesome. Well, welcome. Although you're not that new, but still welcome.
Thank you.
So the first question I like to get started with this is, what makes UMD unique to you? I know Amy touched on that a little bit in her introduction, but let's speak to that a little bit. What makes that unique to you? Why did you choose UM-Dearborn instead of any other place?
So for me, it's 100% the students, right? Probably not a surprising answer or a terribly unique answer for the Dean of Students, but our students come with just a different sense of the world. They want to contribute to their community. They want to be a part of solutions to global problems. They want to get a transformative education. They want to take care of each other. We know that 80% of our alums live in the Tri-County area. After graduation, they love this community. They want to be a part of it. They want to make it better. And they have a level of perseverance and grit that is just incredibly admirable, right? Many of our students are overcoming a lot of obstacles to pursue a college education. It's certainly not easy for anyone, but for many of our students, they're balancing, maybe they have their own families or they're working full time. So I just have such admiration for and respect for our students. And that's what gets me excited every morning to, I would say go to work, but I would maybe reframe that to walk down the hall to my home office.
On your computer.
Right.
Yeah. And I would say, like what she said, exactly.
Sue gets to go first next time.
No, I feel very strongly about places, well, like Flint and like Dearborn. You get an excellent education, but in a flexible way that you can live your life and have other responsibilities. And we know many folks do, and but still get a great college education. And it's very clear that a college education makes a huge difference in your health, your well-being, your happiness, your salary, all these things. So I'm there's if you're in education, you're changing the world every single day, and that means a lot to me.
That's awesome. And speaking of changing the world, the vaccine is now pretty big in terms of getting spread out. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I had my first shot since I'm old about about a little bit over a week ago, and I'll have my second one soon. I can't, please everyone, as soon as you can, get out there and get the vaccine, because that's what's going to get us back to, I'm not sure, back to normal. I don't like to say that. I don't, I think I think we're all going to have to re-examine what normal is, and I don't think we're going to go back to exactly the way things were before, and I'm not, that's not a bad thing, but whatever the new normal is, we won't get there unless folks get vaccinated. But since Amy is much younger than me, she's probably not had any shots yet. So
I have not, but I will tell you that I'm seeing that places who are offering vaccines at the end of the day, if they have leftovers, they are allowing anyone who is over 16 now to get a hold of those leftovers. So you may have heard that Ford Field was giving out vaccines, and they had plenty of leftovers for folks who maybe don't reach the age threshold, but would really like to get a hold of a vaccine sooner than later because of maybe some exposure that they have through their workplace or whatever the case may be. I just encourage that as an idea to think about, to get you a little bit ahead in the line. And for the rest of everybody listening, I just also want to sort of double down on what the provost said about, find time to get the vaccine. Let's all get vaccinated so we can come back together in new ways, but have that sense of community again sooner than later.
Yeah, and I 100% support that. I've heard about the remainders of the vaccine being left at some places, CVS, Ford Field. So I have my eye on that as soon as this event dials down.
This wasn't a lot of work, was it, Ricky?
You can't go now. Yeah, no, but I think pretty soon, I think it will open up April 5th. Isn't that right?
Yes.
To everyone above 16. So we're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah, we definitely are. So yeah, we have some new changes around campus. Obviously, I'm at the University Center for the first time in a year.
How's it feel?
It feels different, of course. It feels like a desert. There's no one here.
Right, it's a little dusty.
Yeah, but it's good to walk through the hallways and see some old memories and really get the school vibe again, because I thought I'd be done with that completely since this time last year. But we have some new changes besides just COVID things. We have the new engineering building. What are you guys' thoughts on that, the new construction of that?
Well, I actually hear you, Ricky, because I went back to my office for the first time in over a year, about a week ago. And you walk into a room you haven't been in for a year plus, and it's like a time capsule. I was reading what I was working on at the time when I fled, like we all did. The ELB. It's beautiful. It's beautiful from the outside. I haven't been in yet. I can't wait. We're really looking forward to getting when we can get back and get doors open and start giving tours. I hear it's fabulous and very open to everyone on campus. It's the engineering lab building, but there's spaces and facilities that will be available and welcoming to everyone on campus, not just the engineers and computer science.
So
Amy, what do you think?
I had just to tell you a little embarrassing story here about myself. So I had a pickup at the library, and just like the provost, I haven't really been in buildings or anything like that. So I was just kind of jazzed about even physically having my vehicle on the property of the campus, right? The place I've been coming every day for forever. So then I realized, the road is now open, right? Because it's been blocked for construction for, a few years or whatnot. So I got pretty jazzed. So I'm driving down. I'm like, I'm going this way because I can, right? And then I realized, well, I think I want to take some pictures of the engineering building. So there aren't many cars on campus. I'm like, cool, I'll just reverse. So I reverse, I get some pictures, I go forward. Then I think, oh no, there's another picture I want to get. Then I reverse again. And then I realize, you've done this 3 or 4 times now. This is getting a little awkward, just forward and reverse on the road. But the building is so pretty that I just kept seeing something and thinking, I want to get back and get a photo of that. So that was me a couple of weeks ago. I too am anxious to get inside the facility. I can see in that big glass window that faces the parking lot, I can see so many cool lounge spaces that I can imagine students between classes taking a quick break, sitting down, looking at the view. I can imagine myself if I have a meeting in the ELB, just using that opportunity to sit there. So super excited to see. I think there's going to be also some programming spaces there that we might be able to utilize for some of our engineering student organizations, and I think it's going to be wonderful.
And it fits the campus too. It's a brand new building and it's very big, but it just sort of socks right in, and it's a great enhancement. Oh, look, we're on the crawl, Amy. Look at that.
Oh, cool.
Made the
I can't say I've ever been on a crawl before.
I've never been on a crawl
no,
before. This is
a big day.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like the real life live news broadcaster.
Exactly.
In the world.
I'm live from my home office this afternoon. Time is lost.
Oh, yeah. And we get to be live, so people get to hear this exactly as it is.
That's right.
So then let's move on to a little bit of advice then for the people who are leaving college at this second end of the pandemic. We had already a first wave. So any advice for the people who maybe ended college last semesters and the people graduating this spring, this winter, I guess? What advice do you guys have for us?
What do you think, Amy?
So for me, this isn't necessarily what people want to hear, but the fact is that you made it through a year and a half of pandemic while going to school. You have some skills that other people, lazy us, just went to class and went home, right? We didn't have to deal with all this. You have some skills that other folks don't have around adaptability, perseverance. I would say, while I understand nobody wanted this for their senior year, while I completely empathize with the fact that on many levels, this has been really, really difficult, one of the silver linings for you as a graduate is you just have a set of skills that maybe some other folks don't have as a result of this, and you can leverage those to your advantage. So, instead of just seeing this as a really stinky senior year or whatever sort of your perception is of it, try as best as you can to reframe that through your interview processes for new jobs or whether it in your application to graduate schools. I think there is something to be taken away from this that is very positive for all of our students at the end, even if this wasn't what we wanted.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I think Amy is exactly right. I mean, I think, life's going to throw tough times at you. It's just the way, that's what life does. But you've been through a really tough time and you've succeeded. You've made it. You've done it. And you should take great pride in that. I really hope everyone does. And I think you've been tested and you've won out, and that's that if things are tough ever in the future, you can remember that you've been there and you survived it, and things do get better. So I but it has stunk, frankly. It really has.
Oh,
It
yeah.
has stunk. So.
Oh, well, that's very helpful. Thank you guys so much. For the viewers listening, I'm sure that will be helpful to them hearing at home.
I hope so.
One last question as we're wrapping up on time. I'm like, first of all, thank you guys for actually making the time.
Oh,
to join us.
hey, I was on the crawl. Thank you.
I would have signed up sooner if I'd known.
Yeah, hopefully this is a tradition that can continue throughout the school despite whatever the plan is for the fall.
Yeah.
But let's leave this on a good note. What is something you'd like people to remember as they leave this pandemic or this streamathon, but just something that has really caught your attention and maybe a lesson you've learned in your life that you'd like people to know?
Oh.
Man, you really got us with a big one at the end.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Couldn't have been like, do anything fun the rest of the day? Or like,
gotta end it big.
Golly, I'm I hope people realize that the administration, the senior leadership team, that we're working for you all the time. We really are. We're thinking about the campus, the students, staff, faculty, all the time. And I was listening to Ashley earlier, and she said we learn and improve through criticism, and she's absolutely right. So folks out there on the Streamathon, let us know what you're thinking and what we can do better for you. And I want to Amy, say something nice about the WMN. I'm taking up all the time, and I see that we're at time. So, but I think the Wolverine Media Network is a fabulous enterprise, and I know Amy was very instrumental in it.
So what I would say is just to kind of echo what the provost said. We care, right? And through every decision that we've made or program that we've offered or service we've tried to implement, it was really led by care for our students, but also for our faculty and staff. And even though it doesn't always feel that way, I know that, I get that. Everything we're doing is to protect health and safety, first and foremost, right? Help students succeed. But I want everyone to know that everything we do is because we care about our community. Wolverine Media Networks, this has been, in my mind, something a long time coming. Media has changed. There were these very sort of discrete media operations 25 years ago, right? When everybody picked up a print newspaper and when everybody turned the dial on their radio, and those were totally separate things, right? As times change, universities have to be flexible and ready to move and morph and do whatever they need to do to help give their students a world-class experience, right? And what we're doing right here with Wolverine Media Network is doing just that. We are making sure that our students are going out in the real world with the types of experiences that best align to what they're going to see after they leave us. This is really what it's all about. And Ricky, I just want to give a shout out to you, my friend, because you, for the past year, Tyler keeps me regularly updated on how much work you do. Obviously, you and I worked together on the COVID Chronicles, and you were instrumental in getting that off the ground. But cheers to you and to the rest of your entire team for all that you've done.
Oh, thank you, Amy. Thank you so much. And all the great words both of you have said, both about the Wolverine Media Network and the school as a whole. And then on behalf of the fellow MCs here and everyone watching and the staff that are involved, we say thank you for everything you've done for the school and continue to do.
Thank you.
Thank you for making the time for us.
Oh, it's been an honor. Thank you.
You got it.
All right.
Good luck today. Hope it's wonderful.
Keep having fun.
It's good to have you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye, guys. And with that, we move on to the next part of our show. It is a radio show from Roger, an alumni from the radio station WUMD College Radio. So he will be joining us in just 1 second. I don't know if Adam wants to say anything. Adam has joined us here too. Any thoughts before we transition? No?
Well, Anyways, no really thoughts. I just wanted to make the announcement that Roger's show will be showing in just a moment. We have gone over a little bit on the administration or administrators little talk, so we'll just have to go back. But we should be back on schedule at 3:00 at the end of Roger's show. So let's go on to Roger, and we'll get going. Hey, Roger.
Hey, Adam, how you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
Doing good. That was quite a follow-up there by Dr. Amy Finley and Provost Sue. And first and foremost, I want, again, my eternal gratitude to Amy she was one of the people that nominated me for one of the first U of M Difference Maker Awards way back in 2011. So I'm always grateful for her and the work that she allowed me to do with the staff at the time when it was WMD, when things were kind of changing, and part of that change and changing the website and all that stuff. So I'm always grateful for her and what she's done for personally my career and just for WMD. So tip of the cap to her.
Well, I'm sure I think she's actually listening right now. So, so you just said it directly to her, I guess. But do you need anything from us before your show?
No, I think we're good to go. It's one of those things where we usually play music, but Dave and I were just kind of curious, like we're just wondering how we do it. I'm like, we've always been able to adjust on the fly. So prepare for a good show, guys.
All right, we will. We'll do.
All right, so thanks for. Oh, yeah, your mic's gone. You're good.
No, I'm trying to.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right,
I'm sure that our audience can hear it as well. So, hi, I'm Roger Castillo. Well, Rogelio Castillo alongside me is Dave Gimple, and we used to host a show for about 2 years when I first transferred from UM-Dearborn in September of 2009. And I originally was. I was actually in radio. I was originally a graduate from Specs Howard, and I wanted to get my bachelor's degree. And so went to Schoolcraft, did a few things. And then I went over to a little place in the UC where they were doing radio, and somebody was like, hey, you should do a show. And so I signed up to do a show, and the program director at the time asked me if I was interested in anything else. I said, well, do you have a prod position? And so I started doing prod, and then out of nowhere, they needed a PD. So they asked me if I wanted to do PD. I said, sure. And kind of evolved into being a GM for a few years and led to I'm pretty proud to say a successful line of people, Shannon, Kristen, Paul. There's a bunch of people that came from the same, I don't want to say bloodline, but and Ricky's doing a fantastic job with the Wolverine Media Network. So just want to get that out of the way, because as Amy just now, it's kind of the evolution and getting students prepared, and that's what for me. So there were my day job. I work for a credit union, but at night I host a podcast now for about 4 years, and I run a website that does podcasts now for 10 years now. So it features a couple of U of M alumni. So, but let's get to the left side of the dial. It's a independent music channel, or excuse me, radio show, and Dave and I would host theme lists. And Dave, we've had a lot of themes in our lifetime, and we actually argue quite a bit about some of the music tastes.
Yes, that was part of the charm of the show, honestly.
Yeah, that was one of those things where, especially when it came to, when I remember making a comment about one of the first things was, we have to listen to space rock. So you want to describe people? I called it space rock, but you want to call it, since music has changed. The last time we did a show was 2011. So this has been, it's been a decade since we did a show, and music has changed dramatically since, but in some ways it has, some ways it hasn't. But let's talk about that first initial playlist we did. We were very formal at first, and then we just kind of, you mentioned earlier, we went off the rails.
Yeah, it happened every show. We always had a blueprint, and then I don't know, something happened midway through, and we just, I don't know, for some reason if you start playing Depeche Mode, then you know that like it's gonna be a good time.
Yeah, and so for a lot of people out there, one of the
can't get enough.
They just can't know this.
Escape me for a second.
Oh, that song that we played, yeah, and it's one of those things where too, when we think about like just kind of like you almost think about almost now when you think about like when you leave the room, you forget where you sometimes like, why did I walk in a room? But you don't forget some of the times we had.
Yeah. No, don't. I thought the key for us was I grew up in Cincinnati, and we had a great independent radio station that would play music that you didn't always hear on the radio, and that's kind of something that's lacking even more so today. I mean, because now you get like even like I guess 89X was the closest thing that was what we were doing, and they're a country station now. So I mean, for like rising independent indie bands or even like independent electronic music, whatever, any kind of independent music has really no radio outlet.
You're right, and you bring up a good point. What has changed in 10 years since we've last done the radio station? Well, a lot has changed. I mean,
Lots of rock and country.
Yeah, lots of rock and country. ANX, you're right. The fundamentals of what we were listening to.
Top 42.
Top 40, yeah. The fundamentals we were listening to, ANX is now a country station. And you're right. That blows my mind. Even something along the lines of now that when 98.7 AMP radio is now an alternative rock station. I mean, I have to ask the student base out there, how many people, I guarantee you, if I ask the students right now who are listening or might be participating in this later, how often do they listen to the radio station right now? Oh, there's my dog. Yeah. So, who's the, but I mean, honestly, there's a great question among that. It was one of the questions I had on here. How many people listen to regular radio right now? Or do you listen to a podcast when you get in the car? And so we're thinking about that. What's changed in 10 years? And then, yeah, there's been numerous radio station flips, but the habits of people of getting into listening to music, I think, have changed dramatically. I mean, this is Dave and I talked about this before. One of the first shows we talked about was burning songs off Napster and LimeWire. I guarantee you, if I say it to a student right now, they'll look at me like, "What are you talking about?
Yeah, what is LimeWire?
What is LimeWire?"
And you used to get your music like infected, but computers would be infected by music. Now you just stream it.
Yeah, and burning CDs. I mean, how often does anybody burn CDs these days? And there's this great physical medium now that's coming back called tapes, I guess, but. Are tapes really vinyls? I saw the sales of vinyl now are the highest it's ever been.
Right.
So it seems like to me, how many people out there, like in terms of their vinyl collection, how many people are creating a good vinyl collection or tape collection? Tapes were horrible quality then, and they're quality now.
Terrible. I mean, it's the worst medium ever.
I don't understand.
I have plenty of records.
Yeah, when we were creating these playlists, I remember one of the things we would talk about was like making sure the songs weren't corrupted when we burned them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you had, and I remember the iPad you had. The iPad was no joke. It was about the size of this iPod. Yeah, your iPod was about the size of this case. It was that big. It was one of the bigger ones that seemed to be the case. It was that big. We used it.
Yeah.
So and one of the things that was talked about before so there is a Discord channel that has for alumni or for some of the UM-D, and I shared my board and what it looked like. And so the board is still the same at WMD Studio. So that big, massive board is still in there. And we were in the process of having Lyceum move in at that time. So and then all those old CDs that had reviews. One of the biggest things that they got from when I was there was that all the CDs, that this big giant room full of CDs had remember all those reviews around there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this is around the time that College Radio Day started, which started in December of 2010. So it started a year before I graduated. And it stopped happening around 2015. And actually, I don't know if the last one that did it was the last keynote speaker they had for College Radio Day was Stuart Copeland and Josh Shepard from Coheed and Cambria.
Wow.
So quite a lineup there. But so yeah, I mean, even Obama participated, wrote like a letter of support for the event in 2013. So it's fascinating to see our kind of, like I said, the college radio evolved to what it is now. And I mean, I know that's still around to a certain degree, but it was a big deal then, and college radio's influence. And so let's talk about some of the music. So let's get back into the music a little bit, Dave. So what is where, does college radio still have a place for all the stuff that it should have a place?
I don't know where, to be honest with you, I don't know whether there's a good one around here. If anybody's listening, please let me know. But I just go on. Still go to KEXP. Still has a great place for independent music scene. Yeah, really, it's hard to find outlets for that sort of stuff. You just got to do your own research. Like I look up online, like a lot of music blogs, and that's how I find my music.
So let's talk about the music of 2010. What was some of the biggest songs? Then I mean, I'm talking here.
For me, it's different than probably most people.
Yeah, but go ahead and lay it down. Some of the big songs. Then.
I mean, mine. You and I both really appreciated the second record from War Paint.
Yes,
that's classic.
And War Paint's one of those bands. Are they still? They're
still active.
Yeah, they're still very active.
What band's active right now is a looking how you look at things. Hopefully they should be recording. I imagine they just put out a new single, the Gang of Four tribute record.
Yeah, the lead singer passed away, correct?
The guitarist.
The guitarist passed away. Yeah. Yeah, War Paint at the time was a band that we're really getting into, and this is a actress Shannon.
10 years ago today, we saw Magic Stick.
Really?
I did. I don't know if you were there or not.
Yeah, so I was there for that show.
Okay. It was today.
It was
Time Hop reminded me.
Yeah, there's Teresa Wayman on guitar, Amy Coquel, and then who she used to be on drums, Shannon, the actress. I forget her name.
Actress.
Yeah, Ann Arbor has a big college radio station.
Do they?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's good to know. Thank you, Adam. Yeah. So there you go.
What's the numbers for that?
Yeah, I'm sure you can Google it right now. I'm sure. Yeah, but no, there's in terms of where I get I rely heavily on Spotify, but I'm just kind of curious out there if the audience is listening. What do you rely on to get new music from? Because that is, to me, that's a big thing. For me, it's Spotify. There is numerous, sometimes Pitchfork, but sometimes I think Pitchfork
can be not a Pitchfork for you and ages.
It feels like a little pretentious sometimes.
Yes, it does.
You like Stereogum's another one, good one too.
Stereogum's really good.
So yeah, Waterpaint was another big band that we were really into at the time that we really got into. Another band we had a couple, as I recall too, we had 4 or 5 bands in studio.
Yeah, good friends.
Local band.
The Phantom Shakers came in.
The Phantom Shakers, yeah.
Set.
Yeah, Phantom Shakers played the WMD College Radio Party in 2010. Mm-hmm. That was like if you're familiar with Rockabilly, they played Rockabilly. There was also Jessica Hernandez in Adultas. Jessica Hernandez before she became.
Yeah.
She was on a Tonight Show. So we had a Tonight Show act on our little radio station there. So yeah, that was awesome. And another band we're really listening to at the time since 2010. So I know we did a lot of old school stuff, and I know you're trying to avoid that a little bit, but the Walkman was really heavy on our list.
Yeah. I mean, they had a great record that came out that year.
There was that, we played that record a lot, and there was another one too in the same, I'm trying to think of, there's a band that I remember I had the list down here too. There was in addition to War Paint, we had the Walkman and the Ravenettes.
Oh yeah.
Now the Ravenettes were a band that, Dave, you talk about the Ravenettes at length a little bit. I mean, they seem like they haven't played
they're recording an album actually right now.
Really? Nice.
It's been a long time. Yeah.
We saw them open up for Depeche Mode. Remember that? That was 07, 08. Now we're aging ourselves.
Oh my gosh, I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna be 40 this year. And crossing that bridge. And being one thing about when I was at WMD was nice was even as an older student, it was a really cool transition to see that happening with some of the younger students. There's a lot of cool younger students that I learned a lot from, and they put me hip to the music, if you will. So
I remember I worked Live Nation for the time. I don't remember what year it was, but Bush, 16 Stone, they came to play it at the Fillmore. I was like, I remember mowing my lawn to this when I was like 15, and I remember the person working was like, I never heard this before in my life, and I was like, well, how old are you? Or they never heard it before in their lives, which I find hilarious. So I mean, I don't know.
Before we get to 2010 or 2011, we look at a band at the time. Foster the People was a band that people were into at the time. The Pumped Up Kick song.
Maybe you were.
No, I said, did you notice the key word there? See, okay, one of the things about our show, we were rather pretentious about the music we listened to, admittedly.
Yes, yeah, for sure. I'm a music snob.
Yeah,
That's what I graduated with. That's my degree.
You and I both.
Music snob.
You were very snobby about the music, but the band that was popular. I mean, this is Foster the People. It was a popular band, but then you think about bands like Vampire Weekend.
Yeah.
But then like the National, that was kind of like where it was.
Right.
You and I like the National.
Sure.
But when we mentioned somebody else, people it was like that puzzled look on their face.
Not now. They headline tools now.
Yeah, but not back then.
Right.
Yeah, back then. I mean, it's strange to think. Even you see bands like STP that came out with something. Arcade Fire, We're Ready to Start was 2010.
That was that they won the album of the year. Yeah, they did for
the year. Yeah. But then again, like I said, it was one of those things where we were seeing a kind of a change in music, a change in the guard a little bit.
But the funny thing about that is, I remember when they won, there was like this camp. There's this thing where people say, "Who the heck is Arcade Fire?"
Yeah, no one knew it was a band like that, and a lot of the bands we made. So from an old school standpoint, if you're familiar with the Replacements, the Police, Elvis Costello, the Hotels, there was Missing Persons. Sometimes we end up playing Missing Persons quite a bit. Some of those old school bands that I grew up listening to, even like I said, Dave mentioned earlier, Depeche Mode, but even thinking about in terms of the other themes we had too. What was another theme we were playing with?
Oh, we did like I remember doing the St. Patrick's Day one, Valentine's Day, trying to find like love songs that were cool. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, we had the Valentine's Day stuff was kind of funny because remember I thought we were trying to find the most obscure ones too.
Yes. Yeah.
But another band that was popular at the time that we didn't really care for was Mumford and Sons, which I never really. Yeah, and again, we're not going to be bashing all the music or anything. It was like 30 Seconds to Mars, another band that was popular. But
we had a good thing. We do a lot of covers too. That was one of our necks, was trying to find cover songs. I still do that. I still love that.
Yeah, there's a lot of good covers out there. Apparently, my dog decided that now is the time after sitting quietly for 2 hours, wants to act up now.
Yeah.
She needs to go out. You want to let her outside, please? So yeah, Mumford and Sons was the big band. Muse, Cage the Elephant. I think I want to say Neon Trees, Muse. Those were the big bands at the time we were listening to. So, but again, what has changed? What has changed in alternative music now, comparatively speaking? And it's almost like that. There's this question going around: is rock and roll dead? Is that kind of music is not popular anymore? And so, as we get older, we try to figure out what music trends are out there, and it's so difficult to see. I mean, like the Foo Fighters just came out with a new album, which sounds different than, if you're a fan of Foo Fighters, it sounds different than what they're mostly accustomed to. And so Dave and I explore those kind of things. And in 2010, the biggest takeaway we had for us was even a band like Silver Sun Pickups. Dave, remember when Silver Sun Pickups used to be, they were completely different now than they were then. It's just the transition of how those music evolved it just seemed like when we were in the beginning of the decade to now seems a lot different, but in a good way. I mean, I think that there's more and more streaming has changed the way things up. And this is when the physical medium's gone away. And I'm not sure how many people out there still have CDs, or I know like we mentioned earlier, vinyl, but how important is having a physical copy is to you? And it's something that, for example, I know somebody that's a former student who just graduated, who doesn't have any CDs, and he's talked about that. He just said, CDs skip, burn. I have my iTunes list. It grows all the time. And so, Dave, in terms of a physical medium, I was just talking about this.
Yeah.
How important of a physical medium is to you to have physical, like an album or CD in your hand?
I mean, as I'm in transition mode with my life, I'm only collecting the things that I know I'm going to love years from now, because space is an issue. I used to just buy whatever. I used to collect it, whatever. I have tons of records. I don't know, a couple thousand CDs. Forget about it. Couple. It's insane. I have too many. So yeah, I mean, when you move as much as I do, moving that stuff is not fun. But I do enjoy having the physical media because, like, some records sound better presented that way.
Yeah, and even let's just talk about those.
MP3s suck.
Well,
It's true.
I mean,
There's a great meme of Mona Lisa picture. I'll have to look it up real quick, and like how it looks more clear with the vinyl, and then it's real digital and looks messy as an MP3. Sorry.
No,
I'll find it real quick. 1 second.
Yeah, that's. When we talk about 2010, I mentioned a band like Silver Sun Pickups, which was kind of a band in transition a little bit now. But then if I play a Paramore song now than back then, it just sounds like a different. I think it's a different line.
She put out a great solo record, actually.
Yeah, that was the kind of thing that.
Oh, here it is.
Oh. Yeah, for anybody who wants to look that meme up, it's pretty good. But there's even the Kings of Leon was another big band then, and
man, they've changed so much.
And so that was kind of 2010. But then there's another thing that I've noticed since it has come out a lot of is now bands are touring, doing their 25th anniversary of an album release, and there's a lot of 25th anniversaries coming out this year that, due to COVID, there's not gonna be a lot of touring, obviously, because of this year and in the last couple of years. But Dave, let's talk about albums that came out 25 years ago. And I wanted this to take up a lot of our time. There's a lot of stuff that for example, yesterday, Stone Temple Pilots' Tiny Music from the Vatican Cup came out yesterday, 25 years ago.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, Dave, it's an album that's vastly underrated.
It's underrated for sure for them.
Oh, I mean, is that a favorite album of yours for STP?
No, I still go with Purple.
Really?
Yeah. 4.
Really? Number 4 over.
I love number 4.
Wow. Why is that? I mean, what makes it stand out more?
It's just songs are great. I enjoy that album a lot. Because I worked in a music store back then too, and I just play the crap out of it.
The class of 1996. It's kind of a. Okay, the reason why I thought that Tiny Music is better than number 4 is because I think number 4 was it. I mean, it was a continuing evolution from Tiny Music, but I know somebody, or I did when I DJ'd weddings. Ironically enough, when I was at WMD, somebody got married to the song Atlanta.
That's number 4.
Yeah, I know, that's weird.
Huh.
You never think in a million years a song off number 4 will get somebody to get married to.
Right.
So, but yeah, let's go to that. There's 53 albums that came out.
Woo!
They're 25 years old that came out this year.
All right.
So we'll start with.
I know the band Brainiac came out with a record 25 years ago. It's probably not on that list. Which there's a great documentary on that band. I highly recommend it.
Really?
Yeah.
We can start.
The lead singer died in a car accident.
Oh.
They were just gonna be breaking. They were gonna go on tour with Beck, and they were gonna break. Good stuff.
So I mean, Time Music has Big Bang Baby, Lady Picture Show, Tripping on a Hole, and a Paper Heart. One of my favorite songs, and So I Know. Ride the Cliche is another really good one too. That's off their 3rd album. And it really kind of put them away to where they weren't sounding like a quote unquote Seattle band.
Sure.
So, but
Did you see up there Evil Empire?
Yeah, Evil Empire. Yeah, Evil Empire. So Rage Against the Machine, which we were supposed to tour last year.
Yeah.
I was supposed to go to that show. I know you were supposed to go too.
Oh yeah.
But you have Don Rodeo, Bulls on Parade, People of the Sun. That's a
great album.
That's a really good album, and
I think I might like it better than their debut.
I that's a good debate because I think this one is deeper. It's got more depth than the first one.
Yeah.
The reason why I think that too is because, I mean, when you think of that first one, there's track for track's really good. And I remember when I saw them, or I saw the Chuck D the crossover band that they had.
Oh, you saw
Prophets of Rage.
Oh, yeah, Prophets of Rage. Yeah.
So Prophets of Rage, and
Yeah, you went to that.
that was a really good show. That's a really good show.
Well, I saw Rage Against the Machine.
If it wasn't for COVID, I would have saw them too. But
Yeah, well,
yeah, COVID
I saw
sucks.
the Woodstock, which my parents probably should have never let me go to, but
You went to Woodstock?
yes, you know this.
The 94 one or the 90?
No, the 99 one where everything burned down.
I forgot about that. Yeah. Woodstock.
That day was ridiculous.
I forgot about Woodstock.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine.
I'm sorry I'm boring you.
No, it's not you. Sorry. It's been a long week. No, but I forgot about Woodstock. That's another like, you know how old you reference? So no, I think Evil Empire is a much more deeper album than their self-titled album. So that's 25 years old. Then when it came out, Tool and
which one?
Anima.
Oh, jeez.
So that's 46 and 2. You're talking about which is this is the first album that got him a Grammy, by the way. This was one of the first CDs I purchased with my own money back in high school.
I saw them on that tour. Maynard came out of a blue egg, wearing white boxers, and he was painted in blue. And they were an hour and a half late too. But
hour and a half late? I'm not surprised.
they played a small venue in Cincinnati called the Garage.
Who you saw
Well,
them at?
not small, probably more like the size like the Majestic.
It's a good size.
Yeah.
So Instinct came off that album too as well. So
yeah.
that's
Albums.
an album. A good call there. And the next one up that I wanted to talk to you about was Soundgarden Down on the Upside, which is I think a more positive album than their other stuff. But I mean, there's Burden in My Hand. Burden in My Hand's not exactly the most happy-go-lucky song, but that's a really, really. And people talk. I mean, that last album.
No, it wasn't.
Well, for 16 years.
Oh, okay. Well, like when they toured when we saw them.
Yeah, until they toured. Yeah, until the night that somebody said that something was off. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, there is one of the things about Down the Upside I really like about too is that. Oh, excuse me. It does break out from the normal kind of norms for them in that band anyway. So that's a good one. That's a good revisit to the past. Kiss Unplugged.
What?
Kiss Unplugged come out. Yeah, who cares?
Pass.
Yeah. Pass. Yeah, this is where we got snobby. Here we go. Def Leppard's Sing came out 25 years ago. You just say you.
Yeah, come on. Seriously. No Code.
Yeah, No Code, Dave. No Code.
I enjoyed that album.
I did. A lot of people didn't like this album.
A lot of people strayed away from Pearl Jam at that time.
Yeah. That's a really good album. I think it's very again, I'm going to use this word quite a bit during the podcast or during the live stream rather. Underrated, and it is vastly underrated. The next one that Beck Odelay. Odelay is a classic. It is a classic, Dave.
Yes. We played
a lot of bit of Odelay, didn't we?
I think so, yeah.
Devil's Haircut.
I remember this cool remix of Where It's At that we played.
Sorry to believe that Beck was a Scientologist. You know that? He's not a Scientologist anymore.
No, not anymore.
Oh, yeah. But New Pollution is one of my favorite Beck songs of all time. And this was, I mean, in terms of even like the dog jump, until I didn't know that was an actual dog.
Yeah, real dog.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a dog like that. So my wife told me that was an actual dog because I didn't know what that was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had no idea. I would look at that album all the time.
A sheepdog?
Yeah, some sort of sheepdog.
I saw that tour. I'm old.
Yeah. And this is one that was kind of known for weird notoriety. This is Alice in Chains' Unplugged album, and this is.
I know MTV is bringing back that Unplugged thing.
Good. It's long overdue, at least in my opinion. There is a Lance Staley who was one of the lead singers of Alice in Chains, because this is a band too that some of the most parts. I mean, Jerry Cantrell does not get, to me at least, enough credit as not only a good guitarist but good lyricist as well. And this was their first performance in 2 years, and you could tell that Lance was still strung out and he's still going through, unfortunately, things to do with drugs. And so this is a very good Unplugged album.
It is very good. It rivals a Nirvana one for sure.
What's your top 3 Unplugged albums?
Jeez. I mean,
To put you on the spot,
there's
Dave.
not very many.
True.
I know Tori Amos did the Unplugged thing, but never officially released it. I do have that bootleg. I mean, Nirvana is definitely number 1. It's iconic. Pearl Jam was pretty good too. Yeah. And then probably Alice in Chains.
All right. I would go with Nirvana, Alice in Chains, and the Bob Dylan Unplugged is actually pretty good too. Yeah, that's a really good one.
Neil Young's a good one too. I just seen REM's New Adventures in Hi-Fi. I really enjoyed that album.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, is that their kind of there were experimentation albums? You know what's funny about this period of time is we had a lot of old REM at WMD, and that's when I started getting the really older REM. I'm talking like Radio Free Europe. No, outside Radio Free Europe. I'm talking like they'll go down to
Well, for me, that's
Rock-
why I like that era of REM. I like that one and the Monster album. I enjoy their little more their 90s material more than their 80s.
I'm more of a fan of the 80s material. I like all REM, but I like their older stuff because it seems like more Pre-Persuasion. They'll go back to Rockville. There's Harbor Coat. Some of their 80s stuff sounds really cool, and some nice stuff. I like the fact that they did some experimentation, but
I heard rumors or the truth about Michael Stipe. He doesn't like to bathe. Apparently,
he doesn't like to bathe?
He doesn't like to bathe. No, apparently he's very stinky.
Really?
Yes, Conan was talking about Michael Stipe and saying how he had to like.
Who said this?
Conan.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, don't quote me on that, but I'm almost positive it was Conan O'Brien talking about how Michael Stipe couldn't bathe. Or did not bathe. He chose it to be stinky.
Why?
I don't know. I guess it's really foul too.
Oh man, what's the frequency? What's the smell, Kenneth? Jeez. If anybody out there gets that obscure REM reference, awesome. All right. So here's Weezer's Pinkerton, and I'm sorry. You know what?
Oh, don't trash that one.
I'm not gonna. You know what? I don't.
I love it.
And the band took a break after a while because trying to be experimental, and I don't really like the fact that Rivers Cuomo then decided to make up for it and goes, "Hey, you know what? We're going to give you a bunch of covers, and that's all we're doing. We're playing the hits, and that's it."
Well, they're not very good anymore.
No,
People might disagree with that, but I don't know.
Expressive. I mean, I don't know. Dave Matthews Crash. Moving on. Marilyn Manson's Antichrist Superstar. Moving on. What?
Not for me.
You like that album?
No.
No, I mean, yes, I'm saying like let's move on. This is okay. This is for some of the metalheads out there. I know my brother, and a few other people I know would want me to comment on this. The Pantera's The Great Southern Trendkill. Moving on.
I mean, I'm different on Pantera, but I do love Porno Papyrus.
Yes, you and I. Okay, a lot of people I know, a lot of my friends, a few of our mutual friends do not like Porno Papyrus, and I don't get it. Tahitian Moon is a great song, which is on this album.
Yeah.
Everybody hates the song, and I don't get it. It's a good song.
Are you talking about the Able Band?
Well, no, I know a lot of people don't like Tahitian Moon.
Wow.
Yeah. No one. There's a lot of people I know. Like I actually, it's funny. I played this. So I played Tahitian Moon. It was a show that you weren't on, and I had somebody who called in the radio station and was like, "What is that? That song sucks." Is that Peter Farrell? Like, yeah, it is. Peter Farrell. Sorry.
Yeah.
And we didn't get a lot of callers, but there's one person who was pretty adamant about how much they hated Tahitian Moon. And I played it when there was a time you weren't there, and they're like, that song sucks. And I was like, well, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? So Porno for Pyros, I would recommend that to anybody out there. check that song out or check that band out. So that also has another good song, Good God Urges. That's a good one too. And yeah, it's a little weird, but it's a very different change of pace from Jane's direction, or Jane's Addiction rather.
Yeah.
Next one, and this is a polarizing one because the older I get, the more I'm wondering like how good of an album this is. Okay, so Sublime.
I've always been a turn on them, but I mean,
Let's talk about this album. Okay, what do you like about this album? Why is it,
Wait, what do I like about it?
Yeah.
Guys, I don't think I've ever listened to it in its entirety.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think. Well, I mean, I'm sure I did, but just subconsciously, I can't remember. It's just got its place. I mean, it was, ska was a big thing, and that was kind of dying down, and they still kind of had that sound to them.
Yeah.
You could be punk. It could also be chilled out, getting high kind of music.
Yeah, like that kind of
Yeah.
laid back rap. There's also a rap element to it too, because the way he was.
Chicks seem to dig Sublime, so
I never understood the build behind this band. Like I understand. Like what I got was one of the overplayed songs of all time.
That's fine. It doesn't phase me one bit.
All right,
it might be something we might agree on.
Yeah, this is where this is a band that I got into later in life. Wilco. What do you think about Wilco? Love him. Yeah. California Stars is a good one, but this is off their second album, Being There, and this is a really good album. If you're into chill, lay back,
country
rock music, I would highly recommend Wilco. Being There. It's a very good album.
Weird thing that you can say. Country influences in there.
Yeah, country rock.
Keep it clean.
I'm trying to. I didn't mean it that way. It's country. I've seen it before to describe it that way. Country rock. Yeah, I had this. Yeah. So country rock, and another one that's kind of like Bob Dylan. Well, this is his son, Jacob Dylan. Is the Wallflowers bringing down the house?
Yeah.
The horse, rather, bringing out the horse. And this is there's one headlight the difference. This is one and done. They had one more release after that, and I think they were pretty much done after that.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that.
It was in that documentary I just saw that was featuring Fiona Apple, and there was somebody else that was in there. Beck.
Oh.
They had a documentary that featured them about the California sound.
Okay.
So they were in there.
I'll check that out.
And then, of course, Korn, Life is Peachy.
Oh.
That came out, and Jonathan Davis, this is their second album, and this is a band too that like eventually it was one of those things where
5 years old now?
Yeah, that's 25 years old now.
Gosh, man.
We're getting old, Dave. We're getting old. So it's only a one and done show, my friend. We can't keep up with it anymore. But yeah, Life is Peachy.
If we could play music, it'd be a lot different.
Yeah, it would be a lot different, but still, even nevertheless, the reason why I brought this list up is because I knew for a fact it was right in our wheelhouse. Life is Peachy is Korn was one of those bands that I didn't get into until much later.
I was into them early on, and not so much anymore. They do have occasionally good singles. Great live band though. You'll be very entertained.
Yes, that's true. I did see them at Warped Tour, I think it was.
Dang, Warped Tour. Wow.
That was a long time ago.
Must have been.
One of my first shows, actually.
Okay.
All right. Weird Al. Look, I don't know how many people listen to Weird Al, but that's one
of the most popular.
Yeah, this is one of the most. Yeah, this is one that really got him to. This is the best selling album of his of all time. So, yeah, this is the number one selling album of all time.
Oh wow! I figured the one with that would have been number one.
Yeah, but this also had Amish Paradise, which is the yeah. This was that, and then it has also the President's of the United States. I think it's Peaches.
Wait.
Or no, it's Lump. It's Lump.
Wait, that one came out. That had to be older than 25 years.
No, that it's Lump. That him doing the parody of It's Lump. It's on that album.
Okay.
So It was funny, like this. They're talking about the band. You remember the band, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is the
I
one
don't remember
without.
that cover though.
That was the band. The band was out. This was without Robbie Robinson.
Okay.
So technically, it was majority of the band. The Butthole Surfers, Electric Larry, and this is. I mean, Pepper's one of those songs that I know a lot of people that like that song too. Do you like that song?
Yeah.
It's a good song.
Sure.
I don't mind the sun sometimes.
Definitely
It shows.
catapulted them to a different tax bracket.
Yeah, and that was their 7th album too at the time, so they already paid their dues, so to speak.
Yep.
Then Social Distortion's White Light, White Heat, White Trash, which is their 5th album, and this is I love that song. I Was Wrong. That was their big radio song.
Oh, yeah, that's a great song.
That's a great song, great album. So Wild Mood Swings by The Cure. So here's the thing, like
That's an underrated album by them.
very underrated. But what's funny about this came out my sophomore year in
I
high
don't
school.
like that album cover.
Me too. What's funny about this album is it came out my sophomore year in high school. Remember, there was a young lady in class, who like, oh yeah, you heard about the new band, The Cure?
The new band?
The new band. I'm like,
Not even back then they weren't new.
I was like, they're not new. They've been out for a while. No. You ever heard of The Cure? Like The Cure had been out since like at that point I knew they were like maybe late 80s. I wasn't sure exactly when at the time.
79.
79, yeah.
Correct.
And Robert Smith took a couple years to play with Susie and the Banshees. There's a YouTube performance, I wish I could show it, that has him playing guitar for Dear Prudence, because Susie and the Banshees do. So yeah, there's some music history. There's people out here that are probably going, what the
Yeah,
heck?
I know. They're like, what?
Yeah. This is a show us. No, I'm joking. Hopefully people found this entertaining. Cake, Fashion Nugget. Cake's a band that is very underrated. I think it's vastly underrated.
You think so?
I think so.
They're rated right where they're supposed to be.
What, which is just that one song, just the distance? Okay.
I mean, dude, they could sell out venues still. It's a beer drinking college kind of crowd.
So if they played at WMD or they played WUMD.
Did they?
No, I said if they did, if they played
okay.
on campus, I think I don't know how it would go. I would love to know that. That would be good. Now we're not talking about Dancing in the Light. We're gonna talk about White Zombie's super sexy swinging sounds though.
You mean the remix?
Yes.
You enjoyed that?
Not really, no.
You like the cover?
I do like the cover of I'm Your Boogeyman. That's a good cover.
No, I was talking about like the album cover stuff.
Oh, that wouldn't be very PC these days, my friend. But yeah, it's cool.
Ugh.
So the Verb Pipe villains. Why? Why the? Ugh.
I can't stand, dude.
Why don't you like the Verb Pipe? They're from Michigan. They're from Lansing.
Care.
They're from West Michigan. Tell me why.
Don't care where they're from. The song is boring.
You don't like the Freshmen?
Yeah, it's terrible.
Took a week's vacation
Stupid song.
to forgive a
Don't like
girl. No,
No. Pass.
Oh man,
you like that?
I like that. I like that album.
All right.
Photograph. Okay, photographs.
You're allowed to have your opinion.
Yeah.
Mine is no.
All right, fair enough. But
It's
photograph.
just boring to me.
The Verb. You ever heard the song Photograph?
Yes, I remember. Dude,
See
yes,
me still. That's a good song. I'm actually gonna play it as soon as we're done with this.
I'll be on the road.
Yeah, you'll be on the road. That's fine. Fair enough. Okay, now on to a really good one right here. Fiona Apple and Title. She. So what about this album? I'm sure you have a lot to say about this album.
I do. I mean, I have.
We talked about because you and I we've had this discussion about her and one of your favorite artists of all time, Tori Amos.
Yeah.
So where people try to put them in the
they're in the same bracket for sure. Probably her closest rival as far as like piano female musician. That album though, it's unique. She's got a very deep soulful voice. Songwriting's very smart.
Shadow Boxer.
Yeah, I
that song's very haunting. I like that.
I'm sure everybody's pretty familiar with. I don't know. Actually, I can't say that But if you enjoy any of those female singer-songwriters, I recommend checking that album out.
It's very good. It's a good deep. It's very track for track, very good album.
I've always had a soft spot for female singers. Still do. Don't know where it's come from, but
Oh, I mean, one of my favorite bands of all time is Luscious Jackson.
yeah, it is what it is. Females are overtaking the game,
and
they're still better. They're better than
They're better. They are. I mean, like, you know, another band too that we saw in concert not too long ago. One of the best concerts I've been to.
What was?
Slater Kenny.
Oh yeah.
It was a very good. That was the last show I was at before COVID.
Really?
Yeah.
Mine was scrolling the zippers.
There's a story about that we can't talk about on air that I still laugh about every time. It was a show that we originally talked about on air, but we can't talk about it now.
Oh,
about a friend of yours.
Oh yes.
Yeah. We talked about that then. We can't talk about it now. And then last one, I just saw them. It was actually another show, the second to last show I saw. Bush and Razor Blade Suitcase. Yeah. You know, Swallow was on that album, which I kind of forget, but this is actually, you know what? Everybody talks about 16 Stone, but this is actually an album that has some staying power to it.
Sure.
Oh, come on, Dave. You had more. No,
I mean, I was never really a huge Bush fan. I mean, I know a lot of my friends were. That's why I went to go to their concerts and stuff like that. Hang out with friends.
Yeah.
What? Oh wait, go back. What's the track listing on that one?
That has.
There's one track on there that is really.
That has Swallowed. I'm trying to think. I have you look that up on your end. Dead air. Sorry.
I'm sorry. My bad. My bad.
Yeah, have you looked that up there? It's kind of loading a little slow. I had my whole show prep list here done. Now it's loading. Okay, but
sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
I was gonna move on to another one that came out.
Yeah.
Nirvana's Nevermind.
No, not 25 years ago.
91. That's 20 years ago.
Okay.
All right. No, so for anybody listening out there, I want to know how many people that are listening to the stream right now are familiar with Nirvana's Nevermind, and if so, is it something iconic that you listen to? Because that was the first album I listened to that I loved every single track, and it was one of the first CDs that I was able to purchase and save up for. I usually looking that up. And yeah, Nirvana is that I can still listen to that album now and I still enjoy it.
That's one of those records that I like to have put on the side for a rainy day, and I throw it back on. I'm like, oh yeah, the good old days. It's just one of those that I love to put on every once in a while. And it just happened to heard that album.
No. Wait, no. Wait, what was that comment? Let's see here. Somebody say no.
No to what?
I think Nirvana.
No to Nirvana?
Yeah.
It's fine.
Oh man. You know what? We're definitely feeling our age. Okay. All right. Campus video.
It's kind of like people who don't like the Beatles.
All right. Campus video and the Wolverine Media Network. Give us that album that you listen to on a rainy day. What is your all-time favorite album? I gotta know.
Yeah.
Now I feel like I'm under attack here as like an older person. No, I'm just kidding about being under attack, but oh man, come on, you're killing me. And we only got a few minutes left, so we're only gonna go through a few more albums that came out 30 years ago. That okay, I say them. What's funny is not all of them I'm gonna say them because there's Rattle and Hum by YouTube. But, some of these bands I'm gonna say no one's gonna know exactly what it is. So, okay, Dave. So, outside of that, I'm trying to think of. Yeah, the Sugar Cubes came out 30 years ago too. By the way, Back in Black. Okay, all right. That's AC/DC. That's a good one. All right, I can dig that. All right, what else do we have? We have to have a couple other of them. So it's one of those things where I try not to be like I said, the more musical influences I have, the better. I try not to be a music snob about those kind of things, but I'm always interested in seeing what people consider classic albums now, compared to we did. Doo-Wop and the Hooligans. Okay. Bruno Mars. There we go. Okay. See, Bruno Mars. I love Bruno Mars. Doo-Wop and the Hooligans. I will freely admit, Dave, are you familiar with the Doo-Wop and the Hooligans? Are you familiar with Doo-Wop and the Hooligans? Doo-Wop.
Let me see the picture.
No, we had a comment.
Oh no. Yeah. Doo-Wop and the Hooligans?
Yeah.
Nope.
Doo-Wops. Sorry, Doo-Wops.
Doo-Wops.
Yeah. Doo-Wops.
I don't know where what?
Bruno Mars is a good one.
That's what it is. Oh, that album. Yeah.
Yeah, duh.
That's what I thought I was talking about. Bruno Mars.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Okay,
Yeah,
like,
not the
hold on
band
a
name,
second.
man.
Like,
Yeah,
wait,
sorry about
what am
that.
I
Yeah,
missing
come on.
here?
It's a good album. Yes.
No, that's good. Yeah. Holy moly.
For a second, I was confused. I'm like, yeah, that's the name of the album. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So, okay, that's a classic album. That's a classic album for Very Fresh. Okay, so at any rate, if we go back to 30 years ago, another album that comes out in 91. What stands out to you? Yeah, we got that. There's a little confusion on our end there for a second. So there's where I said that wrong to him immediately. I'm like, that's the name of the album, dumb. You know, I can't swear, but yes, Roger, come on, really. There is also what came out 30 Green Day's Kerplunk came 30 years ago, 1991. But again, that was and Use Your Illusion 1 and 2 by Guns N' Roses.
Oh, wow.
My computer's running really slow, which is why it was in that. Metallica's Black the self-titled album came out in 91. And Pearl Jam's 10. Anybody familiar with Pearl Jam's 10? Everyone's like, nope. Nope.
Maybe
nope.
some.
Okay. So the show's getting off the rails a little quickly, but I'm gonna reel it back in. There is a album that, to me, still stands out to me that I really like now. That's just only 10 years old, Dave. So we're not gonna go 30 years. We're gonna go. And so that way, some of this are listening, perhaps can listen a little bit better versus me saying something like Nirvana and give me a strange look. So there is, let's see here. There's Beastie Boys Hot Sauce Committee Part 2, which is, I think, one of their last albums. Correct?
Yeah. What year was that?
2010.
Oh, 20 was their last album.
Yeah. Evanescence.
Okay.
I couldn't say that with a straight face.
They put out a new one Friday.
Did they?
Yesterday.
They're still putting out new music?
Uh-huh.
Five Finger Death Punch, American Capitalist.
Ugh.
Foo Fighters Wasting Light came out.
Oh, I enjoy that one.
And to do Frank Turner's England Keep My Bones. Lou Reed and Metallica, which is a crossover that no one asked for and we got.
Yeah.
Mastodon the Hunter. So for any heavy metal fans out there,
I like that one.
It's a really good one.
10 years ago?
That was 10 years ago. Yeah, that was another one. I'm trying to think of another one that's.
I know the Black Angels Phosphine Dream came out. I love
There
that
you
album.
go. Yeah. Didn't John Spencer come out with something about around then?
The Blues Explosion? I think so.
Yeah.
That kind of goofy record out in New York City.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. So I thank for everybody who was like understanding the old guys were on the mic, but we just wanted to. No, look.
It's so
I just
weird to even say now.
I know,
Like,
but look,
what?
I just.
When did that happen?
What?
That we became the old guys.
I don't know, Dave.
Sucks.
No, it doesn't suck. Look, WMD was a special place to me because it did a lot to allow me to tell a story about WMD. At the time, my mother passed away in September of 2008. And I was just finishing up my credits. I just got back from doing radio in Grand Rapids. And I moved back closer to be closer to my family. My father at the time needed some help. And so I went to go live with him. And I wanted to, my mom wanted me to finish college. Not to say anything wrong with Specs Howard, but she wanted me to get a bachelor's degree. That was important. And I finished up at Schoolcraft in the following year, fall of 2009. is when I went to WMD Michigan-Dearborn. I was accepted, and when I started doing my show with Dave, it just really kind of brought me out of my shell again. It was fun. Just having stories, talking about my radio days, and just having the camaraderie of people, friends. And I'm sure everybody who's listening now to talk about experiences even before COVID, where you're hanging out at the UC until 11 o'clock at night. You look up at the clock and realize it's 11 or midnight sometimes when the campus security comes up and, hey, you gotta go, it's gotta go. Those kind of experiences of people, the friendships I made, networking opportunities it provided, it was the best. It was the best. Yeah, and I met a lot of people there who have really been positive influences in my life. So doing this for an hour, rambling about an hour without music, which was, again, very difficult to do, but it was my way to give back. And I know that in some way or forms, I give him back on a Slack channel, and I'm always here to support these student initiatives because it's important. I think that this allows students to be creative and explore all these things into potentially might be careers. And so media is changing, podcasts are changing, the way you're listening to stuff. So anyway, I just wanted to thank everybody for, if you tuned in the whole time, appreciate it. And again, I think it's very important that if you are not a student, participate in these groups. Wolverine Media Network has all these opportunities for you to learn how to write and do all these things. Write, edit, all these podcast opportunities, on-air opportunities. This is a way to work on your craft. So do that. Ricky and these guys, Adam, they do fantastic work. So without further ado, thanks again, everybody. Have a good rest of the day. Thanks again for checking us out on the Streamathon. And go Blue against Florida State tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Raj. That was an excellent show, and I'm glad to be able to participate in that.
We're not having.
Thank you again, Ricky. Ricky, that was a lot of fun. Honestly, man, I really liked it. And again, I felt at times when I was seeing some of these references, I know I appreciated some of the comments back and forth, but
yeah,
it was a lot of fun. And again, you guys are doing a fantastic job with everything, and this is a very good opportunity. Any student that should get involved with this, because this really helps you bust out of your shell. It really does.
It does. And just doing this here, we're looking to see all the technical skills that we've applied here, that we've learned from the radio station, from being involved in Campus Video Network and all the organizations that we're representing here. So it's an excellent thing, and I'm taking all the skills with me into the job field and into my career and everything. So I love it, everything about it.
Yeah, I mean, I do spots, I do radio, I still do spots for my current day job right now, and of course for the podcast stuff. And so, I mean, you understand this sure is a good mic brand, and so
yeah, and I don't think we have. We do actually have Shure. This is our Shure SM7B.
I got the SM7B, but I got the one where you can actually plug it in your computer too, with both the USB port and
okay, look at
the port. Yeah, well, with this board, it comes in nicely. So, like I said, but that's how I learned how to do that at WMD.
Right. Take the skills with you. That's a prime example of people coming out of WUMD and doing real things with it. So I love seeing you on the show, and seeing you come back and giving back to the UM-Dearborn community, being an alumni and everything.
Anytime, Ricky. Thanks a lot again. And really, again, you guys are doing a fantastic job. This was very well organized.
Yeah, thank you so much. And hopefully you can stick around and keep watching the show and keep commenting if you want to. So
for sure. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. Take care, Raj. With that, we move on to our next part of the show, which is a segment from First Gen Student Org. So First Gen Student Org, they are a wonderful organization. They will talk about themselves a little bit in the next segment. But first, let's do a little bit of introduction of what we have to offer in terms of Wolverine Media Network, in terms of fun gifts and prizes. We don't have sound, but we'll get some of that into it. But we have this amazing cup. I'm losing some of it because of the green screen, but fear not. There it is. Yeah, there it is. It's clear, so you can't really see it so much. But we have a cup with the straw. I'll put it in front of my face. You'll see it a lot easier. So yeah, we have this with a cool sticker attached to it. We will not attach the sticker for you, but we'll give you the sticker in case you want to do whatever with it. Plug it anywhere. a couple stickers per person. So we'll put the link to the form on how to like get involved in getting this kind of giveaway. We'll announce winners for giveaway at the end of this this segment from First Gen Student Org. Pardon me. And yeah, just fill out the form with the information needed, and we'll do a raffle from those people and give the gifts away. Yeah, that is it for that. We'll transition into the next part. I believe that's about all we got. Yeah, stickers, cups. We'll tell you more about other giveaways when the time comes. So stick around, and there's more to come from the Wolverine Media Network.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bridget Bradicus, and I'm the marketing coordinator for the First Gen Student Org. We were established as an organization in September of 2020 and are sponsored by the Office of Student Life. We aim to inform, connect, support, and celebrate first-generation students as they navigate higher education. By our definition, an official first-generation student is a student whose parents or guardian or guardians did not complete a 4-year degree. But our org is not limited to just first-generation students. We include and encourage everyone to participate, whether or not they're first generation, in order to help first-generation students in whatever way we can. As we were established in September of 2020, we have only ever known the pandemic as our org and the virtual world as the way to engage with students. And despite that, we have found amazing success. The video that you are going to see next and the parts that will follow my little introduction here is a video of myself and my communications officer building our logo in Minecraft. And the audio that you'll hear is myself, my communications officer, and our fundraising and scholarships officer talking a little bit about what it means to be first gen, types of drives that we have in being first gen, what we've aimed to do and what we've accomplished already, and the amazing projects that we can do with further support from not only the community in Dearborn, not only faculty and staff, but also just students. I want to say before we start that I am super grateful for all the opportunities that UM-Dearborn has provided to first-generation students in the pandemic, all the effort that they've put towards. And I want to say a special thank you to my fellow board members and our advisors for doing as much as they can despite the virtual world in order to keep everyone engaged. It takes a team, it takes a village, and we've really done that. Treating our org like a little baby, we've been able to help it grow. I'm excited to see what our org can do. As we know, first generation students push through, we persevere, and we really do try our hardest. We don't fail. We only have chances to learn and successes. And I hope that through these next 30 minutes or so that you'll gain a little bit more understanding about what it means to be first gen, maybe even realize yourself that you're first gen, and hopefully get a little bit more involved within our student org. I hope you'll get a little bit more involved, not only with our student org, but maybe with other first gen students on campus as well. A great place to start is with our student org. We do a lot of really cool events, especially in the virtual world, to engage with students. So there's usually always something for someone. We do events ranging from Family Feud nights to Meet the Fan Club, where you can talk to faculty and staff about their experiences maybe being first gen or why they want to support first gen students on campus. I want to also say a special thank you to all of our fan club members. You're doing amazing work, and we are super thankful that you're willing to dedicate your time and energy to first gen students as they navigate higher education. If you're faculty or staff and you want to engage with first gen students on campus, I highly encourage reaching out to our board or our org just in general in order to figure out where you can help and how you can help, and how you could participate in some of our upcoming events for our fan club. So without further ado, and without me talking a lot more, because I definitely could, and you're going to hear a lot of me talking within the next 30 minutes, I want to push it into our podcast, and I hope you enjoy. I'm Bridget Bradicus, and I'm the marketing coordinator. But I wanted
my cohorts here to introduce themselves.
Cohorts.
If you'd like to introduce yourself, Nikki.
Oh, that's me. Hello, my name is Nicolina, but people call me Nikki. I'm the fundraising and scholarships officer for First Gen. I'm really excited to be here with the beautiful Bridget and the decently looking Horatio over there with his bald head.
I guess that was my intro. Hi, everyone. My name is Horatio Vargas. I'm the communications officer for the First Gen Student Org. And as Nicolina mentioned, if you have been keeping up with our Instagram post, I shaved my head as part of a Giving Blue Day challenge. So make sure to go check that out because I also manage the social media.
Plug.
Yeah, so if Horatio will, at this point, our Instagram is going to be at the bottom of the screen where you can take a quick little peep at your screen, where you'll also see us building our logo in Minecraft. I know, super cool. We do things in Minecraft. But we wanted to physically represent what it felt like to build our student org this last year. We started in September of 2020, and we have been building our org from the ground up throughout the pandemic. And despite the pandemic and all of the barriers that holds in of itself, as First Gen students, we have been diligently working towards creating a positive community for First Gen students, whether we're virtual or in person, which is wild that it's been almost a full academic year since we started the org, because I've been on the board since January of 2019. No, I was 2020, not 2019. I applied in 2019. 2020 is when I was on the leadership team for the First Gen, just the First Gen leadership team. There was no student org, and we started it in over the summer. So still in the pandemic, we started planning on having a student org because we lost our program coordinator. Not like dead lost, but like
Whoa.
Our program coordinator left.
I thought that 2020 was canceled.
I keep forgetting that, like, we don't talk about that
We don't talk
year.
about 2020.
Sorry. You're going to see the year itself written out on our logo, and
But
I'm
it doesn't
so
exist.
sorry for that. That doesn't exist.
Wait,
just-
but we can't say that because then that means we don't exist.
Oh, no, shoot.
It's fine. It's fine. 2020 exists only for First Gen purposes.
It only exists for, only September of 2020 exists for time-taking purposes for our First Gen student org.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other time of the year, we can completely disregard.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bridget Bradicus, and I'm the marketing coordinator for the First Gen Student Org. We were established as an organization in September of 2020, and are
people in an effective way that keeps them engaged and involved in the org. And somehow, somewhere in all this crazy, we were able to do that. We were able to sit down and go, hey, we can do this, and we're going to do this, and watch us as we succeed. And I mean, physical success in the sense of quantifiable success would be our Giving Blue Day. We we almost tripled our goal that we had set on Giving Blue Day in just donations that day alone. So within that 24-hour period, we had set a goal of 1,500, and over the course of 24 hours, we raised
$4,311.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Not that I
Yes,
remember
sir.
that number for any reason,
And
but
that doesn't include any potential matches or anything else like that that we may receive from the student philanthropy team in Ann Arbor. That's just the bare minimum baseline of what we raised on that day.
yeah.
And
Let it be known that we were told by so many people that our original goal of like $3,000 to $5,000 for scholarships and other projects was like, oh, you're a new student org, you're not going to be able to reach that goal. Like, let it be known that we did that and we nearly tripled it. So like whoever I'm not gonna name names, but like you know who you are. You underestimated us, and then you watched us shine. So I'm just saying.
Well, and I think that's a consistent trend with a lot of first-gen students is that we kind of get brushed under the rug because, well, we may start off with this lack of resources. We may start off with almost like we're 3 steps back from everyone else. We take those extra steps. We put in that extra effort to get to that same spot and then to get past it. A lot of people stay in that same spot and rely on what they're given instead of building their own future. And I think first-gen students are great at building their own future. You know, they have to. We get stuck in between this world of our parents' past and what they've done and our future and what we can do. And we have to push through and get to our future. So it's great. And I realized that we haven't defined what a first-generation student is. And I want to quick note that we as an org define a first-generation student as a student whose parents or guardians or parent or guardian, singular or plural, has not completed a 4-year degree. And that's a super important distinction. There's a lot of different definitions that go around. Certain definitions exclude certain individuals, and I think that there's a shared experience when your parents don't have that 4-year degree because of the cultural expectation to do better and that you're going to do better in life with that 4-year degree. So that is our definition that we stick to, that is consistently upheld with the university. And so we are proud to say that we are all first-gen students or supporters of first-gen students. Nikki may not be first-gen herself, but she's seen her dad's experiences and has so much passion for supporting first-gen students. The amount of effort that Nikki put into our Giving Blue Day, insane.
Yeah, I didn't sleep for a couple nights, but it's fine. It was a ride in itself.
I can't encourage that.
No, but I share the same experience. I was planning on taking a nap before our kickoff event. The eve of Giving Blue Day, totally did not take a nap. Stayed up till like around 4 a.m. on our kickoff event. And at some point throughout the night, my headphones unplugged from the headset, and I fell asleep in my. And Nikki and another one of our board members, Farzi, just saw me sleeping for hours.
Dude, I woke up in the Discord at like 7:45 in the morning and was like, where am I? Like, I slept in the Discord all night. Yeah,
I didn't do that. I knew I was going to be tired, so at like 3 a.m. or around there, I clocked out. I was like, I'm going to bed, boys. It was a wild experience. I wouldn't trade it for the world. It was interesting having to do it virtually because normally you can kind of like, I'm not going to say you can shake down people as they walk past your table at like on campus, but you can kind of shake down people. Like, you've got a lot more opportunity to get more people to engage with you when they're walking past, and you can start up a conversation with them. But with the virtual world, it requires a lot of already knowing people. You already have to have that connection established in order to reach out to them. You can't just like stop them in the hallway and say like, hey, I gave today, did you? You know? So it's a lot harder. And because of that, I'm super proud of us for reaching our fundraising goal on one day. Like total
and nearly tripling it.
Well, we reached our entire fundraising goal for the semester on one day, essentially. So
we reached it within like 10 hours.
Yeah.
Like within the first 45-ish minutes to an hour of Giving Blue Day starting, so like from midnight to 1 a.m., we raised like close to $700. I want to say. Like that in itself, like I started crying. I actually started shedding tears because it was so overwhelmingly amazing to see our hard work like pay off, and to see that people recognize us, they see our org, they support our mission, and they want to support first gen students just as much as we do. Like,
And you know, like you mentioned within that first hour, that was mainly students that were attending the kickoff event or current first gen students and parents. It wasn't until like later in the day until we started seeing all the support from staff members and faculty. And it just goes to show how much love and appreciation the students and the families of these students have for the org.
Yeah, it really does. It warms my heart, and I'm kind of like holding back my own tears until like we get that final number, because I know I'm gonna cry at that number. I think I went into shock on Giving Blue Day, where I was like, that number's not real, it's just in the computer.
Yeah.
And like I felt like an old man who was like, that number's just on my screen. I need to hold the money in order to feel as though it's real. So I imagine that once we get that actual number, like the final count back, I'm gonna cry. So if you are following us on Instagram, I might post a video of me crying just for the fun of it, just to say like, we did it.
Thank you so much. Be the one editing those videos.
You have to watch us cry for like an hour. But we've also got some great challenges and extra milestone completion things that are coming up soon, that will also be posted to our Instagram. So on the day of Giving Blue Day, we did a lot of different challenges as we went up to and reached our goal. Horatio was doing a lot of them.
Yeah, it started off with chugging a water bottle, which I totally failed at. I spilled like half of it while listening to Bass Boosted Baby Shark. Somewhere in there, transitioned to brushing my teeth and then drinking a glass of orange juice, which honestly, worst thing I did all day. It was so gross.
that was the
And then
worst thing
eventually
you did all day?
Yeah,
Did you
it
even
was
wax
gross.
your armpits?
Not yet. I'm getting to it. I ended up shaving my head because, you know, you just gotta give blood, sweat, tears, and hair for this org. And like Nikki just mentioned, I will be waxing my armpits because apparently she had a big issue with that. So
I didn't necessarily have an issue. I just thought that maybe for the entertainment of our viewers, and for the encouragement of money flowing in, that you could put yourself through some excruciating pain. And you agreed to it, okay? I didn't tell you to, I asked you to. So.
Nikki just has a thing for pits, guys.
Ugh! No!
Okay, we're gonna cut that out. But in all seriousness, I'm so glad that we had those above and beyond challenges, that we were able to, the milestone ones. Those are going to take a little bit longer. Of course, we have an art commission for one of our donors who pushed us over the $4,000 mark. We have, my dad actually was the donor who pushed us over the $3,500 mark. And so he will be picking a song for me to learn on the guitar, and then I will be recording a video of me playing the guitar, playing that song, and singing the song. So I can't wait to know what song my dad decides to put me through. But he also has to listen to me learn it, so that's on him. But we also have some great ones. We have some other ones coming up, like actually us three will be doing a special dance. You'll have to look at our Instagram to see if it's up yet.
Plug.
For as a celebration. We're not going to tell you what. You only know if you go to the Instagram.
I'd just like to say it'll be an intense workout for one of us, and that one person is me.
It might be a little intense of a workout for me, but, you know, participate in M Healthy and you get healthy. But we also have some great other challenges, like an ice bucket challenge for our entire board, and I'm excited to see them get
Ice bucket challenge. Let's get it.
But yeah, so we did amazing on Giving Blue Day, and that is just quantifiable amounts of success that we've had. But consistently throughout the pandemic, we've had amazing event attendance, enough so that we've had people ask us, like, well, how do you get people to attend, and how do you do this? And a lot of it comes down to marketing and having ideas that are marketable, but also ideas that are exciting. You know, you don't want to sit there. we're all tired of sitting in Zoom lessons, sitting in the Zoom classroom, listening to a professor lecture at us or share their screen. And so sometimes that's the last thing we want to do. But an event like a Family Feud game night, that's a super fun event to get people involved in, because they get to engage with other students in a virtual setting like they would in a normal room. And they have the potential to, win a prize or feel like they're doing something productive while also at the same time having fun. So events like that, we found a lot of success with. We've also found a lot of success with our First Gen fan club. Shout out to all our First Gen fan club members. They have been supporting us. They are faculty, staff, and alumni, as well as business contacts who are fans or in full support of our First Gen students at UM-Dearborn. And they help to provide guidance. They've given advice, like study advice for around finals. They help to promote us on Giving Blue Day a ton. Quite a few of them donated on Giving Blue Day, which is always amazing to see. We're actually able to receive an extra $250 on Giving Blue Day, thanks to alumni signing up for our fan club. So they supported us that way. They've supported us in a ton of other ways, and we have future projects and plans to have them, for us to be able to help support them and for them to continue to support us. So we're super excited about those types of things. And, we hope that the momentum that we've gotten this year can continue in the same way, and that we can continue to grow and promote and engage with First Gen students on campus. And I think that this year proved that no matter what we really did show that, First Gen students can do that, and they will. You just have to give them the opportunity to.
Yeah, and I'd like to mention the fact that a lot of the First Gen fan club members are First Gen students themselves, or were First Gen students themselves. And, we love hearing the stories about being First Gen and kind of figuring things out. And they always kind of mention to us that they wish they had this kind of representation when they were in school, when they were going through things. They wish they had this community that we built. And I think that's really awesome, because we've been able to integrate ourselves and become a huge part of campus, something that a lot of people can be a part of. And it's just awesome to see that we've kind of grown from those experiences of our fan clubs. And they're out here, they're helping students. There are a lot of professors, a lot of advisors. So it's a big network of some really awesome people.
Yeah, and I think that we always do hear that, we want that representation. We wish we had that support. And in that same breath, we also say, our org is open to everyone. We don't limit it to just First Gen students. I mean, Nikki being on our board as a non-First Gen student is an example of that. We want people to engage with us. We want them to know about the First Gen experience and know how they can better help their friends who may be First Gen, or just help First Gen students on campus. It's a great opportunity, and it's not limited. We're a very open community. If you're struggling because maybe you fit into something that one of the support services roles, where maybe you're low income, or maybe your parents went to school in a different country, and so American school education, like the higher education system in America, is completely different than that. That's a shared experience. You're still navigating financial aid, you're still navigating higher education, no matter what, and we're all going through it together. And so we like to provide resources and opportunities to whoever needs them, but specifically to First Gen students, because we understand how it can be and how those experiences can make you feel a little lost almost. I know that before I found First Gen, I felt like before I realized I was First Gen, actually, because I didn't think I was First Gen. My grandfather and my aunt both have a degree, enough education to the point where they can teach in Michigan. And I didn't think that meant that I qualified for being First Gen, because, well, my parents my parents went to college, they just never graduated. So it was always confusing, but then I figured out I was first gen and a lot of things started to click and it made sense. And I understood why I was having some of these experiences or why some of these things that seemed to come naturally to others wasn't coming naturally to me in that sense. Like navigating the financial aid aspect, who knows what an unsubsidized loan is unless you know someone who knows what that is or you know how to reach out to the right people. So everything clicked once I learned I was first gen, and then I found the first gen family, and I'm super grateful for that. This org has given me an outreach during this quarantine because I've been stuck inside for 11 months now. Like legitimately stuck inside, not left my house for 11 months. I think the farthest I've gone is around my block to run my car engine, and that's it. So all of my engagement has been through my computer. And the first gen family has consistently been there. These two on this call, they listen to me rant all the time.
Let me tell you, Bridget and I have been really great friends literally since like the week before our first class at UM-Dearborn. And yeah, that's all. Yeah. Yeah. The three of us actually, we met our freshman year, first semester, and who would have thought we'd be doing crazy things for an org together?
Yeah.
Like
it's insane to see that that's where we went.
I know.
I wasn't very good friends with Horatio before the pandemic.
Yeah.
And him working as communications officer meant that we were forced to work together for like marketing purposes because communication and marketing coordinator work together. And I'm super grateful for that because Horatio's become one of my best friends now. So like, it's
Yeah.
weird.
How the turntables. Yeah, we were Horatio and I, Bridget and I we're not cool with Horatio, but
We're not gonna leave this in.
But now, as we're working together on the first gen student board, executive board, whatever it may be, we're just dudes being guys.
Dudes being bros.
Yeah, that. So, yeah. What were we talking about? First gen. Yeah, woohoo.
And on that note, I'd like to share my story with like first gen and how I ended up joining the org and joining the board. I'm honestly, I feel like this is a very shared experience at Carl's campus. It was late in the day. I'd been riding my scooter with my backpack on my back most of the day, getting to class, and I was hungry, and I had no money. So I hopped on Victor's link, and I was like, I turned on that free food filter on. I was like, oh man, there's a first gen event going on, and they have free food, and it's right down the hall. Let me go hit that up. So I go in there, I'm riding my scooter. I see Bridget, of all people, and I'm just like, oh, Bridget, what are you doing here? And she's like, I'm on the leadership team. And I'm like, oh. Guess we never really talked much before that, leading to the last point you guys made. But anyway, so I came for the pizza, but I stayed because I started learning about the org and all the different things they had planned. And I'm just like, oh man, this is really cool. I have too much free time on my hands. This is something that I would be really interested in doing. And maybe like a week or two later, bam, pandemic, quarantine. Nobody can go out, nothing. And then
Dude, I remember that day.
From Bridget. And it's like, join this WhatsApp group chat. It's the first gen chat. I'm like, oh yeah, for sure. So I get in there, I start memeing, I start sharing memes, I start talking to a bunch of different people. And sometime in the summer, the board applications popped up. I was like, why not? And I applied, I was interviewed, and a few days later, I got the email, you're in, you're part of the board. And I'm just like, oh my God, can't believe this is happening. I went into Koshoff with a busted knee from falling off my scooter, and now I'm somehow part of this board. It's been an amazing experience.
Snaps for Horatio, everybody. Snaps for Horatio.
Thank you for
Close to
sharing.
the microphone. So it picks it up.
Oh, is it my turn now?
Yes, it is. Tell
Oh,
us about
boy.
your first gen experience.
Okay, well, as Bridget had previously shared, I am not a first gen student. I think the numbers make me a second gen student, which really there's nothing special about second gen students, but my dad was a first gen student, first of his family to go to college, first to graduate, and hearing about how he had to work like 3 jobs while going to school full time just to like support his family and support his own education and be able to pay off his entire education while doing all that was like, I don't know, it's so inspiring to me to see how he came from nothing. He's an immigrant, came here very young. You know, it's difficult for immigrant families to come over here and for their children to pursue higher education when there's language barriers, when there's financial barriers, socioeconomic barriers, and just hearing little like tidbits of my dad's story just like motivates me to be really committed to my schoolwork because he came from nothing and created this beautiful life for me and my sisters and my family. And I feel like the only way I can really repay my dad for that is to be just as motivated as he was in my studies and to be inspired by that. So yeah, I'm not first gen, but I do really acknowledge and respect and support and appreciate first gen experiences because it is not easy to feel like all of that pressure on you. It is not easy at all. And I applaud the students like Bridget and Horatio who are able to achieve their goals and achieve their education and have a supportive system in their life that allows them to achieve those goals. So I did not get involved with first gen in general until the same meeting that Horatio went to, where I also saw free food, and I saw Bridget there, and I was like, "Oh, I love Bridget. She's the best." And I was like, you know what? It was me and a few other friends, and we were like, you know what? Let's go support. Let's go see what's going on. Free food is always great, but like, let's actually see what's going on. And I saw her up there with her bright turquoise hair, looking happy as ever, and our short president and Reem, our treasurer. And I was like, oh, this is interesting. Like, I've never been to an org student body meeting or whatever. So I was like, okay, this is cool. And then, the pandemic hit, and I became a depressed hermit. And then I saw on Instagram, I don't know if it was you, Bridget, that was sharing stuff about like board positions or things in general. But I was like, and before that, I was like, hey, like, I know you're part of this org. Like, if you ever need help with anything, let me know. Like, I'm not doing anything. I have no life right now. And then I saw the board positions. I was like, maybe I could try and see if I can get involved with something. Because I felt like I wasn't doing anything with my life. And I was like, you know what? Like, I'm passionate and I support these people. Why don't I try and get involved with something else other than the normal stuff I was doing, which was nothing but Netflix binge watching. So I applied for like an ambassador position. And then at the interview, y'all's was like, well, what if we gave you more power? And I was like, yes, give me more. And then the next week, I find out that a special position was created for me because of the ideas I had about fundraising and scholarships, which was so special to me. It made me feel like I could do something big. And ever since then, I think that this is one of the most passionate things I've ever been a part of.
Thank you for listening to our little mini podcast with me, Horatio, and Nicolina. We're super grateful that you sat through that and that you're here at the end of our little segment of this Streamathon. We want to say thank you to the Wolverine Media Network for allowing us to join this and inviting us to join them. It's been amazing. Huge shout out to them for putting this all together. We wish you nothing but success, and we hope to do more collaborations. But I wanted to also talk a little bit about how long everything took. So our the total build time for the first gen logo, the one that you just saw us build, was 4 hours and 11 minutes, I believe. We filmed it on a Sunday so that we had all of the day to do it if we needed to. And the podcast time was about an hour. So altogether, it took us about 5 hours to put everything together. So we really hope you enjoyed it. I want to give a huge shout out to our communications officer for editing everything together. And I want to give a huge shout out to all of you for listening. It's super great to know that there are people who want to know about first gen, who are inspired by first gen, or just resonate with the first gen story, whether or not you're first gen yourself. And I want to remind you that we are, as an org, open to everyone joining. We don't limit ourselves to just first generation students. We want to provide an adequate support system for all students on campus, whether or not they're first gen, but the battle begins with first gen students. And so we will continue to fight for you and for the first gen students on campus to make sure that they have the resources that they need as they navigate higher education. We have been doing this since September of 2020. And despite everything that's been happening with the pandemic, we found a lot of success. Between our $4,311 raised on Giving Blue Day on March 10th to our huge support from our fan club and our first gen supporters to just student engagement, we found a lot of success, and we hope to continue that success no matter what happens with future education plans and future return to campus plans. We hope to continue engaging with students and encouraging them to get involved and to speak out about their struggles and such like that. I know that as a first generation student, it can be hard to talk about these types of things and you feel like you're just complaining, but you're not. You're talking about what you need, and your needs are important. And I want to remind you that you are allowed to say that you need a break. You're allowed to say that you need help. Never forget that. I'm also proud to announce that we are a NASPA certified first gen forward campus. And that is super exciting to talk about. That means that we dedicate adequate time and resources to first generation students, and the First Gen Student Org helps to push that. We actually recently got an article published on NASPA's website, or we actually recently got a blog post published on NASPA's website written by the executive board for the First Gen Student Org about first gen student struggles during the pandemic. But despite all of that, we still succeed. And I encourage everyone to read it. It shouldn't take too long, probably about a 5-minute read. I also encourage everyone to get engaged on campus, whether or not it's with the First Gen Student Org or just with someone else or some other office or another organization on campus, whatever it may be. I encourage you to find your passion, and I encourage you to follow that passion, because that's what's going to continue to drive you through your time at UM-Dearborn, is that passion. And I hope that I haven't rambled too much and that the message is clear. But I want to say go blue, go Dearborn. I hope you enjoy the rest of the Streamathon. If you want to reach anyone at the First Gen Student Org, you can find us on Victor's link on Instagram, or you can email firstgensuccess@umich.edu. It should be on the screen here. And I hope that I hope to see you at one of our events. So thank you. And this is Bridget Bradicus for the First Gen Student Org signing off.
Thank you, First Gen, for giving us that lovely video and that promo about what you do and how basically how you informed as well. I just want to point out at the bottom of your screen, you have the giveaway link. We're going to wait until the end of the next show to announce the winners. So remember, if you are interested in winning one of these cups, it actually turns out better now. So one of these cups, we have a group of stickers and some pens. So we're gonna have a big group of that for, like, a little gift bag, and then we're gonna send that to the winner of the giveaways. Again, that's going to be later on in the show. We're going to be doing, before that, though, we're going to be doing a little interview. I personally am not doing that, but it will be an interview with, Farzana Fariha. Basically, she's going to be interviewed. She is a member of Lyceum, and she's being interviewed by Chris Cheatham, I believe. No, sorry, Christopher Thomas. It's another Chris. So Christopher Thomas. So both of them will be showing you their screens, and they will give their interview. We will keep the giveaway link on the bottom, so that if you need to do it during the giveaway, you can do that as well. But yeah, let's roll the interview.
Hey everyone, this is Chris. I'm a copy editor at Michigan Journal. Today I'm going to be interviewing my friend Farzi Fresh. That is not her real name, if that's what you were thinking. She's going to introduce her real name, but here she is.
Hi everyone, my name is Farzana Fariha. I'm a current senior here at UM-Dearborn studying computer information science and digital marketing. And the org that I have had a great experience with is Lyceum. So I'm excited to be here today. Thanks for having me, Chris.
Problem at all. So you sort of answered the first question, so I don't really need to get through that. What's your position at Lyceum? What do you do?
So at Lyceum, I'm just a general body member. So general body members are more than welcome to be able to attend meetings, as well as being able to see pieces that are being submitted, and as well as have a voice in deciding, the cover art, how the volume should be for that semester, and deciding on what pieces should be in the volume for that semester, and basically all the behind the scene details of what goes on at Lyceum.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's very interesting to hear. So tell me a story about a past event at Lyceum that you were a part of.
So Lyceum has these launch events after every semester. Every single time we launch a new volume, Lyceum has these launch events where the artists, or where the students or members that have published pieces and that have been accepted into Lyceum are invited back to present their pieces or read their pieces, or if they have done artwork, to explain about what their process was, what does this art mean. And a story that I would like to share is, I believe the last in-person event was fall of 2020, but I believe it was fall of 2019, where we did have a release party, and it was in that new gallery over at the library on the first floor. And that was actually the third semester where I got some of my pieces selected, but that was my first time attending a launch party. Normally, I never have time to attend these launch parties, but that day, luckily I was able to. So when I was going to go ahead and attend that launch party, it was just an amazing experience to be able to go up there and at least have the courage to go up to that podium and, just tell people like, yep, this was my artwork, and I can't believe I'm up here and I'm talking to you all about it. This was my thought process, and just being able to share with people about, my art, and share with them how I did it, and being able to, even more importantly, listen to other people read their stories, read their short stories, read their poems, and other people talk about their artwork or talk about their photography as well, just to be able to see what everyone else's creativity and imagination and thought processes are. It was a great event. I love being able to attend these launch parties. And of course, now these launch parties are now remote, which are also amazing as well. They've all moved now to be remote, and they're still as, having the same exhilarating feeling at every single one of them.
I hope that this fall semester we can have one of those events. It does sound pretty cool. Like the experience of seeing someone talk about something they were so impassioned to create. It just sounds like experience in and of itself.
Yeah, definitely, I agree.
Another question, did you develop any friendships or any relationships, mentorships while you were there?
Yeah, I would say I definitely developed many different friendships. I was actually at that launch party where I met another fellow artist, and She mentioned that it was her first semester even, learning about Lyceum. And then literally the day before she found out, the deadline, before the deadline was due, the day before she found out about it, and she just went ahead and she just submitted all her artwork. And she was very nervous. She thought, like she wasn't going to get any of her artwork in, but it turns out she had 3 pieces that were being able to be published into the Lyceum volume that semester. And so when I met her at that launch party, I noticed, she was just sitting by herself. And when I sat down next to her, we were just talking about how, like, how did we get here? How did you learn about Lyceum? How did you get here? And she was talking, she mentioned that she saw the deadline last minute. She didn't even know Lyceum or something like this existed before, but now she's glad that it did, because, before she felt like she was just doing her artwork for herself. And, now it feels like she finally got the courage to be able to share that with everybody here on campus, or as well as, whoever else picks up these Lyceum volumes. So it was really nice to be able to get to know her more and more personally. We also did take pictures that day while she went up there. Like, we both encouraged each other to go up there, up to the podium, and talk about our artwork. And afterwards, we were able to exchange numbers. And she, over the summer, during the pandemic, I actually reached out to her because I know one of her paintings, she did paint pouring, which is a really cool painting acrylic technique. And I remembered that from her Lyceum submission. And so I reached out to her, and she was able to send me these great videos on how to do paint pouring, as well as learning how to do paint pouring, which I practiced over, that summer from those videos she sent. And that is now my favorite type of painting technique, is doing paint pouring. So yeah, I would say definitely, to answer your question in short, I've definitely made some really great friendships from Lyceum.
Sounds really cool. Like it's a community for the most part. Like, these events, they have a sense of community, and even a place to find different influences and different techniques to your medium.
Yeah, definitely.
Sounds really awesome. What was your favorite thing, or what is your favorite thing about being in Lyceum?
I would say my favorite thing about being a part of Lyceum, I would say, recently, even though I've just been a part of it as a general body member, I don't really have, I would say, as much as an active role in Lyceum at the moment, besides just, attending launch parties, spreading the word about the deadlines, and even encouraging some of my own friends to submit their artwork. I would say, just in general, my favorite thing is the fact that, creating a space, just having a space to be able for myself or for anybody to be able to submit their pieces, their artwork, a piece of them to be submitted. That takes a lot of, courage, in my opinion, to be able to do that. And it's so great to see that, throughout the years that I've been here at UM-Dearborn, to see so many different Lyceum editors be so encouraging, and, even be at I've had a few interactions at the embalmment fairs that were on campus, and just talking to Lyceum every single time and seeing how encouraging they are. And the fact that they allow, you would assume that, okay, there's only a certain exclusive board that gets to choose, what pieces get to be submitted. But really, it's just anybody, if you want to join Lyceum, and if you want to be able to decide on, or be able to decide and read and see, the amazing artwork and poetry and photography and stories that are written by all the many people here on campus, Lyceum is a great way to be able to do that, because, everybody that's in the org is able to participate and decide on things that that can be included in the volume. So I think definitely that type of inclusivity is definitely the best part about being in Lyceum.
Awesome. I didn't know about that part at all. Actually, that is really cool, and it's very involving. Like anyone who just wants to submit work, I didn't know that it was that involving. So how do you feel, or what's your thoughts on the formation of WMN?
I think the formation of WMN is amazing. It's great. It's definitely a great idea to be able to bring, these organizations, these SSOs that are so similar in what their missions are, what they're accomplishing, being able to bring all of that in just one area and bring everybody all together while still having their own uniqueness is amazing. That way, I feel like that also promotes, that promotes collaborations between all of these separate organizations that were once, I believe, Lyceum and CVN and WUMD and Michigan Journal. bring them all together and helping promote more collaborations between each other, and just bring even more awareness of bringing more students to be involved in this as well. You know, the bigger the organization you have, the more opportunities you allow for students on campus to be able to be interested and to participate as well, and to even have bigger capacity of events. Stuff like that is definitely going to be very important to have on campus, to have like a unified front on many different things, and being able to create a big open space on allowing any type of art or any type of medium to be presented. So I definitely love the formation of WMN.
I like how you describe that. That is true. But I do have one more question. I know on your screen it has a painting. I want to ask, is that your painting?
Yes, it is. That is actually one of the paint pouring paintings that I've done this past summer.
It looks beautiful. And that wraps up the interview. It's like, yeah, awesome.
Well, I mean, if they do want to see either my paintings or any of my other submitted works, or anybody else's submitted works, you are more than, be sure to reach out to Lyceum on their Instagram, or you can email them. I believe it's at lyceum-membership@umich.edu. You can reach out to them there, or on Victor's link to get the latest copy, or previous. You can get past copies as well. That's another great thing about Lyceum is they keep copies from many different years. I have copies. I literally collect copies. I have copies from like 2016 and every single semester onward, because they're just the covers are so beautiful and they're just so amazing to have. So you can definitely go and just reach out to them if you want a latest copy, to have a physical copy of the book. It can be picked up for you. Or you can just go on campus as well, whenever you follow the appropriate process to get on campus. You can also pick them up there as well.
I definitely recommend it for both freshes and other students' work. I have a few copies and they're amazing. Whether it be some of the poetry or some of the paintings, such as freshes that I'm looking at right now that you unfortunately can't see right now. Definitely some great stuff in it. And, also tune in for WMN's future work as well. That wraps up our interview. Thank you, Fresh, for letting me interview you. And I think that's it, people. Thank
you for having me.
No problem.
And that was a Farzana interview. She was being interviewed there. So I'm glad to have her take a chance to join us on the Streamathon. And now we'll have a poetry reading from Amber of Lyceum. Lyceum is the journalism organization of the university. This is the first member of the Wolverine Media Network. I'm just grabbing a little bit of their published journals. So if you want, you can get these things for free. Picking them up at the university, you can arrange for that. So that's been published for this semester. So pick up a Lyceum journal, read some poetry, some short stories, see some beautiful artwork, and also learn how you can contribute. We'll add a link in the middle of this of how to connect with the Lyceum, or maybe a link to their website. So you'll see that. But here's Amber on reading poetry.
Hi everyone, my name is Lucian. I am the managing editor of Lyceum, and I have a poem to read for you guys today from our fall 2019 journal. It's called How to Reanimate Dead Bodies, so I'm just going to get right into it. Chapped lips is a first sign, kid. Don't butt me. You ever know someone in the right mind letting themselves go day to day with lips looking like cracked sidewalks? You want to know for sure they're not just low on lip balm? Ask them to smile. Ask them a question, make them laugh. That is, if there even is any laughter buried deep beneath those broken ribs of theirs. Watch their lips split the way wounds do, and watch how they bleed saliva and dirt. You'll know you've got one. But of course, some of them are sneaky. They know that trick. So sometimes they're harder to spot. But one that ain't so easy to hide, kid, is the eyes. Only baggage they got's under them eyes. Purple and bruised like their tears done put them up and smacked them down 1,000,000 times over. Tired lines like dirt ditches, like they're always taking cover from tornadoes. Except to them, it seems like every tornado comes in the shape of a leaf getting caught by the breeze. They're hard in the face, They got a stiffness about them. Like Medusa done started to turn him to stone, but then decided it wasn't worth it. So the only thing that's done turned to rock is everything on the inside. But you ever seen someone whose lungs don't work anymore? Pale skin like white beaches in dirty marble, like ivory statue blood, like they traded sunshine for light bulbs coated in bleach, like the breath was made of fog. Kid, I know you've seen one before. It's hard to miss a head of birdcage hair and pipe cleaner fingers. It's hard to miss a rattling throat and sour milk teeth, open mouth like the barrel of a shotgun, howling into the night, hoping someone will howl back. They're animals, kid. Animals. At least, that's what they want you to think. You ever seen one on all fours? That's a rare sight, I tell you. Usually find them like that in the bathroom, lights off, eyes shining in the dark the way stars do when they're about to become meteors. I'd say turn on the lights, but since you're still a rookie, I'm going to say it's probably best for you to walk away until they remember how to breathe. I think you can do it. So don't look so scared, kid. It's a little shaky at first. They don't usually talk to people who aren't covered in battle scars, but if you sit far enough away and hold your hand out long enough, odds are they'll grab it. It'll overwhelm them. Having someone who isn't already made of ashes trying to build them back into something solid, so they may try to pull you down with them. They'll think the sunlight will burn, so they'll try and paint their walls black when you go to take the steel bars off their windows. Just be patient, okay? Learning to love takes time, and they've learned nothing but a lifetime of hating themselves into a tombstone, so it'll be a long curve. You gotta be ready to run. Keep pace with them, because some of them's been running since the day their feet touched the ground, so suck it up when you run out of breath, because when their legs stop working, you gotta carry them, because they'll take a broken leg and turn it into a funeral. That's where you come in, kid. You gotta be the one to throw them over your shoulder and drag them towards the sunrise. You gotta take away their darkness like you're rubbing away dirt from under their nails, because they've been clawing at the ground for a while now, trying to find replacements for their unsteady bones, trying to trade places with the skeletons. So you gotta hold them. Gotta be gentle, kid, gentle. You gotta let them scream till their throat closes up. Remind them they still got lungs that work. They ain't made of stone. They never were. Gotta let them panic so they know their heart's still beating, that they still got a chest, not filled with roaches, not filled with rats. There's no worms coming out of their eyes, and their body is not a graveyard. You just gotta hold them, tell them, remind them, say, hey, kid, you ain't dead yet. Thank you so much for listening. Hi, everyone. My name is Lucian. I am the managing editor of Lyceum, and I have a poem. Wolverine Media
Hey, everyone. You were just checking out the Lyceum reading by Lucien, and I'm happy to announce we have a winner for our first giveaway, where they're going to be getting this wonderful cup, not this exact cup, but one of these cups, the lovely sticker, which you can put on if you'd like, and this fabulous pen. And that winner is Bars. I am never able to say it right. Farzana. So you will be getting an email from the wonderful people here at Wolverine Media Network within the next 24 hours. And congratulations. Coming up in just a little bit, we're going to have Casual Gaming Club with their Monster of the Week episode 1. And then, of course, later on, we'll be back with another giveaway. And then we'll have Math Club. So while we wait, congratulations again to Farzana. And yeah.
TGC welcomes you to the showcase of Monster of the Week. What doom awaits these weary travelers? Find out now.
The town of Littlewood, Tennessee is controlled by the Hay Barrel Family Industries Hay Barrel Corp. Hay Barrel Corp has been working in the town of Littlewood, Tennessee for the last 100 years and is celebrating its 100th year anniversary this very August. The town of Littlewood, Tennessee is filled with all sorts of wondrous attractions. Lots of open fields, a Civil War museum that's dedicated to the smallest battle in Civil War history, where only 2 deaths happened in the entire battle. It also has a church, a government building that handles all government functions, a singular grocery store, and a small tennis court. It's a very small town. In this town, we find ourselves in the Littlewood Civil War History Museum. Snooping around the museum, we see a young boy. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Hayden Haybale.
Hayden, what are you doing right now?
Well, I know there's gotta be something up. I've heard some weird things are going on around lately. I mean, really, I don't know specifics, but I'm allowed in here, so it's easy to investigate here. See, I run my own detective agency. I'm gonna get the scoop. I gotta crack the case.
Hayden, you read in the local Littlewood paper that last night there was some ghost sightings in this museum. A ghost of a large, bushy creature that went around the museum. What do you think of that?
I mean, obviously it's the ghost of the Tennessee Wild Man. I mean, there's no question about that. I mean, it could be a wood booger, but I don't think those have souls. The Tennessee Wild Man definitely has a soul. That's what Grandpappy told me.
Okay. What do you want to do while you're investigating the museum? You see a lot of people here, by the way. There are way more people than there ever are here. This museum practically gets no traffic, but you see a vast crew of people here. You see at least 40 people here, which is insane numbers compared to what it is.
I mean, I think I'm just gonna go start interviewing random people and ask what they know about the ghost. I'm gonna go right up to them with my tape recorder and just start hassling them.
Go ahead and roll me a D100.
96.
You walk up to a man in a biking outfit, sort of a tight biking outfit. Would you like to describe your character?
Yeah, I was about to say, I look the opposite of what this man looks like. I am wearing an ascot and a polo shirt, and I've got salmon shorts on. I am the preppiest, most trust-fundiest kid you can imagine. You know I had to do it to him. Hi there. My name's Hayden Haybale. Do you have a moment to talk to me about the ghost science I've been about around here lately?
Ask away, young Hayden, and I hope that I'll be happy to answer some questions, young Hayden. And in turn, I hope you can inform me of this malicious spirit bedeviling this small town.
Nod. Yeah, so what, have you seen this ghost personally? I mean, you seem like an out-of-towner, are you?
I've seen many strange things during my travels. No matter where across this vast country of ours, there are evil entities seeking to exploit the innocents for their own evil ends, evilly. The ghost of this strange hairy man is only one in a long fiendish line of hellish villains that I've heard of.
Hayden's eyes are wide and sparkling. He is absolutely entranced. Wow.
I see that you're stunned by the evil that plagues this world. But do not fear. There are guardians out there who will strike down those who abuse their powers.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. I mean that's kind of what I want to do. If this ghost is mean or something, I want to stop it.
Eugene Johnson, what brings you here today to this small Civil War history museum?
After my last battle, I heard of a ghost in this area, and I've come to this museum hoping to learn more about it because after my battle between an alliance of the Deep Ones, Reptilian, as well as some evil lemurs, I've come to this town after hearing about a ghost that's been attacking people.
Wonderful, Eugene. What are you doing while you're searching around the museum?
Unfortunately, since this is the first time I've encountered a ghost, I've been doing some research around town to learn if there might be any weaknesses, because normally I just kick or punch them with my claws of peace and love, but fighting a ghost would be far more trickier because of the lack of body.
Can you go ahead and roll Investigate a Mystery for me?
7.
That's a mixed success. Go ahead and ask one question about the mystery.
What does the ghost look like exactly?
So here's what you find. As you're walking around the museum, you find a few loose specks of normal hay. It appears to be completely average hay. So this tells you that the ghost is not completely incorporeal, because it brought hay into the museum somehow. The fields around this, they aren't, there's no fields directly around the museum. They're at least a quarter of a mile away from the museum. It's just grass and trees. So something brought this hay in, and there seems to be more than a small amount.
Does Eugene point out the hay, John?
Eugene kneels down and picks up some of the hay and thinks to himself and realizes from experience that he's dealing with either a crooked real estate developer or a ghost capable of interacting with the material world, or a monster disguising themselves as a ghost to throw off investigators.
Let me take a look at that. My family's been in the hay bale business for generations. I know a thing or two about hay. Hayden is going to take some of the hay, stick it into his mouth, chew for a few moments. He's going to mull over the taste. I would like to roll Investigate a Mystery. That is a 10. So
either ask 2 general questions or 1 very detailed question.
Well, my first question I wanted to ask was, where did this hay come from? I don't know if that's general or specific.
That's general enough.
I'm going off of taste. Where is this hay from?
This hay tastes irony and a little bit. It's got a bit of a bitterness to it, which tells you that the soil it's grown in is heavy on iron and heavy in oil. Now you're thinking about the geography, about the area, and you know that this city has heavy deposits of oil under the ground and heavy deposits of iron.
Now, as we all know, oil and iron are very worthless. The real money is in hay. But okay, that's interesting. I think for my second question, I'm going to ask one of the ones that's in the list. Where did it go?
So you're looking at the tracks of the hay throughout the museum, and you notice it makes sort of just like a general circle around the whole museum. And you don't know how many times it created the track, but then it goes in and then out the back door of the museum, the rear entrance museum, which is locked and has a separate key that would be held by the guards. So it didn't pass. You don't see any hay right up against the walls.
It looks like there's a mystery on our hands. Something's been going around in a loop looking for something. It's gotten in and out through the locked back door, which means we need to interrogate the guards who would have the key.
There are a number of other people around you. Would you like to talk to any of the other people there or investigate any of the other people there?
Well, here's a question. Is one of the people around my good friend Simon?
Simon does appear to be in the room, yeah.
Simon, we've got a mystery on our hands. I run right up to Simon.
Oh, Hayden, how do you do?
I do just fine. How about you, Simon?
I'm doing just fine too.
Awesome. Okay. So check this out. I found some hay, and it tastes like I tasted it as one does with hay. Maybe you can do some of your science nerd stuff with it, but tastes like iron, tastes like oil. I don't know where this got tracked in from. I can't see anyone tracking this in. But it makes a big loop around the museum, and it goes in and out the back door, which is always locked. This has to be related to the ghost.
Oh, you know what I've been saying recently? I'm doing more than just science now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like what?
I stumbled upon a little secret called a magical backing to all this chemistry stuff. Call it alchemy.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, right?
Maybe you can turn the ghost into gold? That'll fix things, I bet.
I don't think I'm quite there yet, but
Come
I've
on,
learned
you
a lot of
gotta-
cool things.
I know you're gonna be useful. You've always been a great help. You are the only other member of my detective agency, and you are Employee of the Month every month, Simon, for a reason. Now come on. Hayden's gonna grab Simon by the sleeves and start dragging him along.
Okay.
What would you like to do, Simon?
I suppose, perform a sort of arcane chemical analysis on it. I guess another investigation. That's probably about all we can do.
That seems par for the course. Go ahead and roll it.
I believe I have a +1 to sharp, so 7.
Finally.
What question would you like to ask about it?
I suppose maybe sort of see if there's any residue on it from some creature. Like, I suppose, what sort of creature is it? That's
So
on the
you're
list.
looking for a chemical residue on it?
Yeah, skin flakes maybe. Something that could help me detect that sort of thing.
How are you going about studying the chemistry of this? Do you want to give some flavor to that?
Well, I personally don't know how something like that would be done, but I assume just using some of his carry-on lab equipment, sort of dissolving it, analyzing it, maybe a pocket microscope. I don't know.
You pull out one of your pocket microscopes. It's not a full-scale microscope, but what it does is it's effectively a very, very, very good magnifying glass with multiple lenses. And you see that on the small piece of hay, especially at the cut mark, you see that it's a very clean cut, a very clean tear, which is indicative of it being cut by a sharp blade. Also, you see that it has on one of the pieces of hay, there is a small piece of twine lying about it. Just a little fleck of twine, which means that this hay has recently been bundled up.
Oh, that's fascinating.
What'd you find?
It appears it's been cut by something really sharp, and it was recently part of a bundle. I believe I also have a move that allows me to ask as a free question, what magic was done here?
What method, flavor-wise, are you using to detect the magic?
I suppose just maybe dissolving it a bit and maybe using something to see if there's some mystical aura being released through some crystal to see if there's an aura being produced when I suppose it'll be just analyzing if it's dissolved, if it produces any sort of magical aura, maybe looking through some finely tuned crystal or something to check for that sort of thing.
Okay, here's what you do. You grab a small beaker that you've carved a symbol for a man on the inside of the bottom of the beaker, and on the bottom of the beaker, there's the symbol carved for God. And then in the beaker, you fill it with a light, weak nitric acid and little flecks of gold. Tiny, tiny, little inexpensive flecks of gold. You drop the piece of hay in, and then you look through a piece of quartz, and you see no magic at all on the hay. No aura, nothing. No magic has been done here.
At least whatever this is ain't using any magic.
Do you think it's another corrupt real estate agent?
I think let's take a change in perspectives here. Emma, what is your character doing?
So, Ark is ignoring the crowds as best they're able and is trying to see if there's any information on radios, old TVs, or any mention of like miracles in the Civil War, and is just going through the displays, ignoring the crowds.
As you go through the museum, you see this is a museum that marks the progress in humankind's mechanical prowess and scientific prowess from the date of the Civil War, which there is the farthest left wing is the farthest back in time. That is that date of the Civil War. So the left wing has a whole Civil War history thing in it. And then it goes around and it talks about human advances in technology. And there is a relatively large section on TV and radio, where there are a number of old TVs and old radios. In that section of the radio room, there is a large copper box that is labeled as a very old computer. There are a number of TVs, there are a number of radios, there are a number of objects in the room in general. What would you like to do?
Are any of the old TVs or radios playing or active?
One of the TVs has a loop of the different I Love Lucy episodes playing.
Does it ever switch to static?
Yeah, for a few minutes in between when the loop ends, it switches to static. It's a loop of like 3 episodes from I Love Lucy.
I'm kind of like twitchy and wandering away during the episodes, but when it goes to static, I immediately snap back and just stare at it.
What action would you like to take?
I think I am investigating a mystery. I'm trying to decode what's in the static.
Go ahead and roll that. So with a partial success, you can ask one question.
Is there a message in the static?
Yeah. Well, describe what your messages, how they normally come. Talk about yourself for a little bit.
Back when I was still home, we communicated via radio waves, via electromagnetic waves, via the whole light spectrum. And you can't hear it or see it as much here on this planet. But in the static, a little bit left over from the Big Bang, there's certain patterns, certain flashes that if you decode them just right, basically they're old letters in between family, in between leaders, in between children, and just watching them all go by, sadly.
As you lean into the TV, you lean on top of the copper box that it's set on top, and you look deep into the static. You see a small blade of grass, but it's not grass, it's tall grass, it's wheat. You sort of see a small spring of wheat just sort of in the static. And then you see a horn behind that spring of wheat. And then you see a hand, a human hand, holding a wrench. And as you lean in, you focus more and more and more. And you're putting your weight on the box. And you accidentally cut the palm of your hand on a sharp part of the box. You take one harm, a small scratch on your hand, and a little bit of, do you have blood per se?
Yeah, sure. I have a fluid that circulates. It may be red in color.
A little bit of that red fluid that circulates drips onto the box and sort of falls through a small rusted crack.
I kind of hiss and pull my hand back. White grass? White? There's none of those back home. Heck? I'm gonna actually stop staring at the TV and kind of glance around confused and actually notice that there's a whole bunch of people here for once. I hastily stuff my bleeding hand into a pocket and start walking out.
It's just a small cut. It's not too painful or anything. You notice that there's a lot of specifically cryptid fans in here. They're wearing the hunting, like wide brim hunting hats, and they've got the binoculars. They've all got a pair of binoculars. About half of them are wearing Bigfoot is real shirts, and they're wearing like some level of camo, but a silly camo. It's the pink camo or like a bright orange camo.
I'm gonna start walking a little faster towards the exit. Like, should have seen this sooner.
Can you go ahead and roll me Act Under Pressure?
And that's a 9.
As you're walking through it, you bump into a man in a trench coat. Jason, would you like to describe your character?
All right, this is going to be interesting. So, you walk in and bump into a man in a trench coat. He is wearing essentially what is like a full kind of head cast like helmet, almost something out of, I want to say, like Gothic Dark Knight armored headpiece. Almost looks like he's like halfway through a costume change from the Renaissance Center or a Renaissance Fair. And currently he has been like looking around, staring at some of the various exhibits in like various kind of patterns of just looking and staring. His head turns to you and says in a ringing kind of like a little bit horrifying way, almost muffled, but weirdly nostalgic kind of voice, asks,
"Who are you?"
Just Ark.
Ark. Tell me, Ark, have you seen anything of significance here?
I have absolutely seen nothing of any significance whatsoever.
A pity then.
Jason, can your character roll weird real quick?
Sure. 8.
You have a general sense. You sort of have like a built-in sense of a person's level of goodness or evilness, specifically a level of their guilt in terms of what sins they've committed versus how much actual sin they've done. You just detect a suspiciously low level of sin from this person, but a suspiciously high level of guilt.
A strange paradox you are. You have committed little, but feel great guilt.
Ark kind of flinches, like noticeably flinches back.
Be not afraid.
For
That's my line. Sorry.
Be not afraid, for I do not seek to harm people such as you. However, if you know of any sinners, let me know, and I will send them to the perdition of which they have earned.
Yeah, as you keep going, Ark keeps kind of flinching back and kind of down in a way, and just seems to like be kind of shrinking in on themselves.
You need not be afraid. I know I am quite intimidating at times. Now, do you know anything about the spirits haunting this area?
There's spirits haunting this area?
Yes, I heard that there was a hay spirit that came into town recently, or some such rumors.
It's the
I
first
know
I'm
at the
hearing.
very least, sin has come to Hay Barrel, and I shall seek it out.
Seeing things
so
everywhere.
yeah. So I'm going to use Spirit Sight, or the Sight rather, to I guess see if I can find any traces of ghostly supernatural activity, or if there's any kind of spirits I could talk to about what's the recent happenings.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, and that counts as investigate a mystery. So,
what did you end up rolling?
6.
Okay, so here's what you see. Spirit Sight, 3 ghosts of men dressed in Civil War uniforms appear before you, and they appear to be shooting effectively blanks spirit guns at each other in like an endless repeat of a battle they were in. And they go, you blue coat, I'm gonna get you. You shouldn't have done that. And the other guy goes, you're fighting for the wrong reasons. And they're continuing a battle over and over and over again. What questions do you want to ask them?
Hark, spirits of long gone sins of war and pride. Have you seen any spirit that has now taken on the mantle of a hay monster?
Oh, I don't know any hay monster. Well, except Jebediah over there. He's quite a monster.
I look over at Jebediah.
Jebediah is a normal Civil War ghost.
Yes, well, he carries the stain of the Confederacy, but not exactly specific of what I'm looking for.
Oh, well, I guess, I don't know. I thought I saw like a large sack of hay come in last night.
This is actually telepathy. So I am speaking with my mind.
Okay.
Regardless, it looks like you staring into the middle of the room.
Exactly.
Well, Jedediah, if you are indeed the one I seek, then present yourself before me.
What?
Show me the form that you used to scare the innocent, to scar the pure of heart.
Are you sure? It's pretty awful.
Then let us see.
Jedediah takes off his hat, and he's got this like monk's ring, where there's no hay. He's just got the worst haircut imaginable. He's like, oh God, I don't like to look at it. I had a really bad haircut the day before I went into battle, and then I died with the haircut, so now the haircut's like this forever. Oh, the shame. Oh, the horrible shame.
Never mind, then. I shall be back for all of you to lay you to rest. But for now, I have bigger concerns.
As you're staring off into the middle of the room, Emma, what's your character's name again, Emma? Ark, you notice a couple boys doing actual chemistry over in the other side of the room, which is a little weird.
Alright, I'll kind of poke the strange man who is staring off into the middle distance. Excuse me? I think these people over here look like they're looking for answers too, and they might be getting them. Do you want to, sir, do you want to go talk to them?
Investigation lead I shall take. And I follow them.
Ark is very confused, and you know how, like, you can't look away from a train wreck? The same thing, they're gonna just kind of trail behind towards the boys doing chemistry.
Hark! Chemisters!
What, who, me?
Yes, you!
And I'm going to use telepathy to measure his sin, I guess.
Go ahead.
That's a roll to investigate a mystery, technically. 8.
Okay, you detect little to no sin. Low sin levels. Even below that of an average person. You don't detect any guilt either. Maybe a tiny bit of loneliness?
Impressive for alchemists such as you to maintain your integrity in the face of pride.
What? Alchemy? No.
That level was for the other boy.
Wait, what level was for Hayden?
That level was for Hayden. The alchemist, you detect pretty normal levels. Low sin. A little bit of guilt over a secret, perhaps, though.
I would like to say, actually, for Hayden, he is an upper-class white guy, so maybe some sin, but no guilt. Don't worry about it.
I'll amend my statement then. Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
You bear the sin of those born of greed. You have not yet internalized it, but you have begun the turn.
Okay.
And you hide something of guilt, but of little sin. What is it, boy? I am curious as to what you carry within your soul.
What? No.
Hi, mister. My name's Hayden Haybale. Nice to meet you. This is my friend Simon. Can we help you?
You may know me as Azazel, but my physical name is Sonny Miles.
Sonny Miles, nice to meet you. You must be an out-of-towner, right? You're one of the only two people I've met here that doesn't have a bad, vaguely southern accent.
Indeed, I have come from the north of Chicago.
Oh, wow. Like Canada?
No, Chicago.
But what's north
like
of...
the city.
That's a city in Illinois.
No, but north of Chicago is Canada.
I come from the north, from a land known as Chicago.
I see. I heard it north of Chicago. I get you. Well, nice to meet you. We're doing... Hi there.
Have I been doing greetings wrong? Oh, you're supposed to start a conversation with ominous pronouncements?
I mean, I don't know if it's normal, but I'm digging it.
When you come from my lineage, you pick up a flair for the dramatic.
Hayden nods. He knows the long, long lines of theater kids.
Standing behind the two boys, just a few feet behind, is a man in a biker's outfit, but like a fast biker's outfit, not like a tough biker's outfit. You know, like it's one of those like very streamlined leather jackets, leather gloves, leather pants, leather shoes.
So, will Zato read Crab Rider now?
I can roll to try to read Crab Rider.
Yeah, go ahead and roll to try and read Crab Rider.
13.
This man is a crab. Like, you can see straight through his disguise, through his transformation. You see a crab man. His hands are two giant pincers, and his face is like a human face, except it's got like crab plating on top of it.
Hark! This man is a crab.
Luke, I have an important...
fitness of pincers.
I don't know. It looks like a normal man to me.
Do crabs feel guilt?
Not. Let me assure you, I am no malicious being.
In fact, you do detect no guilt whatsoever from this crab, and a sense of genuine heroism from it.
Human though you may not be, you carry the wisdom of heroism. It is my opinion that on the day of your departure, my Lord the Morningstar will not claim your soul.
Lord who?
Well, that does sound reassuring, but I do not know who this Morningstar is, but let me assure you that if he dares to take the souls of anyone who feels true remorse for their sins, then I will not hesitate to fight back against your Lord Morningstar.
We only take those who have wasted their life before making that change.
Are you two Presbyterian or something?
I am more of a believer in justice than religion.
I am well versed in the knowledge of God, as well as his familial relations.
Well, as long as we all love Jesus, that's good enough for me.
Jesus was a bit of a punk, but we don't have any problem with him.
Am I allowed to make religious jokes? So, hey! Since I've got you all here, what do you two know about the ghost? Have you seen anything strange as of recently?
So far, all I've seen are the ghosts of long dead warriors of the Civil War, forever fighting their battles, reveling in the depravity of those who ordered them to the battlefield.
Hayden nods sagely and looks over to the wax sculptures of Civil War soldiers fighting. Yeah, I get that vibe too whenever I come here.
Well, if we're talking about anything strange, I mean, I was looking at the old TV sets a little bit ago, and there's something new in the static. Blade of grass that became a blade of weed. And there was a
now that you mention it, that weed I was investigating earlier, it looked like it was cut by something mighty sharp.
A scythe, probably. I mean, what else are you going to cut wheat with?
You take another look at the wheat, and the cut appears to appear from both sides. So if it was a scythe blade, it would have cut from one side and torn the other. But it appears to tear at a small point on both sides. So it's something closer to like a scissor?
Unless they were using two sides, it looks more like a pair of scissors.
That's just silly.
Hayden, would you want to give me a check about hay? A hay check?
Oh, I would love to give you a hay check. What is a hay check? What does that look like? I guess that would be investigate a mystery again. My whole
Probably.
+0 sharp. 9! I love hay.
What question do you want to ask about it?
What is being concealed here?
You know, because you know a lot about hay baling, hay cutting, the whole hay industry, really, that these cuts are consistent with hay that is being harvested mechanically, en masse. And they're consistent with hay that is harvested by your company.
Mm-hmm.
Mind you, all the other hay companies have copied your mechanisms, in a legally distinct manner that leads to very similar cuts.
Mm-hmm. Some sort of thresher machine or something. Definitely mechanical.
At this point in the evening, a lot of the tourists are starting to filter out. The museum closes in about an hour. What are you guys all doing?
Realizing that the ghost has yet to appear, Eugene has just decided to stay in the museum. So he won't, but however, because of his drive for great justice, he knows he can't stay from the museum because it would be past closing hours. So right now he's going through the trouble of unlocking a window so he can step outside, from the outside, look into the windows, and if he sees the ghost, he'll transform.
So what you're trying to do is unlock a window so you can sneak in at night, right? There is a guard, so can you roll me act under pressure to do it without alerting the guard that you're unlocking the window?
Oh, come on, I got one.
Yeah, even when you're not transformed, you are still incredibly strong. That strength you have as being the Crabman extends to even your non-physical form to some extent. As you go to unlock the window, you unlocked one in the television room because it's far away from the guard. You snap the bolt right off, fall backwards, and scrape yourself lightly on a small metal box. You take one harm, and the guard starts walking over. They haven't seen what you've done, but they do see that you've spilled on the floor. Your arm is slightly scratched. A small amount of blood falls on that copper box. The guard walks over to you and goes, "Oh, what are you doing? Are you okay there?" "Oh."
Crab Rider realized he has to apologize. "I'm sorry. When I was looking at that window over there, I slipped and fell. But rest assured, it's only a scratch."
You are technically lying to him. Can you roll manipulate a person?
5. Oh, I got 4.
Oh, well, bud, you accidentally busted that bolt there. You should watch out for that. It's probably fine. I'm gonna leave it alone, but you should be more careful with the equipment. No, I see you scratched yourself. I'm gonna have to ask you to try and stay behind the rope for the rest of the tour, okay?
All right. But
by the way, my name is Jeffrey. It's nice to meet you. We don't get a whole lot of visitors around here.
Nice to meet you, Jeffrey, but rest assured, the pain on my body is nothing compared to the pain I feel in my soul when I see others in pain.
Well, that's a little intense for Jeffrey. Jeffrey's just the night guard, day guard, and also runs the gift display here. I do all the work here, but it pays pretty well. The Hay Bale Foundation pays me personally.
Really? Well, I hope you have a peaceful evening. If you excuse me, I'll be on my way.
Oh, I didn't catch your name. What do you say your name was again?
Eugene Johnson.
Oh, hi, Eugene Johnson. My name's Jeffrey.
Okay, nice to meet you, Jeffrey. And also my title is that of a wanderer.
Eugene Johnson, the Wanderer. Man, I wish I had a title something like that. My name's just Jeffrey the Night Guard.
All right. Well, Jeffrey, be careful. You never know what beings may come out at night.
That's ominous.
Okay, so Hayden would like to go talk to Jeffrey, who is, of course, a personal family friend. His family has worked for the Haybale family for generations. This man raised me in a sense. I'm gonna go up to him. I want to ask him some questions. Hi there, Mr. Jeffrey.
Oh no, you go ahead. No, Hayden, you go ahead first.
Hi, how are you doing tonight, sir?
Oh, I'm doing splendid. I took the night off last night, and apparently when you take the night off, something actually happens at your job.
Yeah. You're talking about that ghost stuff?
Yeah. I'm a little surprised to see you here. Aren't your parents both in Hawaii?
Yeah, they left me entirely unsupervised.
Well, there is your great-grandpa, right?
Yeah. No, yeah, he's taking care of me. It's all fine. I'm an independent young adult, is what I am.
Oh, well, it's good to hear that. Man, you should come to see all the hustle around here.
Yeah, it's got to be about the ghost, right? Everybody's coming to take a look at it. Do you know anything about it?
Unfortunately, I had the night off last night. I'm a night guard, so you think I'd be here every night, but I do have to take nights off every once in a while. I was visiting my sister.
Yeah, how's she doing?
She is pregnant.
Why are you saying that like it's a question?
Oh no, nothing's wrong. She was pregnant. That's why I was seeing her.
Can I roll investigate a mystery?
I was waiting for you to ask.
6. I think that's a failure.
That is a failure. You just straight up fail.
Well, I'm glad to hear. That's one of life's little miracles, pregnancy.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, I think she's gonna give it away. So, yeah, just it's fine. You don't have to ask about it later.
Yeah, no, this isn't gonna come up again. There's no way this is any sort of Chekhov's gun or no, this is nothing.
No, and she lives in like a different state too. So she lives in Kentucky.
Yeah. I did want to ask you. I noticed who all has access to the key to the back door? Because it looked like someone's been going in and out tracking some hay in.
Can you roll plus charm?
I would love to roll plus charm. That's a 13 with my bonus.
Well, just me and your great-grandfather.
Okay. Was my great-grandpa home last night?
Your great-grandpa spends a lot of time in his inventor room. What were you doing last night, Hayden?
I think my cricket team had some nighttime practice, so I was doing that, as one does.
You didn't really see him late last night. He might have been there for dinner, but you went to bed right after cricket because you were tired.
Yeah. Hayden Haybale always goes to bed at 9 p.m.
Jeffrey speaks up. He's like, oh, and one more thing. Shucks. The city hall, because how the city technically owns this museum. I know it's got the Haybale family written all over it, and the Haybale family pays for everything and operates this place entirely. But the city actually has more key. I totally forgot about that. I probably shouldn't be telling you this because that's like, learn to find out what keys are. It's probably secret information. But yeah, I've done it for years, Hayden.
Yeah.
Hey, Hayden, did you hear that they're probably going to sell this place?
The what?
Yeah, the new CFO of your organization. They've been talking about buying it off the Haybale, the Haybale family buying it. Did you hear about this, CFO? Doesn't exactly get a whole lot of traffic there. The CFO, Harold Thatcher, I think that's his name.
I I know of him.
Well,
I didn't know they were in it.
I thought I should let you know before there's a public announcement. It hasn't been decided yet, but there's some talks about selling this place because apparently there's some resources under it. There's some oil. They built this thing right on top of an oil field.
They can't sell this place.
No, unfortunately, Hayden, they can't.
What does he need with oil anyways? Everybody knows the real money's in hay. Hay and hay bales.
That's adorable that you think that, Hayden.
Hayden blinks. Hey, well, thanks for telling me. Oh man, I had so many great adventures in this place. At least like a whole series of middle school reading level detective books worth of adventures here.
That's oddly specific.
They can't just sell this place.
No, Harold Thatcher promised that he'd put up a plaque, though, So it's not going to be gone. They're going to downsize it, tear up the building, and then put up a small plaque in a little garden right next to the oil rigs.
How would anyone want plaque? That's what I brush my teeth to prevent.
No, like a small metal sign that says what the place was.
Oh. Huh.
Frankly, Hayden, it is a little weird that they built an entire 5-wing museum to the smallest battle in Civil War history. I mean, I love history as much as anyone else. Also, this town only has a population of 2,000 people.
Yes.
Maybe the city has a point.
This place gets at least 20 people in here a week. They can't. Oh boy. Thanks for telling me, Jeffrey. I need to think about this.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, do you mind if I hang out a bit after closing time? I want to see if I can get a glimpse of this ghost fella.
I'm gonna need a high plus charm roll.
Yeet. Let's do this. Manipulate someone. 6 last.
Hayden, I gotta close up at 6. That's how it works, Hayden. 6 o'clock on the dot. Everything in this city closes at 6, except for the gas station. They close at 8.
Mm-hmm. Nod.
Well, except for the factory. They run 24/7, but that's a factory. It's different.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, you have a good night, Jeffrey. I'll see you around.
I'll catch you around, Hayden.
Ark's just kind of watching this whole thing with confusion. They're not really sure what's going on, but they do pull like one of those big bandages they wrap around a bigger injury out of a pocket that probably shouldn't have been able to hold a bandage of that size. And they wrap some of it around the cut on their hand, tear it off, and put it back in the pocket. And the pocket remains weirdly flat. Their hand is wrapped now, and they're just kind of watching everything. They're gonna ask, so we want to get in the museum after it's dark to see if we can see this, whatchamacallit, ghost?
What? It's closing after dark. We can't do that. Hayden winks. Wink?
Why is your face twitching?
He winks again.
It did it again. Are you okay?
Yeah. I mean, isn't that right, everyone? We're leaving at closing time. Wink?
But there's so much more to discover around here.
Wink?
Who knows what we might find?
Hayden leans into Simon and he throws his arm around his shoulder. I'm winking, which means we are staying after dark. We just gotta be sneaky about it.
Oh, okay.
He backs off and winks again.
Yeah, on second thought, I got some homework needs doing, so those mysteries can wait. Wink.
Hayden nods profusely once you wink. Hayden
now
will
your
then
face
look
is
at
doing it too.
Hayden
sure
will
you're
then
all
look at.
right? Is it catching? Am I gonna start doing it?
It's winking. It's just blinking with one eye.
Why?
I don't know. It's just what you do. Hayden looks to the other two in the group. Right, fellas?
You get nothing but a silent, stony helmet.
We are all perfectly normal humans who know how to wink.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally. Perfectly normal human.
Yeah.
Start conversation with ominous pronouncements. I am blink with one eye.
Yeah.
And Ark starts winking repeatedly, switching eyes back and forth instead of actually blinking.
Yeah, you've got it. Okay, so how do we get sneaky with this? How do we hang out in here after Jeffrey goes? Because he's gonna want to make sure we go.
Maybe I could try some new formula. Maybe something that could make us see through.
That would be cool.
Hayden, your great grandpa has a key. You could just use his key to get in.
It's more fun to try to be sneaky, though. That can be Plan B. Hayden does not share this information.
So what is the collective plan here?
I think your invisibility potion, Simon, sounds good. Ark, Sonny, what do you two think?
I mean, I can get myself back in the museum whenever. I'll be able to take a person with me, though that gets iffy.
Can I come with you then, Ark? Because if we're able to get into the museum at any time, if the ghost appears, I'd very much appreciate that.
What is Azazel doing before the museum closes?
There's two things. One is trolling for sinners to see if there's any major ones I can pick up on.
So you detect normal levels of sin from all of the touristy people, the people that are wearing Bigfoot Israel shirts. One of them you detect a little more than normal, but still not in not serial killer range, just like they did something relatively bad last week or something. You detect there are three kinds of people in this museum. There are the people in this group, there are a bunch of tourists, there are a few locals that are just interested in a mystery, something happening in the town, and then there's the guards. So there are four groups. Which groups do you think you want to look into?
I think I'll focus on tourists because they're moving around more. I only have one chance to get them.
I'll say from the tourists, you don't detect anything above normal. Except one of them is wearing a Bigfoot mask, and you detect a little bit above normal. Actually, when you get close, you detect quite a bit of sin above normal, but no guilt.
Can I roll telepathy to see if I can read his mind for his sin? 11.
He seems very displeased by the fact that there are so many people here, which is weird, because why would a tourist feel displeased about so many people being here? Also, the guard is feeling an intense amount of guilt. Not a lot of sin, but there is a very intense guilt. Also, you get an ambient sin energy. It's very shallow, but it's everywhere.
So what I'm going to do next, after kind of my trawling around, is I'm going to stand in an open area, strike a pose, and try to use magic to make people see me as a museum exhibit. So I'm going to try and pretend to look like one of the commanding officers of these soldiers who were sent to battle.
Go ahead and roll use magic.
7.
Well, that's a partial success. I'm going to say you attract unwanted attention, is your glitch here.
Fair enough.
So here's what happens. You use magic, and it makes you look like you're in the full Civil War outfit, but it also creates a bunch of other Civil War figures behind you, false people that don't actually exist, and people crowd around because they think a reenactment is about to happen. And they go, oh, cool, it's a reenactment. It's a reenactment, and even the guard walks over. You really get everyone's attention in the entire place.
Well, if you guys wanted to do something, now's the time. I'm just going to, I could either keep the statue routine up, or I could participate in a reenactment. Can I make the illusion around me work as a reenactment, or is that beyond the scope of what I just did?
Oh, I think that's very on the scope of what you just did. You create a number of illusionary soldiers that are fighting, and some of them are doing like speeches and stuff. It's a very typical museum reenactment on a small budget. People are truly enthralled by this reenactment.
Cool. And I'm going to use that distraction with my illusory duplicates to kind of sell the illusion that I'm not one of the duplicates. I just happen to be here.
You sort of slip out of the duplicate. Let's go ahead and roll me act under pressure. I think that's what fits here.
8.
That's a partial success. I don't think that's a terribly difficult thing to do. You slip out. The people in your little group here notice that you slip out.
And then I continue my ruse of looking like an exhibit.
Importantly, the guard doesn't recognize that you are not in the reenactment. What is everyone else doing to sneak in?
Guys, there's a reenactment going on. We can go hide right now. I know some spots where Jeffrey will never find us. I mean, I think we can do the other strategies too, but I think it's good to hedge our bets.
Yeah, nothing has to be mutually exclusive.
Actually walking out of the museum. It's like, I'll see you guys after closing. I'll be back.
I'll be in here. Hayden is actually going to run off, I think. He's going to go to the hiding spot he always used when he was 12 and having middle school adventures at the museum. He's going to go hide under the beanbag chairs in the children's reading room wing of the museum.
It is strange how many different wings there are to this museum that don't make any sense. The Haberl family just bloated this place with money.
Yeah, no, there's a place with just a bunch of books all about this one small Civil War battle. It's got beanbag chairs. It's got those like padded floors that are like the puzzle pieces, and you lock them together. Do you know what I'm talking about? So, first of all, does running off into the museum, ditching everyone else, does that count as checking out somewhere or something scary for don't worry, I'll check it out?
Yeah. Yes.
Also, would you like me to roll act under pressure for my hiding spot?
That feels good. I'm just taking forward on this because you know where you're going.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Also, I got the distraction. Hell yeah, that's a 12.
Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. This hiding spot works all the time. Like, it's amazing how inept Jeffrey is.
Mm-hmm.
Alex, how are you hiding?
Maybe just like in a closet somewhere.
Brendan, can you roll help out? I think you can point a good spot to him.
This definitely doesn't count as fighting a monster.
No.
That's a 7 for help out.
Give me 2 places in the museum where he could hide.
Okay, so there is. Okay, this is just a Civil War museum. I'm trying to think of some more really stupid wings. Okay, so there is a section where they teach you about how they manufactured the black powder they used for those old Civil War muskets. There is a whole kids' chemistry playset type area where they make black
Why
powder.
haven't I checked out that section yet? I should have checked out that section a long time ago.
And for the second section, I think they have a section that's just all. How many people died in the battle, did you say?
Exactly 3, and they are all famous. It's Jeremiah, Jeremiah, and Robert.
I think...
in that chemistry area, they might have the proper equipment for me to whip up those elixirs.
Yeah, you should go for it. I mean, the only other room that's coming to mind is there's a room where they have the cadavers on display. It's a little macabre, but they have these huge cardboard backdrop type things, and it's really easy to sneak behind there and hide behind those. And Jeffrey doesn't like going in there because the dead bodies sort of squeak him out a little. One of the two.
Jesus.
I think I might go check out that gunpowder area.
Good luck, buddy. Good luck.
You notice some kind of fake industrial machinery designed for producing gunpowder and a number of large bales of gunpowder. One is open and filled with some kind of powder.
I guess I'll investigate that powder since Simon's probably curious about that.
It's not actually black powder. You can tell that right away. It is a barrel full of black sand. You could theoretically crawl inside.
But where would the sand go?
The barrel is like 3/4 full, and it's very big, and You actually haven't described Simon physically.
Hey, what's going on? You are in the middle of the Casual Gaming Club. We'll be right back with that in just a moment. But first, we have just 7 hours left until the world premiere of Wolverine Media Network's countdown ending. It's going to be a great celebration. I'll be there along with Ricky and Adam and a whole bunch of other favorites from WMN. So you don't want to miss that. But first, it's time for another giveaway. And this time we have one that coincidentally works out perfectly for Casual Gaming Club members. And for those that aren't in Casual Gaming Club, it's a $20 gift card to Steam. So if you like playing games, like I love playing Cluedo on Steam, and I also have played Among Us this past semester, then the $20 gift card to Steam is for you. All you gotta do is go to that wonderful giveaway link that we're going to provide here in just a minute from our wonderful friend, Mr. Ricky Rain over there. Give me just a minute to pop it up. Yep, right there, down below, as you can see, underneath WUMD. Click that link, sign up. We'll announce it right after the Casual Gaming Club and just before our 6 o'clock hour. We will also have, at 6 o'clock, the Math Club joining us. So you don't want to miss that. Fun stuff going on and more giveaways throughout the hour. We're going live all the way until midnight. So don't miss anything. Call up your friend, call up your ex-lover. I don't care who you call. Get them on here. Make sure that they watch the stream because, you know, it pays to win things here from WMN. Without further ado, let's get back into things. Here is Casual Gaming Club.
Just going to scoot in.
Yeah, I suppose that's the best option. Unless there's something else.
What was the other area that Hayden listed?
The room where they displayed the cadavers of the 3 men who died.
They have
them
all
posed.
been covered in wax. It is the actual dead bodies.
I think I'll stay in the chemistry area because, do they seem to have any lab equipment I could potentially use?
They have toy lab equipment, but there are some real beakers in there.
Does it seem like something that could, feasibly, even if it is a stretch, be used to mix the ingredients for trying to make invisibility potions?
Feasibly, yes. There are containers and stir sticks, and you could probably start a fire or something.
All right, then I'm gonna want to stay as close to that stuff as possible so I can get on it as soon as it's safe. So yeah, I'm gonna hide in that barrel. That black sand's gonna get all up in Simon's frizzy giant hair, but
go ahead and roll act under pressure.
That is a 10.
Simon slips in without an issue. He is covered in sand, but one thing he does is he kind of covers his body in a sheet of plastic he keeps in his backpack for chemistry, to prevent the sand getting in his clothes.
Surprisingly cozy.
So that's how Simon's getting in. I think we've covered everyone. Yeah, I think we've covered everyone. So a few minutes pass. The guard walks by the barrel of sand. He walks by the beanbag chair. Then he walks past the statue that's just a person standing there, inept as a guard in a movie could possibly be. He opens up the front door, checks outside, opens up the back door, checks outside, and then he says out loud, "Well, I guess it's time to go. Oh no! Sister, birth. Oh no, gotta go to help my sister give birth." And then he unlocks the front door, shuts off the lights, and leaves. 20 minutes go by. What are you guys doing while you wait?
Man, I hope his sister's okay.
Hey, he appears to be fully gone now.
After about 20 minutes have passed, Hayden, Ark is suddenly standing right beside you. So, Matt.
Hi.
Now what?
As you guys are talking, you hear the back door get unlocked, and a large mechanical sound appears in the back door. And then a large blowing sound appears. And you see as a thing covered in hay, blasting hay all over the place appears. What would the large hay monster like to do?
What would I like to do? I mean, the first thing the hay monster always does, as is traditional, is it has to go to the room with the dead bodies and just like inspect all of them. It really likes
I didn't hide there.
It likes to respect the dead. Like, it's important to the hay monster.
You feel as if these dead bodies are, in a large part, your achievement, your accomplishment. You go over to the dead bodies and blast them with a bunch of hay. What do you do next?
So, now that it is fully respected, the dead bodies, so what areas were the most crowded during the day?
It's a pretty big museum. The main entrance was crowded because there's a lot, that's mostly where the hay was, because you passed through there a few times and they were really there for the mystery. But they did enjoy seeing the different aspects of the museum. The dead bodies, they didn't realize that there were actual dead bodies there that were preserved, like mummies, like Civil War mummies. So they got a lot of looks. People took a lot of pictures with them.
Okay. In that case, I think that it's important to stylize that section to have more hay aesthetics to it. That's where the hay monster will go next.
Okay. How are you stylizing the aesthetic?
Well, I mean, so like they're mummies, right, that people are taking pictures of, and I think they, at a minimum, need to be hay crowns at a minimum. But of course, it's not that precise, so it's probably more just like their entire heads are coated in hay and like a little bit of their shoulders. But it's stylized. It's very clearly, the next time people come in, they're gonna see all the hay on these.
Do we see this hay monster?
Yeah, has the hay monster passed me yet? I was in the
yeah,
room.
you guys all see the hay monster as it walks around past you.
I'm gonna blip to wherever Eugene is, grab him and say, well, I hope nothing goes wrong, and then I'm gonna blip back into the museum.
Where do you guys decide to teleport?
I teleport right in front of the hay monster. I'm just kind of looking at it with like hands on my hips and saying, well, butter my biscuit and calling me a slice of toast, but you don't see that every day.
Ark, thank you for revealing your true self to me. Since you showed me your powers, I now show you mine.
Wait, people can't teleport here?
No, but I can do this. Crab Rider strikes an awesome pose, and his blue and red belt, the tsunami, appears on his waist in a splash of water, and with the crashing waves of his soul, Crab Rider states, transform! And all across his body, red crab exoskeleton appears all over his body, and on his face are eye stalks with bulbous eyes and a mouth plate. Hey monster disturbing the peace of this peaceful town. My name is Crab Rider, emissary of the darkest depths. Now you will feel the fury of my claws of peace and love. Crab Rider to realize that there's the distinct possibility that the hay monster may not be hostile, so he'll just initially wait to see what the hay monster does.
I recognize the hay monster as it passes by me and blows hay everywhere as I am pretending to be a statue. And I am going to use my supernatural powers of the sight and telepathy to, I guess, try to solve a mystery, to get as much information as I can about the hay monster, both on like what it is and what if it has sinned. 11.
There is a soul of some kind inside that, and there is also a body of some kind inside that, and it appears to be a human body. There appears to be a man inside the middle of this thing, and the man appears to have a long history of light sin.
I am going to then step out from my hiding position. So, hey, Monster Man, you watch as like one of the Civil War statues moves suddenly and steps off the platform and reveals his true self as a guy in a trench coat with like a medieval helmet on.
You carry the weight of many minor sins compounded on you, hey monster, or rather, whomever so should be piloting this thing. Shall you reveal yourself, or will you face the fires of perdition?
Alex, what is your character doing?
Have I spotted this thing yet?
Yeah, it's a giant hay monster, and it's shooting hay all over the place. Even if you couldn't see it, you could hear the hay blowing machine.
Since everyone's gone and blown their cover, I guess that makes the invisibility potion plan obsolete. So instead, I assume some hay has been sprayed sort of close to my direction, right?
Yeah, hay's everywhere. There's literally hay on every surface in this room.
I'm going to see how flammable it is. I guess I just sort of quickly prepare a little bit of arcane thermite or something. That is 815.
You land this thing right on its square on its back. Brendan, your giant hay monster takes 3 points of harm, reduced by 2. So you throw this little thermite grenade thing at it, and what happens is there's a little burst, and then a bunch of fire on the back catches on fire, and then as it catches up, it just kind of burns off, and you realize there's only a thin layer of hay on this thing. What does Hayden want to do here?
So I have heard this whole kerfuffle. I've heard this loud hay monster, some fighting. I'm going to rush right in. You know, what could go wrong? I'm running towards these sounds, charging into immediate danger without hedging my bets. So I can hold 2. I can spend it later to inflict harm, to reduce harm, or to take +2 forward on an act under pressure. I'm just trying to run over to where everyone else is. So what do I see? I see a burning hay monster. I see Simon. I see Crab Rider. I see Ark. I see a dude with a knight helmet. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
I would like to read a bad situation. That feels very pertinent. 3. I have no idea what's happening.
There appears to be a number of monsters in this room.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping you would say.
A night monster, a crab monster, your friend, not really a monster, and then a hay monster. Do you want to wait to act on this information?
I think that is my turn. I don't think I get to do more than the one roll.
Does the hay monster have anything they would like to say or do?
Of course, as all hay monsters do. You guys know not what you do. You must leave this place, is what it's going to say. And then it's going to twirl, and suddenly all of the hay that's on the ground is going to be shot up into the air in front of people's faces. It's like a blinding mist of a haystorm.
Go ahead and roll act under pressure and add a +3.
Oh, only a 6.
Through some sort of obvious voice-altering technology, you hear a voice that's been slightly compressed and decompressed, says something says that, and then does a little twirl, pushing a bunch of hay in everyone's face, and none of you are really blinded or affected by it. Is that all the hay monster would like to do? Also, I would say this twirl also gets a lot of the burning hay that was on it off it, and as it twirls around, they can see where the burnt hay fell off, and there seems to be a metal cage behind that hay, made out of a mixture of chicken wire and pipe.
I think the hay monster would like to try to get itself to make sure that it's by the closest door, but so just take a few steps there, still panning towards everybody as it backs towards the door.
Okay, so you sort of start backing towards the back door. Who did we have go first last time?
The very fine long coat that Ark is wearing becomes weirdly a few shades lighter, and there's this very faint iridescence to it, and this silver razor whip appears in their hand, and they're just going to snap it once, twice, and then lash it out at the hay monster. I would like to note that I have Smite, so my divine weapon, which the whip is, always counts as a weakness against the monsters I fight. I got an 8.
Okay, so you hit the hay monster's arm. It sort of pushes the whip off it, and you completely rip all the hay off the arm. All the hay on its arm gets ripped off, revealing a metal, mechanical arm, and that hay gets thrown back in your face. and you're temporarily blinded by just a bunch of hay in your face. You get like a little hay in your eyes, and it's like, ah.
Is this supposed to be edible? Am I supposed to be eating this? Do people eat this?
You can. It's not suggested. It's not a healthy part of a balanced breakfast, but I do partake
Depends on
sometimes.
if you consider cows people.
What does Simon want to do?
Seeing as the hay monster was sort of going for the door, I'm going to try to make an ice wall behind it with my combat magic. That is a 10 exactly.
You successfully create a perfect ice wall where the shape of the back door is. Just sort of creating a door of ice, completely blocking it. Eugene, what do you want to do?
Crab Rider, seeing that Ark's having some difficulty, now realizes it's the time to unleash a flurry of punches. 14.
Where on the body of this hay monster are you attacking?
Crab Rider punches into the chest of the hay monster and starts snipping through like scissors.
As the claws come into the chest, the hay monster is just going to take both of its arms and smash in onto this crab-like creature, trying just to make it be stunned and fall to the ground.
You sort of awkwardly bump Crabman. So as Crab Rider jumps into the cage, it starts clawing at the metal chicken wire that is holding the hay strapped to it, and the hay monster sort of bangs on it, dealing 2 harm to Crab Rider.
I would like to spend one of my holds to reduce the harm suffered by 1. I think Hayden, he has his iPhone 12s Max, whatever it's called. He has it out. He's taking pictures of this whole thing, and he has the flash on way too bright, and I think it just like it's blinding enough to make the hit a little off kilter.
Okay. That flash causes the hit to be even more off kilter than it already was. Crab Rider only takes 1 harm. In the process, Crab Rider cuts away the chicken wire, revealing what looks like some legs sitting in a seat.
To be more specific, it's actually only 1 human leg. On the other side, you see a peg.
I guess the thing to do now is do some psychological scarring. I'm going to proceed to take off my helmet, and to most of the rest of you, it's kind of more like a unfazed, staticky look. But to the hay monster, it takes the visage of the person that you would feel the most guilt over, either because you did something truly horrendous to them, or because they would judge you harshly for your actions and you care about it. And I'm just going to be like, why are you doing this? Why are you being so evil? Why are you destroying this museum? What's wrong with you? And I'm going to use that to kick some ass and do psychic damage or some kind of psychological damage as I try to literally hit them with the weight of their actions.
What does the hay monster do how does this affect the hay monster, specifically hay monster?
So you can hear a voice from within the hay monster saying, no, you don't understand. I'm saving the museum. It's important. I have to protect it. That's what you're shouting from inside as he's hearing this. Just a lot of confusion coming from the hay monster as it's kind of a little bit frozen, but obviously trying to explain something out to what it sees.
Mm-hmm. 7.
That is a partial success. I'm just saying, in this particular circumstance, it doesn't do any damage, but you've successfully manipulated the monster.
Then I guess I'll have manipulated him to, I guess, hesitate so that it's not like it doesn't take offensive actions, if that makes any sense.
Well, everyone else is still attacking, so I'm just going to go with the flow. And I'm going to lash out with my razor whip again, trying to rip away more of the hay or pry back some of the metal. So the tags for the razor whip are 3 harm, hand area, messy, holy.
Go ahead and roll kick some ass.
I got a 9.
You tear off some more hay off this thing. You tear off hay off the other arm and take a little bit of damage. You take 1 point of damage. You take 1 harm. Okay. You were pushed backwards a few feet by a large force from the arm that you tear the hay off of.
Yeah, I do like the Wonder Woman crossed wrists in front of my face and just kind of like slide backwards.
Hayden, what are you up to?
I've been trying to think on that. So the angel, the crab, and the the knight are all on the monster right now?
Yes, it's a very confusing situation, but so is your friend, Simon?
Yeah, the wall does have the close tag, so I would have to be pretty close to use it.
I'm trying to think of, like, I've seen my fair share of, not monsters, but corrupt real estate agents dressed as monsters in my day. I don't know if I want to jump into a pile of 4 of them. That's messed up. And I can't even really single one of them out because they're all in a big group. I think what I'm going to do, I'm gonna get over to Simon and I'm going to be prepared to either protect someone or help out with him. That's what I'm doing.
As you get over to Simon to prepare to help out, you notice some of the area where the hay has been scraped away, and you notice that the metal cage under it, and you get this recollection like you've seen it before. You're not sure where you've seen it, but you're sure you've seen it before. Would you like to roll to investigate a mystery?
Yes. Also, I'd like to ask, do I see the peg leg? That is an 8 for investigate a mystery.
I'm going to give you a forward on that. That's a 9.
Okay.
Still a partial success. You do spot a peg leg in the message.
Question.
Yes.
Question. I don't think this counts as one of my holds. This feels like something I just know. How many legs does my great-grandpa have?
Your great-grandpa has exactly 1 leg.
Yeah, okay. Oh, what a coincidence, Hayden thinks. So what do I want to ask? I think I want to ask, are there any dangers we haven't noticed?
Yeah, there are, actually. From behind you, you hear a creaking sound. And you turn around and you see the metal box is shaking.
Wait, which metal box?
The large copper box that's always been in the museum.
For my second question, I guess, what's the best way to protect the victims?
I'm going to have you specifically state who you think the victims is.
Me and Simon.
Probably getting out. Or staying away from the combat, specifically not getting too close to the combat.
Yeah. Does the box itself seem especially dangerous?
It is a big metal box that seems to be shaking violently.
That does feel pretty dangerous. Well, On the other hand, the box has always been in the museum. How cool looking is the box?
Incredibly plain. Pure
but it is shaped
copper
its own.
Box. Rectangular. Sort of coffin shaped.
Uh-huh. Does it look like it has any latches or ways to open it?
It appears to be riveted shut.
You know what? Nobody's ever solved a mystery by running away. I'm going to grab the box. I guess my first instinct would be to hold it down.
Okay.
Stop it from shaking. Let's exert
As
force
you're
again.
pushing on it, one of the more ragged ends. Go ahead and roll. What is this? Act under pressure?
Yeah, that sounds good. And I will spend my other roll to take +2 forward on that. That's 11.
You can, you notice that the box it's got some pointy edges to it. You can choose to either try and hold down the lid of it, but you might take a little bit of harm, just like a scratch. Or you can try and put something on it, and it might not put as much weight on it.
I'll hold it down myself, I guess.
Okay, you put your whole weight on the box, and it scratches you slightly.
On top of the box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you get a couple cuts on your hands and knees. Take 1 point of harm, and a little bit of that blood seeps onto the box.
You sure have been noting blood a lot, huh? Thinking emoji.
So the monster definitely seems a little confused at this point, but it's actually going to, instead of engaging all of those around it, rush over to the box and try to just shove Hayden away from it. Kind of toss him across the room some away from this box.
This feels like protect someone, right? Specific. Roll the 2d6 plus 2.
Hey, I didn't fail this time. 8.
Yeah.
You push Hayden away, Hayden is protected from harm and pushed off the box. And right as you do that, the box splits open, and the shrapnel of the lid splitting open pries the metal cage around you off. And Hayden, you see your great-grandfather sitting in a giant mech suit, or, well, three-quarters of a mech suit.
Oh my stars and garters! I did not see this coming.
Well, howdy, Hayden.
Grandpapa, what are you doing here?
Yeah, you should, run, I think is the word for it.
What's going on?
Well, if I do reminisce back, I don't know, 100 years ago, back when this museum was first being built, he just starts going into this monologue that you can't follow and, like, is taking way too long, that you just don't know what's going on. All you get out of it is that something happened 100 years ago related to him in this building.
Mm-hmm. Even if he doesn't understand, Hayden sits attentively, not fleeing from the clear danger.
Ark's gonna kind of look around and say, so are we still attacking him? Are we not attacking him?
Don't hurt my grandpapa.
Does this mean that the face I've taken is your grandmother or something?
The face was Hayden's face, actually.
Can't believe I'm dealing with this again. But sir, why you disguised yourself as a straw monster? Are you not aware that you are bringing fear to the populace of this fair town?
Did you not see how many people in this museum today? Here I am, trying to save this museum from those darn bureaucrats. Just trying to get some more interest. But I'm afraid what you guys are about to see is no mere man.
As he says that, a goat, like a goat hoof, appears out of the box, out of like one side of the box, and it appears to be like a goat hoof attached to like a human arm, and something with like goat horns appears to slowly crawl out of the box.
Well, this is awkward.
I panic.
As a divine, do I know what this is?
It is not a divine entity. You know, I feel like there's a role for this. What do you want to roll?
Did we investigate mystery?
Go ahead and roll investigate a mystery.
I got a 12.
It is not human, nor it is divine. Something very monstrous is in that metal box.
Well, I don't like that.
Okay, cool. I just needed to make sure that I wasn't going to be pissing off the boss man.
Emma, did you have any other questions you want to ask for investigate a mystery?
What can hurt it?
That's a good one. I think you can make a logical conclusion here. It was sealed in copper.
If anyone's got more of that copper stuff, I think it might be time to start hitting whatever this is with it.
So as this creature is coming out of the copper box, you're gonna see Grandpappy Hay start screaming, and you can see him grasping at his peg leg as he like reels in pain as this thing comes out of the box relatively close to him.
Grandpappy, you would be aware of a couple of this thing's weaknesses.
But I definitely do not have them on hand, and also memories may be slightly debilitating him to some extent.
Jason, go ahead and take your turn.
I'm going to say, since everyone seems to be reacting to this, creature is probably evil. I imagine it's radiating sin like crazy, right?
Is something that doesn't have a soul, a human soul, able to sin?
Fair enough. Well, that makes it dangerous at the very least. So, I'm a blast it with some hellfire. I will kick some ass with my weird stat with a big whammy. 12.
What additional effect do you want to take?
Okay, so the visual I'm going for is I call like a hellish red light from the sky, or I guess the ceiling, and blast it vertically. So it'll deal the damage, and I'm gonna push it back in the box.
What damage would that be?
It is 2 harm, ignores armor. It's also obvious.
A giant beam of hellfire light shoots down from the sky, pushing this thing into the box. I don't think it can inflict any harm back on you because of the positioning. And you see as it's pushed into the box, back down into the box, and it takes the 2 harm. Alex?
One of the options for use magic is, I believe, to trap a person or creature. So I am going to try to, use some like alchemical solutions to sort of weld the box shut with it, the creature in it.
I will say the lid of the box has blown far off it now. So how are you putting the lid back on?
I can use help someone.
Actually, I was going to suggest I could help with that too.
Would you both like to roll to help?
Yeah.
I have the ability Power of Heart. When fighting a monster, if I help someone, I automatically help as though I rolled a 10.
Hey, someone mind grabbing me with that lid over there?
Yeah.
Go ahead and both roll. Let's see if you can get an especially high number.
Yeah, I can try to do even better. Well.
Okay, so Eugene the Crab tries to grab it, and he's like, Hayden's like, no, I got it. You guys like stumbling over each other. You grab the metal lid and sort of throw it on top of this thing loosely. Go ahead and roll some, I don't know, use magic probably?
I suppose I just sort of pour almost like the opposite of acid, but not an alkaline, but basically instead of dissolving it, it brings the material back.
You create an alchemical mixture
for the trap effect,
and you get 2 of the 4 edges sealed up. And the sealing is stronger than the rivets you used.
I think I got it for now, but I don't know how long this is gonna hold.
What does Grandpa Haybarrel want to do?
I think first he wants to recollect what it took to pacify it, because obviously now it's been fed and is angry again, has power again.
Go ahead and roll to investigate a mystery, and go ahead and take a forward on that. So add a +1.
7. Hey, it's not a failure. I feel like I'm getting all the bad rolls for some reason. All you guys keep getting all the good ones.
We're hogging on. I'm so sorry.
You're not exactly sure, but maybe cheese? Was it cheese?
So yeah, he's gonna be like, you're just gonna see him sitting there. He was just screaming in pain, and he's gonna be like, cheesecake. Yeah, cheese. I think it's cheese. It's just all that you guys hear, just him shouting this out.
I like cheese. I like cheese too.
Yeah, we're all hungry, and maybe we could have that as a snack after this. But that's if we even get out of here.
Do you think Arc Point would have picked up some cheese?
Let's roll a D100. I know this is a D6 system, but roll a D100.
Because I have that thing that lets me store stuff for later, small things for later. 68.
Oh man, I was gonna say above a 75.
That's fair.
You do not have any cheese on you. You have a number of food options. You have a bag of Cheez-Its. You have a bag of M&M's Reese's. You have a can of Verner's. You have a pickle. It's just a loose pickle. You have a small, half gallon of milk. You have just a whole tuna fish sandwich in your extra dimensional bag.
Okay, but I've been to a grocery store.
You've been to a grocery store. You know what cheese is.
So for my turn, can I blip to whatever nearby grocery store I've been in, to the nice cheese section, and grab just a giant pie slice of one of those cheese wheels, and then reappear back in the museum holding it and be like, cheese?
I'm going to say you blip out this turn, and you'll blip in at the beginning of your next turn. Also, are you buying the cheese, or are you just stealing it?
What's money?
Good point. Crabman, want to go?
Crab Rider uses his claws of peace and love to hold the box tightly shut, to prevent it from escaping while we try to figure out how to imprison it for good. Now, vile servant of evil, I won't escape, for no evil can stand up to the powers of peace and love. And Crab Rider is squeezing the box tight with his claws while the entity is trying in vain to escape.
The copper is pressing up against your pincers. You hold it shut, but you take 1 point of damage in return. You take 1 harm.
I might be able to whip something up to patch you up.
That would be really good right now.
So now the monster goes and it pushes up against the box. And you see the shape of a goat's face smash into the box's lid. Anyone who has their hands on the box will have a very hard time holding onto it because they're shaking so violently.
We're all trying to just hold the box down. Who seems to be in the most direct danger right now from the box and the shaking.
That's either Crabman or your great-grandpa.
I still don't know who that crab monster is. I still think he is a monster. I think I'm going to get ready to protect Grandpappy. I'm gonna be ready to help him out or to protect someone.
Knowing that he can't necessarily do anything too useful right now without, cheese, he's gonna try to just like lodge the robot suit on top of the box, but make it so that he can, potentially, get out of it. But so it's like a weight holding the box shut longer.
Okay, I'm gonna say roll plus tough with +2.
7.
Okay, that's a partial success. Hayden, you said you wanted to roll to help out.
Yeah, and I get to just treat that like I rolled a 10 whenever I help someone out.
You put a lot of weight on the box, and you can feel the shaking of the box is slowly pulling the kind of shoddy robot apart. The shoddy mech suit you built out of chicken wire and hay and scraps. And the mech suit can probably hold it for a little bit longer before it's going to fall apart.
Am I able to get out of the mech suit?
Do you want to try and get out of the mech suit?
Yeah, I think Grandpappy wants to just leave the mech suit like weighting down on this thing and try to, get back towards where Hayden is.
That feels like act under pressure, and I think Hayden's going to help you out. So go ahead and roll act under pressure with a +2 forward.
11.
Hayden helps you out of the mech suit. Your butler breaks through the ice wall with a large ice chopping knife, and comes and grabs you and helps you hold your weight up.
Perfect.
What's your butler's name again?
Chester.
Oh, very good, sir. I see the plan didn't work as intended.
No, not this time, Chester. Didn't work out quite right.
Shall I
You were in on it.
right?
Yes, go get what we need.
You were in on this too, Chester.
Oh, I'm quite a clever little Chester.
You scamp.
And he pinches your cheek a little bit. Jason, what are you doing?
I think the next play is to try and use my Hellfire powers to help, I guess, weld the box shut. I shall roll weird. And do I get a bonus because of everyone else trying to help keep this thing down?
Yes, I think that's a +1 forward to your weird roll.
So we've got reverse acid, a giant mech suit, and hellfire welding.
11.
That's a total success. You completely get one side of this thing completely sealed up with the hellfire. You see the hellfire causes it to bubble and fuse together in this horrible melted copper pattern that bubbles, and there's little screaming faces in the bubbling copper that fuse solid. This thing has become more sturdy than when it was original. There's just that one edge left to seal up.
And I'm going to put my helmet on too, because at this point I don't need to cause mental damage.
Alex? Yeah, I think it's probably back to you.
I promised to heal up Crab Rider, so do that I shall.
This is gonna be a little tricky to whip up with your particular biology, but pour this a little in there. Here, drink up.
And I'm gonna use magic, and that is an 11.
So Crab Rider restores 1 hit, 1 harm.
I believe it's 1 harm.
Okay, Crab Rider. You feel a natural soothing ointment made out of some chemical materials and some different plant fibers. Slowly knit your claws back together.
I'll keep on holding the box. If one more side is closed, things will be easier.
At that point, one of the hooves punches through the remaining hole in the box, sort of widening it. Emma, you want to go?
All right, so I reappear with my keys. What am I doing with this? Waving it around in the air. Someone wanted cheese?
Throw it into the hole, I guess.
I would like to try and recall more on the details of what I need to do with this cheese. I don't, it's been 100 years since I fought this thing last, so.
You have developed a theory that it is allergic to cheese. When you fought it 100 years ago, you were eating a cheese sandwich at the time, and when you opened your mouth and spat on it, the spat burnt it.
Young darling, just hit it with the cheese. I think it's allergic.
If you say so. So I'll just chuck the cheese as hard as I can at that like hole in the box.
Weirdly enough, roll to kick some ass.
That is a 4.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Hayden, can you help in any way?
I mean, if I help, that'll just give a +1. I don't think that saves it. I mean, how does one help with cheese?
You got a point.
I don't think
the
I can do
cheese?
anything to salvage this.
The cheese
There's
goes
a lot of stuff
flying
away.
over the box and into a beaker of acid that you're preparing to like continue sealing this box shut, and completely dissolves. You are out of cheese.
I teleport back to the crew. No, I'm gonna pull out some of the Cheez-Its. You said I have Cheez-Its. So I'm gonna
Yeah, you
pull
have
out the
Cheez-Its and
Cheez-Its.
you have some other cheese-related products if you want to try those.
Yeah, Cheez-Its. I'm going to run up to the box and start trying to dump it in the hole.
Checking a
What's
real
the name
box
with all that
to see if they contain any actual cheese. They do contain cheese. You throw the box. It's gonna have to wait till your next turn.
That's fair. That's fair.
You beefed this one. Yeah, it feels like Alex's turn. Alex, the cheese hits your beaker and crashes all over the ground. You're gonna take a 1 backwards to whatever magic roll you make this round.
You know what? Even if I fail, I still can make all the glitches happen, so might as well try. I guess I'll try to start sealing around the hole that was just punched in.
Currently the hole is very wide, so if you were to do that, you wouldn't be able to fully get it sealed. Do you want to hold your action?
Yeah.
What does Grandpappy want to do?
I think Grandpappy wants to take his cane, which of course is has a metal end to it, for hitting things and whatnot. He's just gonna jam it into the box to hit the creature.
Go ahead and roll to kick some ass.
6. Oh, back to the bad rolls.
Oh my
I had my
god.
7s for a while.
Wait, I think I can help out with that, and I can push it to a 7, which is a mixed success, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so as I'm trying to jam this cane into the box, just to hit him and maybe disrupt him, even though I know it's not super effective, Hayden comes over and steadies my hand so I can actually get it into the box and nail him.
We flash back to a montage. My hands are on yours on the cane, and I'm helping you walk, and it's very sweet and saccharine. And then we flash back, and we're just beating this box with a stick.
You crack this stick into the one arm this thing has. Well, arm is a generous word. The one appendage this thing has sticking out, and Hayden grabs a hold of the cane, and you guys push its arm back in. It doesn't do any harm to it. But it does get its arm out of the hole, back in the box. And after you do that, it pushes the cane back at you, doing 2 harm to dear Grandpa, pushing him down on the ground.
No.
Mind if I jump in to heal him then?
Yeah, you can use your action to heal him. Go ahead and use magic.
Good thing I held my turn then. That is a 6.
You spill a little bit of acid on Grandpa, doing another harm to him.
Failure.
Yeah.
All right. I was hoping I would get to use this feature.
Yeah, go ahead.
It could have been worse. When you miss a use magic roll, you can choose one of the following options.
Can I please take the acid damage for Gramps?
Let's finish having him read the effect.
Yeah.
Instead of losing control of the magic, I'm gonna do the "this is gonna suck" option, where the effect options, but you trigger all of the listed glitches but one. You pick the one you avoid. I'm gonna say I'm gonna take away the effect is of short duration. Yeah, all those other ones, including 1 harm to me.
Okay. The beaker breaks in your hand as you're mixing it, dealing 1 harm to you and splashing all over the ground. And then it starts to ignite a small pile of hay on fire. And the fire is slowly spreading. Jason, what do you want to do?
Yeah, well, this is quickly spiraling. I'm going to try finishing sealing this box. Man, it refuses to go down. I'm going to get there eventually.
Before it can be sealed up, the hole needs to be closed up.
Okay. I'll work on the hole then. So 10.
How are you closing it?
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to essentially melt the side of the box to kind of like the box isn't going to be uniform, but I am kind of like condensing that side so that it closes properly.
So you like take a wave of magical fire and you just sort of push the material, you melt it and then like let it reharden closer so the hole is like sealed up. This metal is formed back up and the hole is small, if very, very small now, and probably can be sealed.
We are almost done. Finish this thing up.
Is there any hole left to dump the Cheez-Its into?
There is a small hole left to dump the Cheez-Its into.
I'm just gonna start taking fistfuls of Cheez-Its and jamming them in the hole.
Roll to kick some ass.
That's better. That's a 12.
Do you want to reduce one harm to yourself or do an additional harm to the creature or force it into a position?
I want to force it down into the bottom of the box so it's no longer trying to break out.
You like dump, at some point you picked up several boxes of like the big family size Cheez-Its and you just start dumping them in and it's starting to get like drowned in these Cheez-Its and you like notice it's like steaming from inside, like the Cheez-Its are melting it. And as it's steaming, it spits back at you, doing 2 harm to you.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna actually use luck to make that no harm.
Oh. As the spit is going for you, you just sort of move left. And it just goes right past you. It lands on the floor. Landing right on that pile of fire that started, putting it out.
Well, that's convenient. I'm gonna keep jamming Cheez-Its in until someone looks like they're gonna try to seal the hole.
This thing is like shaking a lot less. Like it seems to be weakened considerably by all the Cheez-Its.
That's how I feel after I have too many Cheez-Its.
Crab Rider, how would you like to steal this thing? There's one tiny little hole remaining.
Crab Rider steps back and leaps into the air and kicks with his crab kick. His right foot is surrounded by red and blue energy, and the power of his kick, when it hits the hole, the force of it seals it shut. 13.
You slam your foot into this thing. It forces it shut and makes like a mechanical closure. It's not completely sealed. You might want to, you're probably going to chemically seal it or weld it or something, or, put a bolt in or something. But this thing is welded shut. In the process, you take 1 harm, and you can feel this thing take quite a bit of harm. I think Grandpappy probably could go here if you wanted to.
I feel like Grandpappy doesn't think he could close the box by melting, getting enough of a fire with hay going, or does he think that like a controlled burn of hay could, melt it the rest of the way shut?
Realistically, probably not.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He does have a number of inventor's tools with him, though.
That's fair. I had an idea of one for putting out the fire, but let's see, what else could I grab? Oh, actually, I know what Grandpappy's gonna do. He's gonna try to. So the hay monster was running off of an engine that's still running. He's gonna try to short that to like melt the box shut.
Go ahead and roll act under pressure, maybe.
12. My first actually really good roll.
You quickly take the motor from the mech and drag it over to the box. Then you take some wires from the mech and you basically turn it into a build your own arc welder. Start arc welding little dots on the box using the motor power. It doesn't take a whole lot of electricity to melt that copper. So after a few minutes of doing this, the box is completely sealed and it slowly stops shaking. What do you all do while the box stops shaking?
Can I send the box to hell?
Please roll plus weird.
11.
Sunny Miles stands in front of everyone, tells everyone to get back, and slowly you see a pentagram form on the floor around the box, and a giant mouth appears, like a giant clawed mouth appears in the ground, and fire starts spewing out of it, and the box just falls down the mouth, and it closes with a demonic slam.
It shall be no one's problem any
A few minutes pass, and you all get a chance to catch your breath finally.
Crab Rider detransforms and breathes a sigh of relief now that the evil has been stopped, and grabs some Cheez-Its from Ark and starts munching on them as well.
I think I might need to go to therapy.
So, does anyone else think we should, cheese it before the guards come back to the museum?
Ark has Cheez-Its right here, Simon.
Oh, Jeffrey, he's a family friend. No need to worry about him. But man, I need to learn how to do that magic. I would have gotten rid of this box a long time ago if I had known that.
Ark offers Cheez-Its to everybody who wants some.
I take Cheez-Its.
No.
Grandpappy's gonna try to eat Cheez-Its, but he doesn't really have many teeth yet left, so it doesn't really chew right. But he's attempting.
Your butler takes a handful of Cheez-Its and blends them up for you and makes a weirdly nice, melted Cheez-It souffle out of it in no time.
Well, thank you, Chester. I just started I'm eating this out of a bowl with a spoon. It makes no sense.
You're quite welcome, sir.
As a matter of posterity, Grandpappy Haybarrel, do you repent for the damage and desecration you have done to this museum and the bodies of those who lie in this tomb?
Of course, I shall do such things.
Good.
Ark goes back to the old TV set with their thing of Cheez-Its and just sits there watching the static, slowly eating Cheez-Its.
The static shows a appreciation, like you've done a good job.
I cry a little and keep eating the Cheez-Its and watching the static.
So, hold on. Let me get this straight. Some of us aren't normal humans?
Hayden. Don't worry about it. We'll teach it to you when you're older. I have some books to show you in my lab.
Despite my many powers and abilities, I am indeed human.
I'm a totally, absolutely normal human person.
That man is a crab.
Works for me. We're all normal humans. And crab.
I'm human sure as sunlight. I just happen to find a few things many people don't know.
We slowly cut away from the scene as you guys are walking away from a half-destroyed museum where you just banished Goatman. Thank you for listening to this session, and thank you everyone performing. Just thank you everyone, guys. This has been incredible. Does anyone have anything they want to say to the audience before we go?
I have an important note. The butler is on cleaning up and fixing up everything in the museum. It's going to look pretty pristine, but also spooky as if something happened next day, so that people are still intrigued and coming.
In quiet places where evil lies, the few brave dies. This week they survive, but next week they may die. Thank you for listening to Monster of the Week.
And here we are now with the Wolverine Media Network Streamathon. Before we get started with what's happening next, let's give a quick round of applause, guys, to Casual Gaming Club. I see some people in the waiting room too, guys. You can wave too, guys. Let it go. Let it go. Do what you got to do. So we got people in the waiting room. The Math Club will be joining us very shortly. But first, let's do a quick little advertisement for hunting more house finding. So let's hunting more house finding. It's a little advertisement we have. We'll drop that a little bit more detail later, but I'll keep that up here for you guys to just get a peek at it. They're one of our sponsors for the organization for this actual Streamathon event. So yeah, like I said, Casual Gaming Club did an excellent job with their campaign. It was great to listen to. I listened to the entire 2 hours of it. It was a lot of fun. But that's how it is. That's how it is. So next we have the winner of the $20 gift card for Steam. We probably could have added sound effects. We're too lazy. It is Rachel Cronkite. Cronkite? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Rachel CC. You are the winner. So we will be sending you that in your email in about 24 hours or less. Maybe more. We'll see how it goes. So yeah, congratulations to you. We'll be doing not one, but 2 gift card giveaways at 7 o'clock, which is a major intermission. Well, we're not only giving gift card giveaways, we're also giving 2 water bottles away. We're just doing it all at once. So yeah, the link is still the same. People who signed up, who have already won, you can't win again, but new people, you can always sign up. People who are participants, you guys can sign up. You can do your thing. Get in there. The link will be running at the bottom of the screen as usual. So keep a look on that for you. And then not only the gift cards and the water bottles, we have pens that we're throwing away in the package. So these pens right here, really cool. They're not branded. Oh, yes, they are actually branded. I'm sorry. Well, they say Wolverine Media Network on them. So you get cool, and they're not bad quality pens. Like these are actually really, really good pens. So get you that. And then we'll do a tour of the University Center. So you guys will see what's changed and what's not changed and what's going on. So without further ado, it is 6 o'clock, so it's time for Math Club 4-player chess. Guys, come on in. Welcome to the Wolverine Media Network. I think we just up already. You guys excited?
Sorry, I'm not sure if I heard you, Ricky.
No, they are. Okay. Wonderful to see you guys. So I'm just going to dip out. We don't want to take any time that you guys got. You got a full hour, and we'll see you guys at 7. Enjoy the show, all right?
Sounds
great.
Yep. Hello, everybody watching Wolverine Media Network, including my little siblings. I believe they're tuned in right now. Right now, I'm sharing my screen, and looks like we're all ready to start a game of 4-player chess. Basically, what you need to know, if you've never seen this game before, is there are 4 people playing chess. Everything else pretty much works the same way that regular chess does. Let's see. Michael, say something.
Hello, I'm Michael. Yeah, so typically in 4-player
Brendan,
chess,
say something.
So,
okay.
hey, I'm Brendan.
Yes. Colin, do you want to introduce yourself too?
Hi, I'm Colin.
Hi, Colin. All right. Maybe without further ado, let's start a game and see where this goes. It's starting.
Okay.
All right. Brendan is playing red. I'm playing blue. Michael is playing yellow. Colin is playing green.
Oh, you're kidding me already?
In general, it's not good to trade pieces early because it means I'm going to have fewer pieces later. But I just want Michael to lose.
Sure. This is actually the first time I'm playing 4-player chess, today. So
yes,
this
he's
is
been
a new
saying that over
experience.
and over. He just wants a cookie or something. I don't know.
Okay.
I guess I will one up you, James.
Sure.
And trade queens.
High stakes today.
Mm-hmm.
will he trade bishops?
I think I'll just do that.
Oh, that's fine. That's acceptable. Let's develop. Get some pieces out.
I don't really want to trade bishops.
I don't either. Please don't take my bishop away.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and do that.
Thanks.
You guys are playing too safely.
Yeah, you're right.
Suppose my knight was pinned. I had to take with the king.
We'll go here. That should give me some range.
We'll see. I'm just, Michael, I'm just in the mood to be contrary.
I know. Sure.
I
think
you guys are aggressive.
I know. I didn't.
Kyle,
Man,
there's us,
I'm
playing all
sad.
defensively. There's these two. I'm cast. No, see, I still can't castle. I haven't moved my king. I don't know why.
I mean, just
Okay,
try
well,
it. Try.
I tried.
Try harder.
Yeah. Try to click my mouse harder. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. I'll just do something else.
Yeah, just. I mean, castling isn't necessarily your best strategy in this game.
I don't know how much it really helps in this variation.
Yeah. Colin, it looks like you're losing a rook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do I
Feels
capitalize
bad,
on the moment? I mean, I don't mind. Feels okay to me. Oh no, I hung my pawn.
I'm sorry.
Oh, never mind.
Oh no, I'm not grabbing that pawn. Your knight's gonna get me.
Oh yeah, you're right. I did defend that pawn.
I'll take it.
Ooh, touche.
I figured if I had to lose mine, I could at least return the favor.
Okay. So,
Michael, let's just let them eat each other's pieces, and we can wait until.
And then duke it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brendan, that means we should. I mean, I'm also going to take your rook still, but after that, we should call it a truce and launch ourselves towards James or Michael.
No,
Is
don't
this
do
free
that.
for all turning into a team game already?
yeah, I vote James.
Wait, what?
I mean, I vote we join forces against James, but
Oh. I'd rather you didn't. See, I suppose my screen is.
Now I'm beating James. I'm in second place. I feel better about myself.
I mean, yeah, that shouldn't really be the measure of self-worth that you establish for yourself, Colin.
That's a good point.
You're more than just a chess piece moving machine.
You know what I'm gonna trade? I'll do it.
Interesting. Brendan, do you still have the right to castle?
I don't believe I moved my king yet, so I think so.
Yeah, it'd be funny if you can castle and Michael can't.
And I can.
Yeah,
makes me want to do it more.
I don't really have a good move here. I don't like how my pieces are arranged.
join the club.
You know what? I'm just going to see. I can't do that either.
It's an entirely different game. The extra squares change everything.
You know what?
I mean, yeah. Oh no.
I don't really see why that was. Because ultimately that's just a trade, right?
Yeah.
I thought we were on the no trade bus. The no
I've given
trade
up at this
brigade.
point. We're just going to keep trading. This is a game to trade in.
Yeah. This is Wall Street bets.
Castle either.
I don't like how that looks.
What, the queen?
Yeah, how it's getting close to my pieces.
Yeah, you have like some sort of like
Well, I suppose my
sensitivity.
I mean, I suppose my king is defended, right?
Yeah,
on both sides, so that's okay.
Yeah, you're not ready to start sweating just yet.
Right. That's not for another 30 seconds.
Right.
All right.
Huh.
Uh-oh. No. No. I didn't see that. No, that didn't just happen.
It happened. And it happened to you. That's unfortunate. See, that's what you get for bullying me with your knight.
Well, I've lost the game.
Here, maybe I can give you a moment of relief, Michael.
Sure.
Because now you can come off the rook file. Well, to me it's a file. To you it's a rank.
I mean, I guess I'll just, yeah.
Oh, okay. That's an option.
I mean, I kind of had to, right?
You had to move your king somewhere. I agree.
Right. I mean, I don't see why I would move it up, though, because then I lose the rook protection.
Well, your rooks aren't doing a whole lot if they're just stuck inside all day. I guess that was my thinking, but I mean, you're not necessarily wrong. Who's my worst enemy? Because it looks like I have hanging pieces to capture from anyone. I think.
Do you? Oh, yeah, you do.
Brendan is the one that is making me the most nervous. Oh, that was a good defense. Just throw pawns at him.
You see, I throw a pawn at him, but it eats one of his turns for someone else to do damage against him.
I mean, I'm just going to take your pawn, though.
Well, I know, but that, like, Brendan and James both get a move as well, and they might, like, decide to go after you. Because I have no, like, good response. And that pawn was, like, in a dead position.
True.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Oh, I have the only queen on the board still, right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
I'm going to take as much advantage of that as I can, I guess. Somebody put Colin in check again, so I get his bishop.
Oh, that would be cruel.
And unusual.
Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and... Oh, I can't move that pawn, actually. That's not a good idea. I could probably move this.
Hey, Michael.
Bish.
You should
Yeah?
put him in check. Like, you should put James in check. I won't capture you. I'll just move my.
Don't do
I mean,
it.
I don't... How can I...
I mean, up and then right there.
If he doesn't see it, he doesn't see it.
Wait, no. I actually don't see it. Where is it?
Michael, also pay attention to your time. You're low on time.
I know.
Okay.
You know, I'm just gonna
put James in check.
I don't see where he can go and check from.
Oh well.
Oh, wait a minute. I see now.
Oh,
Yeah, let's do that. Okay.
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 I'm not going to
cool.
capture you.
Brendan proceeds to capture you.
I mean, at this point, it's like I gotta trust him because I don't have a better option.
Yeah. Let's see. What do I'm gonna move this guy.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
Wait, what'd you do? Oh, you trapped my queen, kind of.
It's team effort.
Yeah, that sucks. I guess I'll just go here.
I'm just going to move this for right now.
Colin, if you block Brendan's bishop, I'll let you win the game.
Shouldn't I guard Brendan's bishop? That way, if you try and take it, I can recapture.
I don't understand.
What?
Why would you guard his bishop?
That way, I don't know. That way, you're guaranteed to lose your queen.
Well, he'll capture it so long as you don't block him.
Oh yeah, that's true. I'm just gonna do something like this.
Well, that didn't block, but okay.
Well, I didn't want to block him. I want you to lose your queen.
Oh, I see how it is. It's all fun and games until something, I lose my queen.
I mean, you still have the pair of rooks as well.
The rook pair?
Yep.
That's true.
Okay. Just gonna go ahead and put that there. I'm not gonna take the bishop this turn, so.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Michael, it looks like you just want your bishop to be captured because its use is no longer in Brendan's favor.
Yeah, I kind of spared it a turn, so.
You should spare it one more turn.
I'll just take a pawn, not the other hanging bishop.
Brendan is like, what's the word? Chaotic good.
Still taking something.
Wait, why did I do that?
I don't know. I didn't make the move for you.
Yeah.
I wasn't like genuinely curious.
Well, I don't know what to do now. So let's just. Sure, why not?
Oh, okay. So not only does Michael want to plea for his bishop's life another turn, but he won't even take a free rook. Well, it's not free, but it's not a bad trade.
Okay. I'll take another pawn.
Cool. Now I can do something with my rook. Like... I guess that's slightly more useful than where it was. Looks like...
All right. Brendan, I'm going to plead with you one more time.
Yeah, I don't think you should spare him. I think that should be the price of his hubris.
We gotta
do it, Brendan.
I'll just do this.
We got a comment. Somebody's betting money that Brendan's going to win this game because of his 2 horses.
I would say that that's a pretty good bet.
I'm kind of feeling like Brendan has a good chance here.
What? I thought I was putting it there so that you wouldn't do that.
Oh man.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, there is that.
Oh.
We're all like suddenly, oh yeah, that's how this game works.
Well, you know what?
I was waiting for that to happen.
Well, what can I do? You know what?
I'm starting to feel like the tides are turning against Brendan just a little bit.
Just a bit, yeah.
Yeah,
that's
just a skosh. I suppose I don't mind that trade.
Oh yeah, you're in front of me. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like you're to the side of me from here, so you know.
Right. Guess I'll just wait.
Okay.
Is everyone trying to promote pawns?
Yes.
Oh wait, that's way too early. I didn't realize it promotes that soon.
Yeah, it's rank 8 because it's it's the chessboard. It's 8 squares by 8 squares.
Well, it's a different distance and normal chess. So I'm a little bit uncomfortable, I suppose, is the right word. I don't know. What do I want
Yeah, I
to
can
do?
like radically change the game.
For sure.
I mean,
Michael, move that rook to block Colin's rook, so that if Brendan takes the rook, that you can trade and you win the queen. Time.
I know. You know what?
Move
No,
the rook.
I'm just gonna.
Okay.
I'm just gonna. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brandon, take the pawn.
Safe and secure.
Wait, take the pawn. You made the wrong move. Don't listen to me.
But yeah, Brendan.
Wait, it's my
Colin
move.
has a pawn
Why
hanging.
am I?
Isn't the queen? Sorry, isn't the knight? No, it's not. I see you. Okay.
I was like, wait, I forgot it was my move for a
It's still,
second.
I can still just fork you though.
Oh man,
That's actually a dangerous fork.
I feel like Michael's going to get to that rook before you do, Brendan.
Yeah, but then I have to trade my rook for that.
It's not
I mean, I'm going to lose my rook. It looks like I'm going to. I mean, I don't know if I have a better option than to take that. So let's do it.
Well, that's good for me. So.
yeah, because doesn't he just capture with check?
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Michael. Now I'm not so alone being down a rook.
Nice. Hang in there.
I'm in there by a thread, right? I do think James is in the best position right now.
I think I'm in the best position, but like Brendan does have a queen, so
Yeah, that's fair.
that makes things a little
Well,
annoying.
you could easily get a queen, though. Well, actually, yeah, you could. Because if you move your pawn up and then Brendan goes to capture, you could then capture with your knight.
Yeah, I think I want to. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you could. So you could get rid of his queen at least.
Yeah, at least I think I'm prepared to handle
Or get a
this
queen,
threat.
right? So he has a
capture, right?
What's
See,
that?
I can. Unless I capture your queen.
Yeah. And Michael.
Oh, Michael, you timed out.
I didn't even. Okay, well.
Sorry.
Yeah, because you're still in a very good position, James. I don't want you just to
I am.
steamroll us.
Yeah, that would be boring.
It's for the content. It's not personal.
True.
Okay.
All right. What's gonna happen? Brendan, you also want to probably keep an eye on your time.
Oh, that's a good point.
Don't end up like me.
Yeah. Sorry, Colin. I think this is
That's fair.
the last stand. Oh. He's still in it. Darn, I'm in check. Whatever shall I do?
Oh, you can still move your.
Michael, are you controlling the king?
No, I'm not. It's moving on its own.
Okay.
Wait, we can still.
Yeah, we can still earn points by checkmating his king. Uh-oh. I guess that's a little annoying. Oh, cool.
It seems like the king is riding into battle.
The king's like, let me do this myself. I guess I want to retreat. Where's he going? He's like
He's riding into battle.
He really is.
If your king moves away from that rook, the rook is hanging, and that yellow king wants to be ready to
true.
capture.
Brendan, you should sacrifice your queen so that Michael can capture my rook.
Oh yeah.
It's for the content, remember.
Is this an unranked match?
Yes.
Okay.
Starting to get me nervous. I shouldn't actually have a hard time checkmating Michael's king at this point. I see. Yeah, that's okay. Let's just go for it.
Well, at least I have a lot of time left.
Yeah, that will come in handy when you
move around your
have
king.
like the most incredible comeback ever.
Luckily, I'm the only person with a diagonal moving piece.
Pawns can move diagonal.
Yeah, I guess.
You walked right into that one, didn't you? Brendan, do you want to just like help me checkmate Colin and time.
Okay. Yeah.
Never mind. I'm not making a truce with someone who's low on time.
I have plenty of time.
All right, how do we bring this one home? 6:30 already. Wait, what? Oh, it's not my turn. Aggressive king.
It's not like I have any other pieces.
No, I feel like I'm being surrounded by these like
aggressive kings.
Like a bunch of white belts who are like convinced that they know how to play this game.
Actually, there's you can just do that. Well, yeah.
Yes, this is what I have to do.
Didn't you just miss a mate on me, James?
Yeah.
Wait, did I?
Yeah. Your like middle rook over 2 to the left would have been.
Oh, but then I'd lose. But then I'd lose my rook.
Oh yeah.
So it looks like I didn't get points for that. I assume is that made? I don't know. Is that what that circle?
Oh,
means?
it's my turn. There. All right, now that's definitely my checkmate.
At least
Of course, yeah. Now I just have a rook against all these
Yeah.
ponies and a queen, but
also like you just
second place is good enough.
All of that just to reclaim second.
Yeah. Gotta take what you can get. How do I do this? Maybe something like that.
I'll go right
there. I mean, is it really worth it? We already know like who's winning, Brendan. There's no need to torment me. Wait, why didn't I see what move was just made?
It was pawn at the bottom.
Oh, I see. All right. Can we maybe make this game speed up just a little bit?
Or yeah, everyone just started advancing pawns.
That's what you got to do. Yeah, Colin, just keep Brendan from promoting that pawn, would you?
Sure. I guess I'm just a grunt now.
Yes. Trade. All right. How do we make this work? We'll just do like the longest ladder mate of all time. Brendan, your time.
Yeah, wait.
Move. Oh.
Ooh. That was tight.
If you had moved a pawn, Brendan, James could have got me with his rook because I was boxed in by the queens.
I am a little bit low on time, I guess.
Yeah. No, you're
Just
good.
a little bit, yeah.
What makes sense here? Don't mind me just cleaning up. Mm-hmm. I think I'm okay with that. Colin, just hold that one off for me, would you?
Sure.
Okay, I guess there. Okay.
Wait, how do I actually finish this? There. Okay, now I feel comfortable.
Okay, yeah, you should win now.
Well, now I have to do all this garbage. Oh. Do I become like a? Do I get like a grandmaster norm if I checkmate two people at once?
Maybe.
Well,
Thanks for
let me have that.
making me feel. No. I mean, you guys could resign at this point if you wanted.
Yeah, the rest of this is just going to be pretty boring.
Yeah.
The resign button is not up for me.
It's near the bottom right corner of the screen.
Yeah, like it. Oh wait, there it is.
It doesn't show it? Okay.
It only shows up on my turn.
All right. That's
good job.
That was
James.
good.
What a game.
That was intense. I was sweating the whole time, but that's
Are we
just
playing?
AC. Let's see if we can do a quick game of hand and brain.
Yeah, that's really fun.
Okay. Let me go ahead and do that. So we have to decide who wants to be hand and who wants to be a brain. I'd say I think the teams should be Michael and myself versus Colin and Brendan, and then Colin and Michael will be hands. Does that sound okay?
That sounds fine to me, yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay, so I need one of you guys to set up the game since I don't have admin privileges or anything. So for anybody watching who doesn't know what we're talking about, basically this is a standard chess game, but whoever's designated the brain on a team will have the option of like choosing a different type of piece. So for example, I could say pawn, and then my hands, so that will be Michael, will choose a move to make with a pawn, but it's up to him which pawn move he'd like to make. So it becomes quite difficult trying to read each other's minds.
Michael, I sent you a friend request, and I can set up the game. James,
Oh my
would you
gosh.
like 10-0 for the time control, 10-minute game? Or
Can we do maybe 5 minutes? I think 10 minutes should be okay.
okay, or I can
yeah.
I
We'll
can set
make
it to be
quick
like
work of this.
I'll 10 minutes.
We'll be ending like directly at 7, so
Yeah. No, I think we'll have ample time to finish them.
Okay.
Like by move 20. That's my
Michael, I
bet.
sent you the game.
okay, I didn't hold on. I need to go back into the lobby because I don't. So where's the server? I don't see it on variants.
It's just a regular game. Go to live chess.
I see. Okay. Yep.
And then can somebody send me the link to the game once it's started?
Yeah,
so that I
how
can
do you want me to send it to you?
In WhatsApp, if possible.
Oh.
Or yeah, I don't know if you have the desktop version.
Okay.
Not readily available.
Okay. Are you guys not friends on here?
Can we
No.
use this?
Michael, just if you could WhatsApp me the link to the game
Sure.
once it started, but wait
Sure.
until the game has started.
Check the chat on the right of your screen, James.
Gotcha. I got you.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. Brendan, did you see the link as well?
I don't see it. Or is this
On
just...
the
oh, I'm just observing, so yeah.
Yep. And
It's
the
loading.
we'll have to rematch because our game just timed out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so do a rematch. I don't know if I have to go to a new link.
Okay. I'm not sure. Brendan, you're the brain.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say pawn.
Yeah, Michael Pawn.
Oh, I
both get
didn't see an
pawns.
update on
I think
your screen.
No, I think I need a new
I
link.
posted a new link.
Excellent.
Brendan, Michael, I played E4, Michael played E5.
Just pawn again.
Okay.
Michael, can I get a knight?
Okay.
Knight.
Let's do bishop.
Let's see. We will go bishop here.
Queen.
Pawn.
Pawn.
Knight.
Bishop.
King.
Knight.
Pawn.
Bishop.
Queen.
I forgot about the queen.
Never forget about the queen.
Such a simple thing to miss, but I was tunnel visioned.
Frankly, Colin, I don't believe you have any excuse. I'm just kidding. It's just a trade.
Knight. Okay.
Let me think about this one. Queen.
Let's say I'm gonna go back. I guess that was my only spot available.
Not necessarily.
Well, I was gonna get only good spot.
Pawn.
I think it's one of two rational choices. But I'm no chess wizard. Knight.
Knight.
Bishop.
Queen.
Bishop.
Oh, yeah.
That was a good trade.
Queen. You're there.
Pawn.
Knight.
Pawn.
Queen.
Pawn.
Queen.
Pawn.
Knight.
Oh no. Wait, yes.
It's not bad.
Bishop.
Bad move.
I'm just messing.
I know.
Pawn.
Rook. You guys can't see the evaluation bar, but I'm watching it sort of bounce up and down a little bit, and it's getting me a little nervous here.
Yeah, and I don't know why.
Yeah, for those just joining us, this is called Hand in Brain, this chess mode. A very intense game.
Brendan, do you wanna?
Oh wait, I said bishop.
Oh, you did. I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
didn't
there's
hear
like
you.
one bishop move, so
Yeah, I didn't hear you. I apologize.
It's all right.
Let's do rook. Michael, are you upset with me?
No, I'm just trying. No, I'm trying to pick a good position. I don't see any good positions for a rook. I mean,
Maybe keep looking then.
Thanks for the advice.
King.
Well, it's not quite what I was thinking would happen these last few moves.
Isn't that the beauty of chess?
No. No, I want it to be ordered and well structured. So I'm never nervous at all. I'm going to go with Rook, and I'm counting on you to find what I'm looking for. Okay.
I'm going to go with Rook too.
Queen.
Queen. You decide what to do with it.
I think it's 6:55, guys.
Okay. We'll have to do a speed run. Rook.
Okay.
Speed round. Rook.
Queen.
Pawn.
Let's do Queen.
Queen.
Rook.
Okay.
Queen.
Rook.
King.
Queen. Focus. Don't blunder this.
Okay. Yeah.
Queen.
Interesting. King.
Okay. Let's
I don't
do
like this very
Queen.
much. Okay.
King.
Oh boy. Pawn.
Queen. don't know. Is resign an option at this point?
Rook.
Do I tell the hands that?
I mean, if you tell me to resign, I will.
Okay.
No resigning. This is a game of honor. This is chess club, not chemistry club.
Why are you throwing shit at chemistry club?
I don't know.
Oh, I just did that instinctively.
I don't think you had much choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would accept a resignation at this point if you wanted.
Yeah, your queen's
For sure.
gone, I don't think. And I'm about to get a
For sure.
second queen anyways, so.
Moments away from checkmate.
Okay, when you put it that way, I'll offer you a draw.
No.
Don't accept a draw.
I'm not accepting a draw. You better resign.
No draws.
Then I will resign.
Cool. All right.
Heck yeah. Oh, that wasn't unrated.
I lost 9 points. That's okay.
Oh, great. I'm back to 788.
Well played, Michael. You deserved all 16 of those points. Or how
Okay,
many there were.
I have no blunders, 1 mistake.
That's how we roll.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
And that brings us to the end of our stream.
It does indeed. Well, thanks everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed chess, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the stream.
Take care.
All right. Take care.
See ya. Take care, everyone.
Hey everyone. Thank you so much for waiting for our brief little intermission there after the last show. But now, since it's about a little bit after 7 o'clock, we can go on to the winners of the giveaway. So we have actually four separate giveaways to go through. We have 2 gift cards, one for Macy's and one for TJ Maxx, and another 2 for the cup pen/sticker set. So we have 2 cups, 2 cup sets, and 2 gift cards. Let's start with the cups first. So the first winner, the winner of the first cup, is going to be Brandon. We don't have last names, but Brandon. So we do have your email, and we will be sending your information to we will be getting your information, be sending it to you. So yeah, this is the cup that you win. Little sticker. Obviously, we aren't putting the sticker on for shipping, but we are going to send this to you with the sticker in its own little over here. These things, little stickers. The cup as well as a pen. They will be random colored. So I mean, if you want a specific color, I mean, we could probably get that for you. But we're planning on just multiple random colors. The next one, which would be the second cup, this winner would be Nasiha. She also, or they, I'm not sure who, win cup with the sticker and a pen. So they get that second set of little gift bag right there. Now on to the big prizes. The first one is a $25 Macy's gift card. The winner of this prize is going to be Antonio. Great job, Antonio. You get that prize. We will be emailing you it's going to be an e-gift card. It's not going to be something that we physically send in the mail. So you will get that within the next 24 to 36 hours, whenever we can get that all official, make that all official. And the final gift card, this one will be a TJ Maxx card for $20. So a TJ Maxx card for $20. This one will go to Elise. So good job, Elise. You're going to get that $20 TJ Maxx gift card. Again, that's an electronic gift card. So what we're going to do is we're going to send it to you, and then we're going to send it to you over your email. So you will get that sometime in the next 24 to 36 hours, give or take. But yeah, something like that. So those are the 4 gift cards for now, for the ones that are the winners right now. We have another, we have another gift card raffle or random prize lottery. This one will be happening at about 8:20, right during the news section. So this one would be one Amazon gift card for $20, and then another set of cups and a cup, a sticker, and a pen, like a gift basket. I think we should just call it a gift basket and get it over with. So again, at about 8:20, we're going to have an Amazon gift card giveaway and a gift card or a cup giveaway, or a little gift card giveaway. It is 7 o'clock, or a little after 7 o'clock, which means that we have 5 hours left until the end of the streamathon, and we get to have that big surprise, celebration at the end. We're going to be doing, a little cutting the ribbon, a tour, a bunch of stuff that we're going to be doing the last 20-ish minutes. I think, we're going to schedule for 20-ish minutes. Make sure you go there. Again, that's going to be 5 hours from now, 5 hours from now. So at about like 11:40-ish. But the next segment that we're going to be doing is going to be a little get to know the fraternity little panelist with one of our actual MCs, James. He's going to be introducing his fraternity, which is going to be Phi Sigma Phi, and he's going to be bringing in Mitchell Thompson. Tomsakrin, sorry, Mitchell Tomsakrin. Sorry about that. So he's going to be bringing him in, and they're going to be talking for the next segment, I guess. Let's get it going. So it's going to be about 30 minutes. Looks like I was just been told by my station staff. So in about 30 minutes, that's going to be, or no, not in 30 minutes. That's going to be about 30 minutes of that. Yeah. We all good? All right, cool. Let's do a little drop. Let's send that in. Let's look like a nice relaxing drop to merge us into
Hey, this is David James from The Interactive, and you're listening to the Wolverine Media Network Streamathon, happening from noon to midnight tonight, only on WUMD College Radio.
So is this it? Am I live?
What's up, Mitchell Dobson Green? First of all, let me make that correction.
Looks like our MC is getting ready to get booted up. Hey, there's a handsome man that I know.
Hey. What's going on, big bro?
How's it going, James? How you doing today?
I am doing fantastic. First of all, let me make a quick correction to those that are listening. It's actually Mitchell Dobson Green.
You know what? Honestly, let's be honest here, James. I was only the president of the organization for a year. At the same time that I was president of student government, nobody actually cares what my last name is. Although I'm sure my mother, who's all the way down in the other room visiting, is going to be very surprised that her last name was changed from Dobson with a D to Thompson with a TH.
Yeah. So without further ado, Ricky Rain, can you pull up the set of questions, please, for us? So we can get this bad boy started under banners. The very first question I have for you is, what exactly is Phi Sigma Phi for those that don't know?
Well, first off, before I get into answering any questions, I just want to really thank everyone at WUMD, and especially you, my little James, for giving me this opportunity. I've, of course, graduated at this point, and actually I'm looking in some of the chats as we're having this little live stream, and I see some people recognize me. Hello to everyone. Thank you for not forgetting me so soon after I've gone. The past year has just been awful, hasn't it? I really feel bad that I haven't been able to see a lot of you in person. So the fact that some of you still remember me, I really appreciate that. I really do. But getting to your question, James, and honestly, I'm surprised that you're asking me this. Aren't you a member of Phi Sigma Phi? Shouldn't you know what Phi Sigma Phi is? Come on, man. Come on. I'm just...
kind of. To answer the question for everyone, since both I know and Mitchell knows, but people may not know, Phi Sigma Phi is a fraternity through North American Interfraternal Council. I want to make sure I say that right.
Yep, IFC.
And we have actually been on campus, believe it or not, since 2007. Originally, we started in 2007. However, we became an actual official charter in 2009. So that's kind of a little bit of a brief history in a condensed form. And yeah. So you want to kind of share to them what your roles, I know you briefly alluded to it, what was some of your roles that you had in the chapter?
Sure, I can definitely go over that. What was my role in Phi Sigma Phi? So first and foremost, can you still hear me okay?
Of course, I can hear you.
Perfect. So first and foremost, well, second and foremost, I guess I should say, as I joined Phi Sigma Phi, as soon as I started coming to campus, my very first semester, my very first year at the University of Michigan-Dearborn, I knew that I had to join something, right? And it just made sense that I was going to join some organization of some kind. And it actually turned out that an old buddy of mine from high school, who was 2 years older than me, Mike McCannum, who is now my quote unquote older brother in the fraternity, we were just walking down Michigan Avenue together on the sidewalk, and we just happened to run into each other. Hey, good to see you, long time no see. And he invited me out to hang out with a couple of his guy friends, and it turned out it was a recruiting event, and the rest is history. But to get to your actual question, what were my roles in Phi Sigma Phi? And I had quite a few of them over the not so modest amount of years that I was in Phi Sigma Phi. The very first leadership role that I ever took in Phi Sigma Phi, PSP, whatever it is that we want to call it to shorten on time, was philanthropy chair. And I think that's really important because philanthropy for a lot of people is not the same as fundraising. They're actually two very different things, especially when it comes to a fraternity or sorority organization. Fundraising is exactly what it sounds like. It's where you have an event, you're raising funds, but for a fundraising event, all of those funds go towards the fraternity or sorority. So that way we can then put on parties, more events, raise awareness about whatever it is that we want to do, so on and so forth. Philanthropy, on the other hand, is fundraising for a specific cause. So with my first leadership position, I was the philanthropy chair, where I got to raise money specifically for the National Breast Cancer Association to help raise awareness, continued awareness for breast cancer. Every single year we have hosted, well, until recently because of COVID, Phi Sigma Phi at Dearborn has always hosted Pink Party, which of course is a party where we're selling off raffle tickets and all other sorts of awesome prizes. And every single dollar raised during Pink Party, as part of my job as the philanthropy chair, was being donated to the National Breast Cancer Organization Foundation. So that's one. I was also the fundraising chair at one point where, during my time in Phi Sigma Phi, I brought to campus the annual Car Smash. Some of your viewers may or may not be aware of that at this point because it's been a couple years, been going on 2 years since we've had a Car Smash because, again, COVID. But it's where, just as it sounds, we work with a vendor, we get a car on campus, we make sure that everyone has safety goggles, safety visor, everything else, have to sign a waiver. But then from there, you pay to just take a sledgehammer or a small hammer and you just whack at that car. And I tell you what, we raised more money during midterms or finals week than we would have any other time of the year. Although it's also a good recruiting event too. So philanthropy, National Breast Cancer, always important. Fundraising, Car Smash, because who doesn't love to just release some of that extra anxiety over exams when it comes to just smashing into something and being able to do it legally and safely. But then from there, I was also the vice president and then subsequently the president as well. And I'm sure you can imagine what that entails. Just a lot of telling people, hey, make sure you do that on time.
Of course, yes. Yeah. And I'm glad that you mentioned the presidency and the vice presidency roles as well, because I think a lot of the viewers would be kind of stunned to know like who kind of is in the role of Phi Sigma Phi now, which surprisingly, believe it or not, it's yours truly who is actually doing the interview. So it's kind of a little combo here. You have your former president, Mitchell Dobson Green, and then you have this year's current president, also known in WUMD as David James, known to everybody as just James, or, Jay for short. So, Mitchell, kind of like allude to me a little bit. What led Phi Sigma Phi to do a philanthropy event for National Breast Cancer Foundation?
Well, led us to, oh my God, that's a question that you would have to ask our founding members. By the time that I came along, it was just set in stone that this is something that we did. And I'm sure there was some joke that was made sometime early on in the thought process of, a bunch of fraternity men. And of course, national breast cancer, specifically regarding almost exclusively the chest area, more often than not of the female form. So I'm sure you can imagine that back in the day, 15 going on 20 years ago now, there may have been a few jokes that were insinuated, but even to this day, or at least even since I've been around, and I've been around since 2014, it was just always set in stone that cancer is very serious. Breast cancer is especially serious for a very large portion of our population. Both men and women get it, which is not something that most people immediately think of. They think breast cancer, they think, the female form, and that's not true. Men can get breast cancer as well. And so I think over time, while it may have, I'm not entirely sure why we came to that ultimate conclusion, but I think that ultimately donating to the National Breast Cancer Foundation every single year has just been something that we've always done. At least it's something that we've always done since I've been around. And, in the coming years, especially as things start to open back up, I'm going to be looking forward to you continuing on that tradition and making sure that we have Pink Party back on the table.
Oh, there definitely is going to be Pink Party. And actually, I know, Mitchell, you and I talked, but I know the viewers here don't know. Phi Sigma Phi behind the scenes over the last couple a month because of COVID not being able to meet in person, we've actually done a lot of different changes in terms of how we operated. Is that
Right.
correct? Actually did Zoom meetings, and we've still kind of social distance where we could prior to a lot of the COVID restrictions being enacted. And
Right.
so I guess one of the questions that I don't have on here would be kind of how have you adapted to the COVID environment in terms of recruitment, in terms of planning when you were president?
Unfortunately, I can't say that I did my best. And that's purely because I was not prepared for the situation that I was going into. During my time, most of what I did, of course, you know, and now your viewers are going to know, is that almost every single Saturday, from the beginning of the semester all the way until the end, I let it be known through Zoom and sharing the Zoom link that I was having weekly lunches where you could just sit down, talk with me, and whether I was having soup, oatmeal, sandwiches, God only knows what else I would have for lunch on a Saturday, it was just a come to me, talk to me, and let me know what it is that you're experiencing, or let me know what I can do to help you, or even better yet, how I can convince you to join Phi Sigma Phi. And of course, we have a very particular individual who I just managed to hook in with that.
I would definitely say you did. Now, for those that kind of don't know, I want to kind of give the backstory, like how you and I met, because I know they probably want to know a little bit. Like,
Oh, sure.
we know each other, but they don't know. So I
Right.
actually, believe it or not, I met Mitch back in 2017 when I first came on campus through a little bit of like some dark times that I won't get into kind of on air, 'cause it's not really relevant, But it was through that at the time that I realized it wasn't kind of the right time. But through him and through another brother that we had who was Jatal Patel, who was persistent and kind of like that driving force. Like, how you have that little voice on your shoulder that just like, I don't want to say nags you, but kind of keeps persisting at you, like, try this, try this, try this.
Right.
After 2 years, I'm like, you know what? It's time. It's time to get more involved on campus. He's right. And it's honestly, it's the best decision that I think I've made. I can't speak for Mitch, obviously. But what made you join? I mean, I know you talked a little bit about it with Brother McCannum. Did you meet Brother McCannum before coming to the university, or was it kind of like in a high school thing a little bit? Can you allude more?
It was a high school thing. Yeah. And I really like what you were talking about before about, you're coming to a point where you want to join something, right? Doesn't matter if you're a junior or senior, or if you're an incoming freshman, transfer student, anything else. Highly recommend, in my opinion. And I went to University of Michigan-Dearborn for 6.5 years before I finally was able to graduate. That's a whole other story altogether. But I highly recommend getting involved in something, whether it's the math club from before, chess club, whether it's a fraternity or sorority. Highly recommend it. I cannot tell you how many times I have talked to people on our campus, in our community, who have equated university life to high school 2.0. And that just boggles my mind, because that's just not the experience that I've had. But at the same time, the experience that I have has been being a member of Phi Sigma Phi, being a member of the National Alliance for Mental Illness, because mental illness is an ever-present scourge that we have to address and come to terms with. I was also a member of student government, where I again alluded previously that I was the president this past year. And then also I was a member of the Political Science Association as well. So I was part of 4 organizations, and I was on the executive board for 4 organizations at one point. And that was nothing like what I experienced in high school. So I think it's really important to note that for those of us who want to get involved, joining any organization, whether it's the gaming club, whether it's student government, whether it's anything or everything, highly recommend doing it, especially to the young people who are coming in. And I don't want to sound old. I'm 25. I'm sure for a lot of your viewers that makes me sound old. But if you're coming in 17, 18, 19 years old, and if you feel apprehensive, like I did when I first came to university, I was a big fish in a small pond in my high school. And coming into university, I still had a lot of anxiety about how was I going to fit in. Easiest way to do that is to join an organization, join a sport or something, be active, be involved. And if you're worried about your grades, statistics have shown within our campus community alone that if you join an organization, you are statistically more likely to do better at school. I should know. Executive board for 4 different organizations, and I graduated on the dean's list. Simple as that.
I like that you mentioned the importance of why someone should join an org on campus. But I know in a lot of recent years, without mentioning names of organizations on campus, there have been some that just disbanded for various reasons. And so there's kind of the connotative note going around of, is joining a fraternity really safe? Would you say that joining Phi Sigma Phi, or really not just Phi Sigma Phi, but really any fraternity or any sorority on campus, is it safe, given, you know, everything we've seen in media?
And you know what? That's exactly the point, isn't it? Unfortunately, there is kind of a quid pro quo when it comes to Hollywood versus real life, right? Hollywood makes up a lot of stuff, but at the same point, a lot of the things that you see in movies and TV shows and everything is based on real life. So let's just address the issue that a lot of people have with fraternity and sororities. Are they safe? Like you asked. Are you going to be in a situation or an environment where you are going to be hazed? Are you going to be forced to or shunned for not doing drugs or for treating people a certain way based off of whether or not they're a boy or girl or whether they're transgender or anything else? Is that an issue? And let's be very honest here. In many campuses, that is an issue. It's not a lie. It's not some fabrication of people who just couldn't make it and decided to derail the organizations. That's not true. There are people across the country who have been hazed. There are people in this state who have died from hazing. That's why we have very strict anti-hazing laws. So, but is it safe? Yes. And here's why. Because the University of Michigan-Dearborn, our campus, is not like those other campuses. Dearborn is not like Ann Arbor, is not like Flint, is not like Lansing, to name just a few off the top of my head. We are a unique organization. We are a unique community. And I love our community. We are primarily a commuter campus, which means that a majority of us, like myself, have to work part-time while going to school part-time or even full-time, on top of having other family obligations, on top of wanting to make the best of our university lives. That's not something that you see everywhere else, where a majority of students are living on campus, like at Ann Arbor or Lansing. And I'm sure there might be some fact checkers who prove me wrong later, but the point is that we are the only major commuter campus in the state of Michigan, and that fosters a very unique relationship amongst our entire community. While I was the president of student government, I sat on committees with faculty and staff and other individuals high up in the university. And we have had conversations about how the relationship between students and faculty and staff and administration is not the same here than where you will find anywhere else. And how does that relate to, is it safe to join a fraternity? It's because we don't have some of that negative culture that you see on other campuses. We just don't. Now, does that mean that we don't still have bad apples? Absolutely, we do. And that's why, just like what James said before, we have had organizations in the past that have been disbanded or have just broken up because of X, Y, and Z reasons. And we can get into X, Y, and Z reasons. But the point at large for our campus, especially for Phi Sigma Phi, is that yes, we are safe. And especially if you talk to our fraternity and sorority life advisor, Caitlin Parker, she will tell you that every single fraternity and sorority on our campus today has strict anti-hazing rules on top of the laws that are already in place thanks to Lansing. We have very strict codes of conduct that says that if you feel like you are being discriminated against, if you feel like you are being forced to partake in things that you are not morally willing to participate in, then you have a right to speak up and you are encouraged to speak up. And that's something that is not universal across all fraternities, all sororities, across all campuses. But it is true here. So if you're looking for an opportunity to join a family, which is what I believe a fraternity and sorority is, and if you want to feel like you can be safe with that family that you choose during your college life, University of Michigan Dearborn campus is the place for you to go. Phi Sigma Phi is the place for you to go, where you can be accepted and also have a crazy time that's safe, but crazy. It's still fun.
Absolutely. And kind of going back a little bit here, and when we were talking about how we've kind of come a long way and we've put these policies in place thanks to Lansing, thanks to our university leaders and administration. One of the things that Phi Sigma Phi did most recently, is we actually partnered with the family of one of the Phi Sigma, or I'm sorry, not one of the Phi Sigma brothers, one of the fraternity brothers, and I know I'm blanking on where at specific state wise, but the family of Nolan Bird. And we actually held this presentation with his mom and dad via Zoom in a town hall setting where we actually explored the real life documentary of what's called Breathe Nolan Breathe, which it basically depicts the exact night, detail by detail, of the tragic hazing event that led to the death of Nolan Bird. And I think it's kind of important. The reason why I bring this up is, number one, to highlight, like Mitch said, these events do occur on campuses, unfortunately. But number two, why they occurred and how fraternities have kind of evolved a little bit, and to understand that, number one, hazing is not okay. It's not something that we should even consider. And so, like I said, I'm glad that you brought that up. And one of my last kind of questions before we get into like the memory portion, which I love always doing, is kind of a little bit more in detail of why someone should join Phi Sigma Phi specifically.
Why should you join? Well, I can't speak for all of our chapters, of course. We have chapters all throughout the country, but specifically for our campus, for our community here at Dearborn, I think that a big reason for why you should join Phi Sigma Phi is because we're small. Now, I mean, it's getting back to the previous question, right? Is it safe to join a fraternity? Why should you join Phi Sigma Phi? It's because we're in a unique situation. We're safe because, frankly, at the moment, we have only one active member, who is our beloved president, James. So if you're looking to join an organization and really make it yours, if you want to join an organization and really go out of your way and join with your friends, whenever you're joining an organization, always try and, if you have any friends already by the time you get on campus, bring them with you when you're joining, when you're trying to rush a fraternity or when you're trying to go for a sports team or something. Always makes the experience better. So if you're looking to join Phi Sigma Phi, which I love very near and dear to which is very near and dear to my heart, which I love very much, I think that the reason why you should join is because with James as the president, as the leader, you essentially make up whoever it is that joins. You are the body of the organization. You are the heart of the organization. James can be the brain and the face of the organization while he's the president. But when you join, you're joining a family, which is something that I believe is very important when it comes to a fraternity. A fraternity, a sorority, is a family that you choose, not one that you're born into. It's a family that you choose. And because we are so small, because James is the only active member at the moment, you and any of your friends who join, you have the most power to make Phi Sigma Phi whatever it is that you want to be. Do you want it to be a more sportsy based organization like our founding members were? Or do you want it to be more game based and maybe be a little nerdy? Personally, I love D&D and I love playing Monster Hunter and Pokemon. So if you want to be nerdy, all the more power to you. You can make Phi Sigma Phi literally whatever you want. Because at this moment, Phi Sigma Phi is building itself back up to become whatever our members want us to be. So if you want it to be something, it's as easy as joining and making it happen. It's as simple as that.
Absolutely, Mitch. I agree even more than you've already said. So for those that actually want to join Phi Sigma Phi, there is a link. I'll wait for our wonderful tech guys over there to pop up the link for us. They can go to this link wherever it is. I hope they did not delete it on us. They might have deleted it on us. We'll wait for a brief minute for them to find it. They did not, I hope. They deleted it. Anyway.
Oh, we got to get that back. We got to get these people to join us. Come on.
They got rid of it. But there is a Google form I will put out on the Facebook link. And you can also go to Victor's link as well as a U of M Dearborn student. Go right in to Victor's link, search Phi Sigma Phi, and the Google sign up link will be right there for you. All you do is fill it out. Send it right to my email. I will contact you, or one of our brothers will, or really a combination of both. It could be me and a brother reach out to you. You never know in our wonderful global pandemic world. And so we will reach out to you. We'll get to know a little bit about you, find out kind of like what drew you to Phi Sigma Phi, and go from there. Like I said, and like Mitch said, this is a fraternity that is my fraternity. I mean, it is mine, but it's also your guys' fraternity. You have the power to create it. And one of the newest things that we mentioned, Mitch, can I mention it here, actually? Something that
By
we've
all
done
means.
over the last couple of weeks is we want to be very inclusive. I mean, we've been inclusive since 2007, but when we say we want to be more inclusive, we want to include every male from every walk of life. Even if you're a trans male, you can join. We actually put that in this year, saying you can be a trans male.
That's
So
right.
finally, without further ado, really fast, Mitch, we just want to say, what is your favorite memory? And then we are going to wrap up.
My favorite memory was joining, and my favorite memory was my last day and every single day in between. I understand that every organization and every interpersonal relationship has its ups and downs, but honestly, I don't regret a single day joining Phi Sigma Phi. Even the ups were great, the downs helped to teach me how to handle situations and have prepared me for the job that I'm working at right now. So if you want to help this organization rise from the ashes as a phoenix more brilliant than ever before, and if you want to join an organization, a family, which you can make into whatever it is that you want, join Phi Sigma Phi.
Absolutely. Honor, justice, and wisdom. Thank you so much, Mitch, for joining me. Coming up in just a little bit, we have Michigan Journal, as always, and we'll be right back after this brief commercial break. Thanks so much, Mitch.
Thank you, Phoenix.
Phoenix.
Hey, hey, hey! Welcome back. As the drop said, we are about to get into a lot of news. So you like news, you like entertainment, we got it all. So MJ, Michigan Journal here, part of the Wolverine Media Network, will be giving us a lot of what they have. They have arts and entertainment, they have sports, they have interviews, they have everything news related. So get ready for that as Michigan Journal takes the day. So Michigan Journal right now.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the Wolverine Media Network Streamathon so far. We are now excited to talk with you about the Michigan Journal Sports section. To start, my name is Drew Dykowski, and I'm a junior majoring in secondary education with a focus in social studies and history here at UM-Dearborn. I'm currently the sports editor and the managing editor with the Michigan Journal. This is my second year as an editor, Before that, I spent 1 year as a staff writer with MJ. I honestly got involved because my mom was part of MJ when she went to school at UM-Dearborn and recommended I join once I began attending here. I've also always had a love for sports and interest in sports reporting, so Michigan Journal and me just seemed like a really good fit. But I will let my other two sports writers here today introduce themselves right now as well.
Thank you, Drew. I'm Chris Cheatham. I'm a junior at the University of Michigan-Dearborn studying accounting and finance. This is my second year as a staff writer for the Michigan Journal sports section. I started, Drew kind of encouraged me to start potentially because he was looking for writers. I was a little bit on the fence about it at first, but I ended up, falling in love with writing. I'm a huge sports fan. I love and hate the local teams around here both at the same time. But I'm a really big sports fan, and that's kind of what got me into it.
My name is Roman Bruno. I am a sophomore majoring in communications with a minor in psychology, in addition to a public relations certificate. It'll be almost a year now since I've joined the MJ. I joined in May of 2020, so relatively new ever since the pandemic. So it's been interesting in that sense. I got involved because, like the other two, I love sports, and Drew actually reached out to me for an invite after he kind of saw some of my content with a private blog I had. And it was an offer I couldn't turn down. And I'm really excited to see what's coming with the Wolverine Media Network because I've enjoyed every minute of it despite being online. And I'm excited to see where this could take off.
Yeah. Oh, I'm happy that you guys said yes to my invitation. But now we're going to jump into some basic questions about Michigan Journal sports section so you get to know a little bit more both about us and also what it means to be a part of the MJ sports section. So Roman, what's included in the role of a sports writer? Let's start with that.
Yeah, typically the requirements normally look like 2 articles per week from each writer. Normally do on a Sunday of each week. 1 article normally about a professional sport, pretty much up to your choice with some collaboration involved. So I've been doing primarily NFL and MLB. Chris is more of a fantasy football kind of guy, and Drew is more of the miscellaneous hockey, NASCAR kind of guy. As well as we all three take on articles related to our own sports teams at the University of Michigan-Dearborn, and those are primarily done through the athletic website. We use that as a huge resource for us. And we also meet once a week as well to collaborate on ideas. We work well as a team, and we'll talk about that a little bit more later, but it's a pretty straightforward process and pretty diverse in what we cover as well.
Yeah, and that's what's ultimately included in the role. And there's also some perks to being in that role as a sports writer or a sports editor, or just a part of the MJ team in general. Included in that, you get passes to games. The Dearborn, so every student gets to go to the UM-Dearborn games for free. But when you're with us, you can get some exclusive passes to different tournaments that UM-Dearborn teams are participating in. And also you can get some press passes to U of M Ann Arbor games as well. Of course, things were a little bit different this past year because of COVID. But 2 years ago in 2019, we had a writer go to the Michigan-Ohio State game up in the press box, was able to cover it, write about it. You also have access to different interviews with student athletes, exclusive access to different press conferences for Ann Arbor. The interview student athletes are with the Dearborn students. You're also able to report on U of M sports along with professional sports, like Roman and Chris both mentioned. You don't have to just stick with one or the other. You get to cover and follow a team, one of the Dearborn teams. Then you also get to report on your own professional sports interests, like football, NASCAR, hockey, baseball, basketball, so on and so forth. In that, you also have creative content freedom to cover anything and everything you want about a sport. As we've already mentioned, we've got a wide range: NASCAR, fantasy, UFC. We did some content on before. So you really have free creative reign to do whatever you want with sports reporting and sports journalism. And also, this will open up outlets to you additionally in terms of podcasting or videos. We had a brief Michigan Journal sports podcast a couple years ago. And the three of us actually right now are on a podcast that we created because of the foundation that MJ provided.
Really established a good team dynamic as members of the sports journal. I'm sure it's the same thing with all the other teams as well, but I think that's something we really pride ourselves on, is just being a part of a complete team. We do weekly meetings all the time. Those are really entertaining. We usually get really off track, but they're usually fun to talk about. We usually help each other with ideas. exactly what we're going to write and stuff. I like that communication we get between, collaboration. It's always better to have more than one mind, even working on your own projects, I would say. And, we're all friends, man. It's cool. It's a really fun experience. Just, we can all, we can talk smack to each other about certain sports teams. We all have different interests in the sports world. So, that's always been a really fun aspect for me. And, obviously the disagreement between each other in sports, I think, is also a lot of fun. So I think that just kind of goes along with the team dynamic for us, for sure. And I think another thing with that as well is, we always are willing to pick each other up. If someone can't get an article in time or something, there's other people that are willing to write for them to, pick up the slack, and then vice versa. It's more of a community than, an individual, making up a whole, I would say. I think the team dynamic really makes it a lot of fun. And if one of you wants to start, we'll throw it to Roman for what's like your favorite thing that you've written so far. I know we've all had a say. I've read a lot of the things you guys have written, but what's your personal favorite piece you've written before?
For me, my favorite is probably the first one, which might be a little cheesy, but I think just getting the first article done and out of the way, I believe it was a recap or a preview really of the NFL schedule going into the 2020 season. So it wasn't too lengthy, but I enjoyed it. It was my first article. And I kind of look back on it and saying, oh, that's where I started from, and here's where I am now. I definitely developed more as a writer, thanks to you both, really. And I look back on it. It's probably one of my favorite articles, just to look back and just say, oh, that's the first one. And I think the first one's the most special, especially when you see it posted on a website, or in your case, probably actually in print in the newspaper. I think it's just special. It gives you like an awe moment. You're like, wow, I'm actually doing this now. So I think the first one is probably the most special for me. What about you guys?
For professional sports things that I was really proud of was, Roman mentioned it before, I love NASCAR, and I wrote a ton of NASCAR articles. That's something that the Michigan Journal, to my knowledge, never covered previously. And it's something that I'm very passionate about. So writing those and being able to add those into the MJ lexicon and see that we got some pretty good views on it as well was really cool. And the other one, last thing too, was I did an article about Bar Down, which is a hockey YouTube blog. They have a YouTube channel, they have a website. And I wrote the article about just kind of covering what they were doing and how they did a great work. And they actually saw it and they tweeted about it. It got a ton of views as well. So that was a really special article. And then I think I also did an article about like the hockey playoffs, and that got a lot of recognition as well. So I know I kind of cheated there, but those were a bunch of articles that I was really proud of. But Chris, what was your favorite piece you wrote?
Yeah, so I also have a couple for this as well. First off, I would say, similar to you, I covered the Dearborn men's basketball team this year. And, at first it was kind of like whatever. It was just like, it wasn't like the most interesting thing to start off the year, I would say, because, they got off to a slow start. But I really started to find some time to go to a few games and watch them play. And that's when I really think I connected with the writing. I think my writing got a lot better with that. So some of mine down the stretch there, when I was able to start making it to some of the games, made it a lot more interesting to write about, and made my writing a lot better. So I think that was one of seeing that growth from the beginning to the end of the season, and that I think really made a difference in my writing. So I was proud of that as well. A couple of the professional ones that I really liked. I mean, obviously I have the fantasy series I do where I pick a player at each position to, either overperform or underperform every week. A guy that you want to start, a guy that you might want to bench or whatever. I do it every single week. I think I've gotten a lot better at writing about it. I think I've gotten better at predicting as well, and making it informative and fun for everybody. And then the last thing would be probably one of my more deep research pieces was my article about Josh Jacobs, the running back from the now the Las Vegas Raiders. He had a really interesting journey to get to the NFL and be one of the better running backs in the league. So I did get a lot of views as well, but I didn't really care about that. I was just really proud of my work. It wasn't one of my later articles, so I've definitely gotten better since then. That was just one of my favorite pieces that I wrote, and I wanted to start doing more like the kind of like the individual player stuff again, because that was really one of my favorite articles that I've ever written.
Well, considering that you both are more seasoned writers on the team, why don't you tell us maybe your favorite moment of being on the Michigan Journal team?
You can start off, Drew.
For me, I teased at it earlier. It was definitely the feeling of getting my name printed in the newspaper the first time. As I said before, my mom was part of the MJ when she went to Dearborn back in the 90s. So it was always something she talked about and was proud of. And when I started there, I've always had an interest in writing and sports writing and sports reporting. So the feeling of, I believe I wrote about the women's soccer game, and I remember I went to the game and it was like a storm. It was there. I think there was a couple lightning delays. There was like my broken umbrella. It was just a mess. My notes were all wet, and I got home and I was really nervous. And I just wrote it and to see what happened and see maybe it would get in the paper. And lo and behold, I think it was a Tuesday morning. The Michigan Journal came out on campus. I grabbed the newspaper. I looked at it, and sure enough, my name was right there, and it was just a really special moment. I remember, I texted some friends. I obviously sent a picture to my parents, and just they were really proud of me. I was proud of myself, and that was a really, really special moment for me. So it was probably my best moment was probably getting my name in the newspaper the first time.
Yeah, that's definitely. I definitely was. It was cool to see your work get printed out there for sure. I really felt like that was a strong connection as well. A couple of my favorite moments of the MJ, obviously, one of them being, just our weekly meetings. I mean, I really enjoyed it. I know it's kind of cliche, kind of basic, but I always have a lot of fun talking to you guys about sports. I mean, we end up rambling on for a while, but it's really fun. And I always get some ideas while I'm there too, for pieces I want to write. And I get a little bit more ambition too, as well. But I would say, similar to you, having an article just get a lot of views on the website, I think is also really cool. The first time that had happened to me, it was pretty early on. It was one of my first fantasy articles ever. I think it actually might have been my first one, got 500 or so views, and I was absolutely stunned about it. So I thought it was really cool that 500 people at least were able to click on. I don't know how many of them read the whole thing, but at least to click on it made it really cool for me, in my opinion. So I think there's plenty of other moments, and I'm excited to get back on campus and discover what those will be. But I think those are some of the more entertaining ones that I've had so far as a member of the Michigan Journal sports section.
Yeah, and since Roman, you're going into journalism professionally, it's your major. Chris and I are doing outside majors. This is more of a hobby, a passion. If it turns into a career, awesome. But you're going for it right now. So how about you just give the audience a little bit of a taste of how your experience with MJ Sports can help you in the future with a potential career in sports journalism or public relations or anything in that area?
Yeah, definitely. Journalism and writing is a huge part of communications, and it's not even just the sports aspect of MJ. I mean, in any section of MJ, it leads to various opportunities in other sections of other professional newspapers, whether it's the Detroit Free Press or any other local newspaper, or specifically in sports, maybe working for a professional sports team and their public relations team, which I kind of aspire to nowadays. And I think just working towards that goal, and I think the writing journalistically is good to have in that tool belt. I think I consider myself a good writer already, but I always look to diversify the styles of writing I have. And I think journalism was one that I had not yet mastered. So I think joining as a sports writer made the most sense for me. And I think in terms of that career path, it makes the most sense coming from a major that has a pathway to the sports industry. I think there's a lot of connections there. But like I said, it's not just sports. It's every section you can think of that we have that can also lead you to other opportunities elsewhere. So I do think I'm in a good position where I'm at as a sports writer, eventually hoping to make it into the sports industry. But you can make it with any section, any topic, as long as you're passionate about it and you work hard for it.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of great experience as well to achieve all those things, learning how to work with a team, as we mentioned before. But yeah, if you have an interest, if you're like Roman, if you have an interest in pursuing a career in communications, journalism, public relations, anything involved with media, and joining the Michigan Journal will give you a really nice foot in the door, and you'll have some experience that maybe other people, when you're looking for a job, don't already have. So it's a really great resource. But even though I might not be doing it professionally in the future, there's still a lot I'm looking forward to for the future of both MJ as well as Wolverine Media Network in general. And we're all going to go around real quick and just say what we're most excited about. But I'll start us off. So for me, I'm really looking forward to being able to have these meetings in person with you guys once again, and just being able to collaborate. And obviously, as all facets of life, virtual, it's great that we get to see each other through cameras, but there's something different about that in-person dynamic that I really miss. I'm really looking forward to that. Just the return of sports in general. I know we finally got March Madness back this week or last week, and it's continuing this week. We just kind of continue to see that return. We're going to get a full baseball season hopefully this year. Hopefully by the fall, the NFL season's back to normal. We'll get fans back, be able to go to games. I'm really looking forward to that, being able to cover sports in that realm as well. And same with UM-Dearborn sports. They were done. They just came back, I think, last weekend, being able to follow some teams again. Really looking forward to that. And then also just the collaboration that Wolverine Media Network is going to create in terms of doing more content, both not just with writing, but also maybe doing some more audio, some more visual content. I'm really looking forward to all the collaboration we can do now that we're all one big organization. But Chris, I'll let you go ahead and tell the audience what you're most excited for.
Yeah, I'm really excited to, I'm hoping we can get a few new writers in here, so I'm excited to meet whoever that ends up being and build more friendships. I think that's a big aspect of why I even joined the Michigan Journal, because I already had some friends involved in it, like Drew and a former writer, John, as well. So that aspect makes it really fun. But in terms of just the future of Michigan Journal, I think getting back on campus is going to be awesome for it. It makes it more fun. We used to do a lot of collaborative, bigger articles, like a full NFL preview with multiple people. I feel like we've gotten away from that a little bit, just because it's a little bit harder to collaborate. When everybody's got different ideas, it's a little bit harder to visualize it when we're not on campus. So I think that'll return a little bit more collaboration with our individual articles and stuff. The newspaper being back is another thing that I'm excited for, because we haven't really had it, or at least I haven't seen it at all lately. So I think that'll be really fun to have back. And then also, going to basketball games again, since I, got excited for, I started to develop, I would say feelings towards the team. I had opinions, more strong opinions, rather than just looking at box scores by going to the game. So I'm excited to be able to do that again and then write about it. I mean, I think it just makes the writing experience more fun, and I think it'll make things more entertaining for sure. I definitely feel that way. And then Roman, you got anything else to add for the future?
Yeah, I got a few things I'm excited for. First of all, I just being on campus, like you said, and getting to actually experience the true feel of a college newspaper. Because when I joined, it was the mid the pandemic, so everything I've been doing has been online. So I'm excited to get back in person. Chris, I have not met you in person yet. I've met Drew once before, so it's been crazy that's still a thing. And another thing I'm excited for is the new platforms that we might be getting for the Wolverine Media Network. If I can make a sports analogy, it's like getting a new baseball bat or glove. You're just really excited to see the shiny new toy. I'm looking forward to what the new website looks like. And lastly, I'm very excited to get some MJ merch, or Wolverine Media Network merch, because I have not yet been able to have any yet, and I'm looking forward to that very much. So
the final thing we wanted to do here before we finish up our segment of the Streamathon is we just wanted to give you a little taste about how these meetings go, different topics we discuss. So like I said, we do wide variety. We focus on Dearborn sports and Arbor sports, all sorts of professional sports, but we're all very passionate Detroit sports fans. Those are all of our favorite teams. And the Lions have been very big in the news recently with the Jared Goff, Matthew Stafford trade, the free agency moves, the cuts, what they're going to do in the draft, all sorts of things. So really quick here, guys, let's just break down, what are you looking forward to for the Lions season? What are your expectations? What are you interested in the offseason? Let's just talk Lions here for a few minutes before we wrap our segment up.
All right, I'll start it off. As clearly the most pessimistic, as you guys both know, not everybody else does, but I'm the most pessimistic one about the Lions every single season going into the year. I mean, this team, it's not very good, man. I mean, my expectations are extremely low. I mean, potentially record-breakingly low with the 17-game season. I'll just say that. But I am excited for the draft. I think they have an opportunity to change this franchise pretty quickly, and I'm excited to get to cover it. I'm really excited to see who I end up drafting, whether I trash it or I'm excited about the players they get. I'm also excited for future drafts because we're likely to have a top pick, and then we also have the Rams picks as well in the Stafford trade. Miss you, man, for sure. We miss Matt, but other than that, I mean, with the actual team, there isn't a lot to get excited about, in my opinion. I think they're going to be pretty bad for the next 2 to 3 seasons, but at the same time, it needed to be done. This team wasn't going to be very good in general, even if Stafford was still here, even if we try to go for that playoff push somehow again. I don't think they would have been that great. It was time to, tear it down, but it's going to take a while to build it back up. I'll let you jump into it as a little bit more of an optimist with Roman here.
Yeah, I'm probably the most diehard Lions fan out of the three of us, but just to bring a little optimism, I agree with you, Chris, that the expectations are probably lower than normal, but I do think they have the room to maybe surprise some people, and by no means am I saying that they're going to make the playoffs, but I do think they can get more wins than maybe projected to be, and I think that mostly stems from the coaching staff and the front office hires, because I think ever since Sheila Fordham took over the team last summer or last winter, I believe, everything's been different. She's taking the team in a completely new direction, and even though we haven't seen those results yet on the field, I'm very optimistic with who she's brought in, with Brett Holmes, Dan Campbell, his staff, as well as the players that they signed a little bit. There is light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm excited for Jared Goff because I think he's bringing a whole new type of energy, maybe a revenge tour, I believe, for 2021. So I'm really excited to cover it, and I'm looking forward to seeing what happens, whether it's good or bad.
Like Roman said, he's excited about Goff. I am not, but that's more because they're not. I can't really blame him for anything that he does this season because they have put absolutely nothing around him. This weapon room, I would say, the weapons around him, skill position players are not good at all. Really, really bad. So he's not going to have much of a chance to succeed this season unless they make a big move somehow. Maybe they trade 4 first-round picks to get Kenny Galladay back in here, which obviously isn't going to happen, which sucks. But it's going to be a rough couple years for the Lions. But at the same time, I'm also excited to see. I do believe in this coaching staff, the front office. I think there's a lot of smart minds in here. And maybe they can accelerate this rebuild a little bit because they got a lot of picks coming up. They're going to get a lot of compensatory picks as well. So I think all that being said, plus free agent cap space, if we can bring in some good names, they can get competitive quicker than people think. So there is room. There's a light. While it might be far away, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, whereas there wasn't one before.
Yeah, it's like they say in Batman, how the night is darkest just before the dawn. So like this season might be the night, the really dark, and then maybe 2022, 2023 is the dawn where it's really like. Because I do agree with you, Chris. Even though things might be really bad this year, I think in the future it's going to be a lot better than it was these last few seasons when we were kind of mediocre to bad. I think the foundation is now in place where we can be a really good team here, hopefully very, very soon. But that was it for our little discussion. We just wanted to give you all a tease of what we talk about. That's very similar to how our meetings look. It's very, casual, very free form. We all like to kind of have our opinions, and then those kind of turn into their own writing pieces. But of course, let us know what your thoughts about the Lions are. We always love to talk Lions football or any other sports topic. But that is all for our segment of the Streamathon. If you're interested in joining the sports section or have any questions about us, you can email me at umd.mj.sports@gmail.com. But thank you for watching our segment, and be sure to keep watching to learn more about the Wolverine Media Network.
Thank you, everybody.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for attending the Streamathon. I'm Corey Leverins. I am the editor-in-chief of the Michigan Journal at UM-Dearborn, and I'm excited to bring on a very renowned guest. He's a teacher at UM-Dearborn. He also works, but I'm not going to tell you where because I don't want to spoil the surprise. So with us is Jim Schaefer. Jim, can you tell us about yourself?
Hey, Corey. Good to see you again. It's been a while since I had you in class. You're one of my star students, by the way, so thank you for that.
I appreciate it.
I'm Jim Schaefer, everybody. I work at the Detroit Free Press when I'm not teaching at U of M Dearborn. I am a senior news director at the Free Press. I'm in charge of autos coverage, business coverage, education coverage, and investigations. So I have quite a swath of people and content that I have to wrangle into some shape or form every day.
And have you always been interested in journalism?
Yeah. So I was, I had the benefit of having a good teacher in high school. I never thought about being a newspaper reporter, which is what I was for most of my career. I never thought about being an editor for sure. And so, oh, here comes my my black lab, Charlie. Sorry. The challenges of doing video at home, right? So I had a good English teacher, and there came an opportunity to work for the Catholic Diocese newspaper in Ohio, where I'm from. And so she
Hello, everybody, and thank you for. Can you tell us about yourself?
Hey, Corey, good to see you again. It's been a while since I had you in class. You're one of my star students, by the way, so thank you for that.
I appreciate it.
I'm Jim Schaefer, everybody. I work at the Detroit Free Press when I'm not teaching at UM-Dearborn. I am a senior news director at the Free Press. I'm in charge of autos coverage, business coverage, education coverage, and investigations. So I have quite a swath of people and content that I have to wrangle into some shape or form every day.
And have you always been interested in journalism?
Yeah. So I was, I had the benefit of having a good teacher in high school. I never thought about being a newspaper reporter, which is what I was for most of my career. I never thought about being an editor for sure. And so, oh, here comes my my black lab, Charlie. Sorry. The challenges of doing video at home, right? So I had a good English teacher, and there came an opportunity to work for the Catholic Diocese newspaper in Ohio, where I'm from. And so she said, "Hey, anybody want to do this?" And I said, "Sure, I'll give it a try." And I was a columnist for 2 years when I was in high school. I still wasn't sure I wanted to do journalism, but it was something that I had never considered before. And I give that teacher a lot of credit for seeing something in me and giving me that opportunity. I actually started out in college thinking I was going to be a psychologist, but that sort of freaked me out a little bit when I started analyzing myself and my friends, and that writing for a news outlet was probably a better idea.
And speaking of college, were you a part of any papers or anything like that?
Yeah, so I went to Ohio State. Don't hold that against me, anybody. I was very lucky to get heavily involved in the student newspaper at Ohio State, the Lantern. At the time, it was, I think, the second largest student newspaper in the country. We had a daily circulation of about 33,000. And so it was a legit operation. We had a business side that sold the advertising that was filled with professionals, not students. But the students ran everything, which was really cool. And we got to experiment with not only reporting and editing, but design and photography and all those good things. So I spent, I got involved pretty early at the Lantern. I probably spent 3 years there as a reporter and editor. And then I was a columnist for a while as well. I couldn't seem to detach myself and figure out a reason to graduate. So I hung around a little longer than the normal 4-year span. I mean, I don't know many majors that have a built-in vehicle right at school where you can start doing the job that you want to turn into a career, right? I mean, usually have to go get an internship at an outside company or work there during the summer part-time. But most schools like UM-Dearborn with the Michigan Journal offer this incredible opportunity. I always encourage all of my students to really step up and give it a try, because it doesn't cost you anything, right? And it's an incredible experience. I learned so much during college that helped me decide that I wanted to be a journalist. And so I would still say, if you've got the opportunity to do any kind of work for your school newspaper, you should seize it.
Exactly. And this leads right into my next question. So you're out of college. Where was your first job? How did you kind of find yourself early on in your career?
Well, the other thing that I recommend to students I teach is to get lots of internships besides working for the school newspaper. So I was fortunate enough in my 6-year undergrad career to hold like 2 or 3 different internships. And that set me up to get hired at the Free Press right out of college, which was very unusual. But I had been an intern at the Free Press the summer before as a copy editor. I was involved in the Dow Jones newspaper fund. I think it's called the Dow Jones News Fund now because it incorporates TV and broadcast radio. So I had that internship there, and they liked me enough to say, hey, come on back after you graduate. So I was very fortunate. A lot of people in this business have to struggle mightily by working their way up through smaller newspapers and smaller TV stations and radio. But I was, in the right place at the right time. So I started at the Free Press. I didn't stay there the entire time, but I've been there on and off since before you were born.
You share some of the stories that you had to go through, because not every story is going to be that grand moment, I made it. There's going to be stories that, might be hard to get off the ground and start working, but you have to do them. That's what you're there for. Can you explain the process early on, figuring out, okay, well, I got to do something a little different. Can you explain the early process of really figuring out how to be a better journalist?
Yeah, I think it's mostly seizing opportunities when they're there. I never planned to be a police and crime reporter, but the opportunity arose when I was at the Free Press pretty early on. Somebody said, you ought to do a rotation. They used to let us do tryouts in other parts of the newspaper back then. And so I was on the copy desk, right? Just an editor. And I said, sure, I'll do it. And so I went on night cops for 3 months, and it ended up, I never went back to the copy desk because I loved it so much. So for me, it's taking those opportunities when they arise. One of the things that I think is really important for young journalists is to have a beat. Start working a specific area of focus, like either an education reporter, political reporter, city hall reporter, that kind of thing. In fact, we're hiring a city hall reporter if anybody's interested. And then you work those beats and you learn how to do journalism, right? You have your ups and your downs. You have people who won't talk to you. You have people who want to slide you information on the sly and become good sources that way. But that's how you learn how to do this job, by just doing it. And you have to do the grunt work first. You don't become an investigative reporter or editor right off the bat. You have to learn, the building blocks first. And so my recommendations to younger folks is to jump in and work your butt off when you get that opportunity, and it will pay off.
And I think now is probably the perfect time to get into the Kwame case. We talked about it, and I thought when I first heard about it and you were talking about it, oh, it just happened. It was a year-long story. And then you explained it, and I was like, oh, wow, it took a lot longer covering all of that. Can you explain to everyone what that was like? I know you and your staff won the Pulitzer Prize for local reporting, and that's a great accomplishment. Can you talk about working up to that, how that went, how that happened?
So that story was, the one that ended up winning the Pulitzer for us was 6 or 7 years in the making. It started out, I partnered up with Mike Elric, as I know him, who was the City Hall reporter at the time, and I was a sort of an investigative / projects reporter. And we got teamed up to start looking into allegations that were out there, rumors and speculation about the mayor, like in the first year that he was elected. And, he was at that time beloved in the city of Detroit. And my newspaper had endorsed him in his run for mayor in 2001, I think it was. And he just had the world in his hands. He could have been great. His future could have been written by himself. He had that kind of pull and that kind of sway with the political insiders in the hierarchy. But there were rumors circulating about him having a wild party at the Menugan Mansion, which is the official mayor's residence, and that kind of thing. And we couldn't prove that. Nobody's ever proved that happened. So in my mind as a journalist, that didn't happen. I would have written about it if it happened. But we, along the way, excuse me, Mike and I had a lot of chemistry. We knew each other from a few years earlier when he was a young intern and I was a young reporter. We hung out a little bit, but we had just an ability to work really well together and get sources, right? So we started doing other stories about the mayor. we found out that, he had about 23, 24 full-time police officers protecting him full-time. Nothing wrong with, dignitaries having police protection, but he had more than anybody in the country. And it was 24/7. And so in a town where if you call 911 and the police won't show up sometimes, that is an issue, or could be. So we wrote about that. Then we wrote stories about how much overtime those police officers were making. And that led to other stories down the road. And that's what I'm talking about. You don't just go out and win a big prize, right? In this business, you have to build up. And you're really not trying to win a big prize. You're just trying to do good journalism. And I stand by what we did with the mayor. I thought it was very important stuff. But it wasn't like you said at the beginning, that we just did it that one year. It was a series of investigative stories, including how he traveled, how he spent city money on some pretty lavish things, catered meals for his staff. When he'd go out of town, he'd stay at the finest hotels and go to the spa and things like that. And in a city that's going to declare bankruptcy in a few years, that's maybe not the best use of our dollars. So we just wanted to point that out to folks. But those stories, when you start doing stories like that, people notice, right? And they start calling you with more and more tips. And so that's what led up to the stuff that ultimately cost Mayor Kilpatrick his job and sent him behind bars. It was our sources. It wasn't us. It was people taking chances and providing us with information that they thought needed to get out there, and we were the ones who got it out there.
And talking about sources, I know sometimes talking with prospective journalist students, sometimes I think it's so hard to get sources, which I'm not going to deny that, but can you talk about cultivating sources, not as friendships, but as a source? Because there's a fine line. We've talked about it in class. Can you go over that a little bit?
Yeah, you don't want to be friends with people because then you get swayed. You can't be impartial. But that doesn't mean you can't be a human being and be nice to them and exchange pleasantries and have a meal or a beer with your sources. But source building sounds really, really difficult. And so does reporting, frankly. But what I've found is if you just put yourself in that place, it's not that hard. You just have to be the one that's there when they look for someone for help, or they need someone to talk to get a story out. It's more a sense of checking in with people, going to the meetings, sending them emails, tweeting at them, just being in contact, keeping the lines of communication open. And then when they need a reporter, you're the person they think of. So it's really not as complex as I thought when I first got into this business. And once you get a source, it becomes very important that your relationship is built on trust, right? You don't take what sources say and then immediately run with it. You don't just print a story. You have to go out and corroborate it. You have to find somebody else to confirm what this person is telling you, or some documents that confirm that. And I've got some gold standard sources that I've had my whole career who I really, really trust, because we've done that dance so many times and they've never betrayed me. So you end up building that kind of relationship with them, and they trust me because they know I'm not going to burn them. It's just a matter of, treating people right and doing the right thing in terms of publishing the truth.
So I wanted to move on to briefly, pre-COVID, you kind of have some sort of flow, a normalcy to it. But then COVID hits, and then I'm looking at stories that happened. There were protests across the country. Yeah. We had them in Detroit. Even more recently, there was the Capitol riot. There's Whitmer's kidnapping plot. There's so many things that went on during COVID. With all that was going on, how did the coverage change for the Free Press, if anything?
Yeah. Don't forget the floods in Midland and the murder hornets.
Right.
Fortunately, those never really became that big of a thing, right? It was the craziest year of my career, 2020. And it was the first year that I've been in upper management at the Free Press. So it was quite a learning experience for me. I've never worked so hard in my life. Even when we were doing the Kilpatrick stories, it ended up, I ended up working long days back then, but these long days just never stopped in the last year, and so it wasn't just me, it was the whole Free Press staff. So the way we changed is that people just went above and beyond their normal duties. We had folks covering, like you mentioned, the social unrest and the rallies that were happening in Detroit and in many cities surrounding Detroit and around the state. We had people covering those who don't normally do that kind of thing, like Mark Kurlianchik, who just recently left us as our food critic. He's also a great news reporter, and we had him out there pounding the pavement. We had covering, the George Floyd protests in downtown Detroit. We had Evan Petzold, who was an intern at the time from CMU, no offense. And he was a sports intern. But this kid is extremely talented, and I had him on Rewrite. We were doing live blogs during the George Floyd protests. So Evan Petzold, and then he went out one week because we couldn't find anybody else to walk with the protesters. And he's the one that shot the video of the Detroit police car sort of slow speed.
So we're winding down here, but I just wanted to get from you, what are some tools that new journalists should be utilizing more? Social media, whatever it might be, and how have you experienced that change from not really having social media to, like, I know you're active on Facebook, I see the stories that you put on there. How has that changed, and what would you recommend for new journalists? Use this more, try and develop this skill.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing I've learned is when you're young, watch what you're putting on social media. It doesn't apply only to journalism. I've seen so many people who get doxxed when they piss somebody off as a reporter. They'll go back through your tweets from 5-10 years ago, your Instagrams from 5-10 years ago, and dig up stuff that you said when you were young and stupid and use it against you. So be careful what you tweet. Try to be a human being and realize that people need to be treated with respect and dignity, and saying stupid stuff doesn't help anybody. I tell my own kids that, who are college age. This is not reserved for just this audience. But other than that, yeah, you're right. When I first started, man, you could just take out a notebook and a pen, and that's all you needed to do my job. I wasn't a photographer. We had a separate photographer, but now I've got an iPhone. I may or may not have a photographer. I may have to shoot video. I might have to take pictures. I record all my interviews. I tweet. If we cover events now, we used to just go cover them and go get lunch and think about what we were going to write and do it at the end of the day. But now we're doing it live. We live tweet meetings while they're happening. People watch them on Twitter, and then we come back and write a story, and then we might write away, and then we might write another story in an hour and another version at the end of the day for print. So you really need to be skilled in shooting video, editing video, interviewing people. Those old school skills still apply. You need to know how to talk to people. And you can only do that really by just doing it and looking at some of the people who do it well. There are tips out there on the internet for how to be a better interviewer. I would follow those and watch some videos of people who are good interviewers to see how they do it. If you want to be a reporter, if you want to be an editor, you can be shy and you don't have to do that kind of stuff. But I think editors with reporting backgrounds are better editors. So I would recommend that everybody try out reporting if they think they want to be a journalist, because it's really the key to everything, reporting and photography. So I think today's journalists, people your age, are much more prepared than I was. So you're already ahead of the game. You just need experience. That's it. You got the tools. Go out and get the experience. Get as many internships as you can, even if you got to work for free, which I hate, because I don't think anybody should be working for free, but sometimes that's your only option. And get that experience. Join the Michigan Journal. Try to work for the local newspapers, no matter how small they are, or TV stations or radio, if you have those opportunities.
Awesome. Thank you for being on. It's so much fun to talk to you, from going to being a student to, now practicing journalism more, I guess, independently. With the journal, applying my trade. getting better interviews, and the like. So again, thank you, and thank everyone for watching. We get to do this as often as we want. We can do interviews at MJ. You can do a lot more at MJ, but we wanted to showcase interviewing. It's not that hard. It's sending a Zoom link out and making sure the person is available. So if you'd love to try interviewing, writing for different sections, please consider MJ. And I hope you enjoy this next segment by News. It's going to be awesome. Thank you and have a great day.
Hey guys. Oof. Nah, that's fine. Anyways, so let's go on to the next gift card giveaway. You can see the bottom scroll right now. We do have some gift cards. We're a little bit late on that, but that's fine. So the next one. So we have 3 things to give away, or 3 prizes. We have a $20 Amazon gift card. We have a set of the little gift box with the cups, the stickers, and the pens. And then we also have a third thing, which is actually, we got confirmation that we could use this, but we're going to be giving away these Lyceum journals. So we're actually going to be selling, we go like this. There we go. So we're actually going to be selling, if I can actually block out the thing. It's fine, whatever. We're going to be selling Lyceum, their literary journals. Blech. And we're going to be giving them away to, lucky winners. We're going to be doing that a few times until the end of the stream. So the first winner for the $20 Amazon gift card will be Nate. Congratulations, Nate. Again, this is an e-gift card, so we will email you within 24 hours, and we will give you the information for the gift card, and you can use it however you want. Next, we will have the cups. The little cup set, little gift card, or the little gift cups right here. So we'll be sending a cup, stickers, and a pen to, and the next winner is Joe. So Joe, you're going to get these. So congratulations. We will email you confirmation, and then we will send it to you. We will mail it to you. And the third and final gift or giveaway for this stream, which again is the there you go, is the Lyceum poetry one. This one will be from fall 2019. So again, remember, these don't have to be up to date. These are just what was available at in that semester. And these, again, all the work in here is by people that are students, part of Lyceum, or anyone who wanted to be interested in. I guess the winner of the journal for the fall 2019 semester will be I'm gonna probably butcher this, but Shotaro. That person, I'm close enough, anyways. So that person, they're gonna get the journal. Again, we will email you within 24 hours to contact, to get your contact information, or just your address, so that we can verify that we're going to send it to the right address, of course. Yeah, that's it. They are the winner. These are the 3 winners of the prizes that we had. Again, that was Nate for the Amazon card, Joe for the cups, and then Shotaro for the journal. And another thing is, that'll be something for later. So that's it for right now. Let's go to a drop and go on to the next segment, which is going to be the news, the top news from MJ. Enjoy, guys.
Hello, everyone. We are from the Michigan Journal News, and today we're going to go over the top stories from MJ over the past year. My name is Zina Wahayib, and I am the news editor of MJ. And now I would like to pass it on to Christopher Thomas.
Hi, everyone. So I'm going to discuss...
Hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the Wolverine Media Network Streamathon so far. We are now excited to talk with you about the Michigan Journal Sports section. To start, my name is Drew Dykowski, and I'm a junior majoring in secondary education.
We are from the Michigan Journal News, and today we're going to go over the top stories from MJ over the past year. My name is Zina Wahayib, and I am the news editor of MJ. And now I would like to pass it on to Christopher Thomas.
Hi, everyone. So I'm going to discuss two articles by the Michigan Journal, which reported on immigration and migration in the border, particularly how two different administrations have addressed it and the events relating to it. So one article was written by myself on the 600 parents of migrant children that had been separated from them last year due to a policy that the Trump administration enacted. And there were various court rulings which ordered the Trump administration to assist in finding, reluctantly so, finding the parents of the 600 migrant children, as well as revealing information that would assist in finding those parents of the children. Several agencies had collaborated also to help find the parents, although there was great obstacles due to the administration's previous actions that made it very difficult to do so. Another article was written by Cody, which covered Biden's recent request to deploy FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, to assist Texas in COVID testing and quarantining families that were arriving at the border. And you see from his article, there's a lot of political rhetoric, a lot of, for the most part, discourse to politicize the entire situation that's happening at the border. Both of the articles are different in their concerns, but they both discuss and report on the respective federal administration's attempts to try to solve a problem, which some are also calling a crisis. And both of the articles are different in their concern, but each reports on the respective federal administrations' attempt to solve what some would deem a problem, what others are calling a crisis. Effectively, how the U.S. government has reacted to an increase in migrants approaching and trying to enter the U.S. through the U.S.-Mexico border. Effectively how they've been treating people. So the real question you sort of ask is whether or not there is a crisis at the border and what federal officials are saying compared to what local and community leaders are saying. So it would be a bit disingenuous or trifling to just suggest it's a crisis without actually discussing what constituted as being a crisis. This is somewhat what you see federal public officials doing as well. So, for example, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and House of Representatives, I think he's the minority leader, is what you call him as well, McCarthy, have spoken about the increase in migrants being held in custody as being the cause of Biden's reversal of Trump's previous restrictive policies, which sort of invoked a sense of border security amongst its base supporters, which again was a sort of political strategy more so than it was addressing the issue, which I hope to mention later. So other representatives as well, even on the other side of the aisle, Democratic Representative Veronica Escobar, for example, mentions how this is really the response to Biden's actions at the border by Republicans is really just another stunt to stoke fear and anger towards immigrants, with this sort of immigrants bring the disease or immigrants bring COVID rhetoric. To this end, she's speaking candidly as well because her own state's governor, Greg Abbott, recently tweeted around the same time that he also deployed National Guards and state troopers to the border. He had mentioned for the most part that immigrants, I quote, illegal immigrants are bringing COVID into Texas communities. Me too, also, just like his Republican colleagues, blamed the Biden administration for the increase in migrants approaching the border and entering the U.S. The Biden administration, of course, pushing back, suggesting that the problem is to be blamed on the Trump administration's dismantle an unworkable system which they've had to inherit. So that was, to that effect, some agency secretaries have also suggested the same thing. But these are all federal public officials. So some community leaders at the local level, for example, in Texas at least, are suggesting otherwise. So Ramona Casas, who's a director of a migrant advocacy group in Alamo, Texas, Arise, has said that migration increases and decreases, but suggesting it to be a border crisis is really just political manipulation. And then there is another, Jen Budd, who was actually a former senior Border Patrol agent, who was suggesting that children entering the U.S.-Mexico border is a bit of a crisis in and of itself, just that very particular aspect of what's happening. Anything else that's suggested to be a crisis is really just a political game. Excuse me. And you have other local leaders who are all actually operating facilities, operating centers, which are bringing in migrant children, such as Norma Pimente, who is the director at a Catholic Charities Respite Center in downtown McAllen, Texas, which is a city that migrant families are typically released into after they're processed by the customs. At one of the centers, which is one which Pimente is the director of, people were given a place to rest, place to shower, make phone calls before they're, for the most part, sent off to family members' homes, whose homes they'll wait at while awaiting an asylum case to be ruled by an immigration court. So Pimente suggests, just as those before, that though there is an increase of migrants being held at the border, an overwhelming capacity of the U.S.'s immigration system is not unique to Biden's administration, and that there is no crisis. In fact, she suggests that the situation is a repeat, this sort of surge in migration coming at the U.S. border. In fact, this isn't restricted to just local community leaders. Jim Darling, who was actually the mayor of McAllen, Texas, says that this is the third administration to inadequately respond to this sort of surge in migration happening. And he says the actions which would lead to more help or a more adequate response, legislation deterring mass migration and aid to the countries, particularly in Central America, is not happening. So that sort of makes one wonder, where is the crisis, or why is it being called a crisis, or more so what's really happening? Sort of throws one into a state of bafflement. So, as I said before, that this is a repeated situation, and I can't cover that now. I don't have enough time, but there is data to suggest that this is a repeated situation, and to sort of show that this is a sort of recurring pattern, which confirms that this is not really a crisis at the border, but instead a crisis, authority crisis, and institutional competence or efficiency, and a failure perhaps on the electorate to sort of hold their elected officials and their unelected agency counterparts accountable for just failed U.S. policies, failed foreign affairs in countries where the majority of migration is coming from. That is El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. And before getting on to that data, however, I'm going to mention sort of the material situation, because I haven't really touched on that yet, of what's happening at the border and what's happening with migrant families or children that are coming in afterwards. So, excuse me. So the current policy is that only the unaccompanied minors and small families with small children are allowed to stay in the U.S. So families allowed to stay in the U.S. are processed by the CBP, and some of these centers that I mentioned earlier, suggested earlier, that is directed by Pimente, Norma Pimente, who runs a Catholic charity respite center. These individuals are tested for COVID and quarantined in hotels for 2 weeks when it's confirmed that they have COVID. So those sort of normal testing situations are happening at the border, but they're being sent after they're processed at those sort of centers to McAllen or Brownsville or another city in Texas is El Paso or Laredo. Cities are close to the border for the most part, due to some detention centers or processing centers. One of the largest processing centers actually in Texas has been shut down for now, which unfortunately happened in effect to Biden's reversal of Trump's horrendous policies. But so people are going to these centers and they're staying there and being housed, as I said earlier. But one of the issues that some community leaders are mentioning is that when, due to the policy of only unaccompanied minors and certain families being allowed to stay in the U.S., some community leaders, such as Ruben Garcia, who operates a shelter network in El Paso for migrants and refugees, he's noticed that while they will expect a family to come to their shelter, to their center, to just be housed until they can go to a family member who is typically a naturalized citizen or resident, they're instead being sent back to Mexico, which is creating some concern amongst community leaders. But that's the material situation that's happening at the border. So I have some graphs that I would like to show, which suggest that this is not a unique situation, and Biden's policy reversals didn't actually cause this, as suggested by some federal public officials. I'm going to share my screen for a second. Ignore the weird screen. So I have some graphs by Pew Research Center, which clearly shows, if you see, clearly shows that though this is an increase, and from, for example, last year, or even from, you can't see it directly, but this is towards the end of the year of last year, the increase is not as great. These numbers are relatively higher by just about this much. Politico reports a similar number in the beginning of March. These numbers aren't as high as what Trump's administration actually saw last year. And that's a bit concerning when you hear certain public officials suggest otherwise. And then we sort of see that this is the same trend which happens at various different holding centers. I have another photo. So first I want to show this one. And so again, we see a similar pattern from 2018 to 2019, increases, which obviously saw sort of fluctuation from year to year at different parts of different borders in the country. But more telling is this one, which sort of shows where things are and how things have been over the last several years. And again, 2019 was quite high relative to other years compared to 2018, and so on and so forth. So that's really all there is to it. You see that this is a pattern, And what's causing the migration is something that really needs to be looked at rather than calling it a crisis and not detailing what's causing what could be a crisis, which may not actually be at the border. That's all I have to say for now. I'm going to pass it on to Cody.
Hello, everyone. So I'm going to cover a story I wrote, two stories I wrote that happened back to back. The first story I wrote was on the 2020 presidential election, right? This was a very strange year because a lot of it was happening during the COVID era, right? So we had a lot of people sending in mail-in ballots, an unprecedented number of mail-in ballots, right? And there was a lot of fear, a lot of concern, right? Is there going to be something happening with this election? You know, are we going to get the right votes and whatnot? And there was a lot of, you know, some stations called some states early and then they flipped later. Mail-in ballots would get processed en masse and then when they would get added later, so it made it look like there was big jumps when in reality they were just processing these votes en masse. Yeah, and I think another thing that was so unprecedented about this election was the amount of pushback against it. We haven't had this type of pushback against an election in a very long time, right? Where we had prominent members of the Trump campaign, as well as prominent members of Trump's personal circle, such as his lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, you know, just lashing out and saying, you know, this was a fraud. This was not a properly done election. You know, there was this widespread fraud and whatnot. And Trump sort of alluded to this, and I think he was trying to spread fear on the idea of a mail-in ballots. And the concern is that, you know, more oft times than not, and election experts don't know why, but mail-in ballots tend to be democratic. There's no thing we can understand as to why this is, but this is a tendency, right? Republicans are much more likely to go in person to vote. Democrats are far more likely to do mail-in ballots, right? So those were the two things that were big about this election, right? Where a lot of it was during the COVID era, so we had a lot more people voting in by mail rather than in person, and there was a lot of pushback, not only from the Trump campaign, but from also, you know, people in his personal circle, again, like his lawyer Rudy Giuliani. To update on the 2020 election, right? I mean, we still have people contesting this. We have Sidney Powell, who is an ex-Trump attorney who now is, you know, being investigated for all these, you know, her statements about the election fraud and whatnot. And her attorneys are saying that no reasonable person would conclude that these statements were truly statements of fact and that she was just expressing her opinions. And I think this is problematic because we have someone who is most definitely in a position of power, right? We have an attorney of a federal official saying that the election was fraudulent. And, you know, I don't know if this can just be written off as someone's opinion, right? And you can just say that, oh, well, you know, it was her opinion and no reasonable person. Well, what are we talking about when we say a reasonable person? That seems, you know, pretty arbitrary. Other headlines is that there is evidence coming out in some intelligence reports that Russia as well as Iran did try to meddle with the election. Biden is adopting a tough stance on this. He has said in an interview with CNN that he will pay a price. He said that we had a long talk, he and I, and relatively well. And the conversation started with, I know who you are and you know me. If I establish that this occurred, be prepared. I think this is better than how the Trump administration handled it in 2016. Where I think the Trump administration in 2016 simply downplayed the possibility and said no. Whereas I feel like the Biden administration is taking more responsibility with this and saying, look, if this did occur, we're going to take a tough stance on this. The second article that I wanted to cover, this is in relation to the 2020 election, right, was the Million MAGA March. This happened a week or two later. And this was a huge, I say huge, but it wasn't, you know, it wasn't a million people. It was around, you know, less than 100,000 of Trump supporters that came to Washington, D.C. to protest the supposed widespread voter fraud and steal the 2020 presidential election, right? And this, I think, is interesting because, again, this is pretty unprecedented. This huge amount of people coming to protest the results of an election, right? And this event also featured many prominent speakers, such as Congresswoman-elect, or at this time, Congresswoman-elect Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, who has supported a wide variety of conspiracy theories, including QAnon, anti-Semitic theories about the Rothschilds, as well as that the Parkland school shooting was faked in order to support gun control laws. Just very, very far out there conspiracy theories. There were also members of the Proud Boys, a militant white supremacist, or as they like to call themselves, a Western chauvinist group. I don't know why you would brag about that, but neither here nor there. They were present as well. And yeah, and I think that this again dovetails with 2020 presidential election, right, where we have this unprecedented backlash against an election that usually there's no contest with it. And I think part of the reasoning is that the way that American elections are done is that it's not just one election going on at once, right? There are actually 50 elections going on, and that's just the states alone. You also have DC and whatnot. DC has electoral points in the Electoral College, although it's not considered a state. It is considered a military district. But there's really 50 elections going on, so it's very difficult to coordinate and have widespread voter fraud. But this idea of widespread voter fraud and this idea of a steal or a lost cause really caught on, right? And I use lost cause because there is a lot of Confederate symbolism that we see with these Trump supporters, right? Where we have some of these supporters flying Confederate flags. And I use the lost cause because they also, in Civil War sympathizer language, right? When they talk about the Civil War, they refer to it as a lost cause or a lost effort. And this is very similar, right? Almost like a lost cause or a lost effort, a presidency cut short, so to speak, because we don't have many one-term presidents, right? A lot of our presidents are two-term. So Trump's presidency was ever stranger just because he was a one-term president. Yeah, one more point I want to make on this is that Facebook, one of the prominent sites where many of these groups would talk and discuss, extremist groups, tied to QAnon, the Boogaloo Boys, which is a right-wing militia movement, as well as other militia movements like Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and so on. They thrive on Facebook despite their being banned. So we also have this issue of, how do we handle this type of rhetoric, right? Because on the one hand, right, there is a utility to, being skeptical and asking questions, but where does it go too far, right? Is this too far? And I think this is especially relevant just because, 12 weeks ago there was the storming of the Capitol. How far is this allowed to go? And in reference to social media with Facebook groups, where these groups are still thriving despite Facebook, churning out these bans, not only do social media companies have a responsibility with dealing with this type of rhetoric, but also, is containment gonna be a good idea, right? Because if containment's not working on Facebook, then I'm not sure if it's going to work on any other site. That is the event I wanted to cover. I wanted to cover the 2020 election as well as the aftermath, particularly the rhetoric and just the backlash that was seen, and all of the, the intrigue and the, again, just the general backlash. There's this unprecedented backlash. I'm now going to pass it on to Zena.
Hello, everyone. So for today, I would like to cover events that have happened in early 2021. And for this first event, it was the former Michigan governor who was charged in the Flint water crisis that happened in 2014. and this was written by staff writer Sierra Murphy. So basically, on January 14, 2021, the former governor of Michigan, Rick Snyder, along with 7 other former officials and 1 current state official, were charged for their role in the Flint water crisis. And the group included former director of the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, the former City of Flint emergency manager, the former director of the City of Flint Department of Public Works, and the whole group faced a total of 42 charges. So the Flint water crisis, as some of you may be familiar with, began back in 2014, when basically the water source for many of the homes and businesses in Flint was changed to the Flint River to save money. However, the untreated water from the Flint River caused lead from the city's old pipes to fall into the water, poisoning the water and many of the city's residents. And also, just to make matters more worse, most of the complaints of the residents were ignored for months. Dozens of people contracted disease and 12 died. So forward 2 months to March 18, 2021, the former governor, Rick Snyder, failed to have his criminal charges dismissed. His legal team argued that the 2 misdemeanor charges for willful neglect of duty have to be dismissed because that they were brought up in a court that was in Flint and not in Lansing, where the former governor's office was. The judge, however, was not convinced, and he denied the motion to dismiss. So the second story that I want to cover is about Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. And this was written by staff writer Cody McCain. So Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene was removed from the House committee assignments. And she was the U.S. representative for Georgia's 14th congressional district. She's a far-right conspiracy theorist, and she was stripped of her committee assignments in the House of Representatives following a resolution vote on February 4th, 2021. So the resolution actually came after there was increasing outrage over Greene's racist and conspiracy-filled beliefs. Fast forward to March 19, 2021. The Democratic Representative Jimmy Gomez of California actually introduced a resolution to fully expel Greene from the House of Representatives, citing that she, quote, advocated violence against our peers, the Speaker, and our government. 72 Democrats have co-sponsored the resolution. However, for the resolution to actually pass, it needs a 2/3 majority vote in the House of Representatives. And currently there are 219 Democrats in the House of Representatives. So dozens of Republicans will have to join in for Greene to actually be expelled. And this is the end for our top stories from the past year. And I hope you enjoyed this segment from the Michigan Journal News. And we're always looking for new writers and new editors to join in and advocate for journalism and writing. So I hope you have enjoyed our time. Thank you.
Wolverine Media Network, home to all your media orgs for the University of Michigan-Dearborn.
Hi everyone, my name is Lucian. I am the managing editor of Lyceum, and I have a poem to read for you guys today from our fall
Wolverine Media Network.
Presiding here at Amber Pryor. I am the editor-in-chief of Lyceum, UM-Dearborn's literary and fine arts journal, and one of the 4 organizations that make up Wolverine Media Network. Every fall and winter semester, we publish a print journal showcasing the creative talents of our students, faculty, and alumni. We publish poetry, short stories, creative writing, art, photography, and more. Check us out at lyceumliterary.com or follow us on Instagram at Lyceum Literary Arts or on Facebook at Lyceum at the University of Michigan-Dearborn. I myself have been a part of Lyceum since my first semester at UM-Dearborn, and I've gotten my own work published in the journal several times. So I'm going to take a minute and read a couple of my poems so you can get a taste of the kind of work that we publish. This first one will be featured in our Winter 2021 journal, which will be released next month. This one is called The Study of Bones. I used to have my bones memorized, topographical maps of everything I've been through, and they were once so purple I couldn't tell you where I stopped and all the aching began. But somewhere along the way, they transformed from those fragile and misshapen placeholders for a body and into the fossils of a girl bursting with life. Some days, I don't recognize how whole and strong they are. Most days, I take them for granted and don't have to beg them to carry me through the daylight anymore. At some point, things started growing here again. Things I don't yet know the name of, things I finally learned how to identify, and even the dark things that knew me first. There are still scars that run so deep, I won't ever be able to grind them out, and probably won't ever stop trying to. But there are also the fingerprints of everyone who has ever touched me gingerly with love and tenderness. I found my own fingerprints, too, and all the places I have dared to graze with kindness and bruise with forgiveness. And there are plenty of salt-carved craters for all the tears I've ever cried, too. But in their hollows, there are crystals forming and pushing through my pores so that in my wake, I leave glitter on the floor. There are blisters from the sun, cooling long after the redness has left my skin, but even those aren't bursting with pain. They are simply a reminder of the golden summer constantly burning inside of me. There are ink splotches hidden in my joints, and they show me something different every time I look at them, because no matter how hard I try, there are still some things I will never be truly certain of, things that will constantly shift as I grow. There are varieties of flower petals still foreign to the outside world, melodies that have yet to be played on any instrument, and poems I will never learn how to speak with this tongue, but I am familiar with all of it. Because out of all of the languages I've carved into these bones, I am not the most fluent in hurt, or ache, or grief as I once believed I was. I am fluent in warmth and love and wildly blooming happiness. These next two are a little older. They were featured in our fall 2019 journal. This first one is called Honey Boy. I dream of us even while I'm asleep on your chest, and when I'm not, I stay awake until the sun shivers, breaks slivers in the moonlight, turns my bedroom the soft color of your eyes that dapple with honey and quartz, and I have to tell you, I've had that line memorized for years now, and I recite it to myself anytime the light gets trapped behind your lashes. I rename you Honey Boy for your sound and your sweet, but only in my head. I'd never tell you out loud that you embody a new form of poetry for me that looks a lot like run-on sentences, and my chest cracking open to let all the air flock to my lungs, and building campfires on top of large bodies of water, and staying awake on Tuesday nights thinking of synonyms for warmth. The closest I can come up with is this image I have of you, standing beneath the flickering porch light in December, but to me it looked like summer lightning. And to me you are summer lightning, and winter lightning. You are the stars jumping straight out of the sky. You are everything that's ever made a song someone's favorite sound. You are firecrackers going off right before my eyes, and I think it's you. It's always been you. This last one is called Growing Pains. Last year, I took October and November, and I buried them beneath my skin like my body was a backyard. Like the wind was a chain-link fence, and my teeth, my poor chattering teeth, were a dog hiding her bones to get better ones. So I reverted back to gnawing on my fingertips again. Like maybe I could eat myself alive before the low-hanging heather hues could. Because honestly, and I think you should know, that the transition from me to myself is not smooth, and I keep getting lost. I keep digging spaces for last year's bones, leaving craters in this backyard, even though I have someone who tells me every day that it's actually a garden and nothing close to a graveyard. That if I decide to unbury those bones, instead of hiding more, my hair will grow back like grass. My skin will stretch and slowly close with the rain and darken in the sun, and if I let it, it could even grow wildflowers. But what no one understands is that I am just trying to find my way back to who I was. Before I handed out my teeth as thank yous, my fingernails as sorries, and my freckles as I love yous. Because now I think I might just be a time-slick, cigarette-flick phantom of something that used to be warm. I've been scratching at all the places that used to feel whole, hiding things inside of them to piece myself back together. I've been listening closely to honeybees, remembering how to tuck soft sounds between my ribs, but I've already buried all the bad in me, and I'm afraid for when it starts to spill my guts on the wet pavement. So I sing to the rain, ask her to hurt me like hail. She asks me if I need a body, and I tell her to make it clean. I tell her to make it something I can learn how to love, and I tell her to make sure that it still holds my scars, just in case I need to bury something again. Thank you for listening, and stay tuned for more artists talking and reading their work later on in the stream.
Hello, I'm Chris Cheatham from the Michigan Journal. I'm joined by a fellow guest for today's recording. Why don't you introduce yourself and, what's your name and what part of the organization are you from?
My name is Roman Bruno. I am a sophomore at the University of Michigan-Dearborn, majoring in communications with a minor in psychology, as well as a public relations certificate. And the organization I'm a part of is the Michigan Journal.
All right. So why don't you tell us a little bit about your position? What exactly do you do?
I am a staff writer for the Michigan Journal in the sports section specifically, and I've primarily written about NFL and MLB content, and most notably my Detroit Lions weekly recaps throughout last season.
Yeah, I definitely got to read some of those, and they were really entertaining. I will say you definitely brought some light to the Lions' dim season last year. But why don't you tell us a little bit? I know you haven't been around for as long as like me and Drew have with Michigan Journal. This is your first year. Why don't you tell me just a little bit about, a past event, with us, or just maybe something cool that you discovered while you were writing or something like that?
Yeah, I think my most interesting story of the Michigan Journal is actually how I originally got involved. Really, I had a private sports blog, let's just say, and Drew, our sports editor, he saw it and he could see the passion I had for sports, and then sooner or later, he invited me to join as a sports writer, and that was an offer I couldn't refuse. So I think that's probably the best story I have in my short amount of time thus far.
Yeah, I went with when I discussed this as well. I said something pretty similar about how I started. I was kind of on the fence about it. I wasn't quite at that level you were, but I fell in love with it pretty quickly. It really enjoyed writing. But kind of going along with that, you said Drew discovered you a little bit. You guys are obviously really close friends. Me and you are really good friends as well. Just touch on a little bit of how being a part of the Michigan Journal sports section in particular has started friendships or relationships. Touch up on that for me.
Yeah, even though I'm still relatively new, as I can already said, and I haven't gotten to meet the whole entire staff, I definitely can agree that I've made a lot of great relationships with Drew, you, Andrew, Corey, and more. I knew a couple of you guys before becoming a writer, so that in that sense, it was a seamless transition. But I'm also grateful for the new friends I've made, and I look forward to making more friends as I get to meet more and more staff members.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see extra people that you get to make friends with when we actually are able to go back on campus and stuff. So I'm also very excited for that. But next point, what's your favorite thing so far about being in the organization?
Yeah, besides the new family I became a part of, I think just simply the favorite thing about being a sports writer for the Michigan Journal is being able to talk sports. It's just been a huge part of my life already, and now being able to do that on a bigger scale with a wider audience is amazing. I didn't become a writer to earn any recognition or anything. I just wanted to simply talk sports, and I've been able to do just that. And as well as being able to represent the university through my writing is important to me. So I'm glad I can do that as well.
Right. No, I definitely agree with that. I think those are some good points there, Roman. But lastly, last question here. So, they're obviously joining together as the Wolverine Media Network soon, shortly. I'm not sure exactly the date on that, but, how do you feel about all of us, linking together? What do you think it's a good thing? And what exactly do you think it's going to, benefit from it?
Yeah, I'm excited about the Wolverine Media Network because of the potential it has and the new opportunities that could come from it. Expanding our network and the platforms we use is important nowadays, and I think it's a very smart move. And I truly think it'll be successful. And being able to collaborate with other student orgs on campus is a special thing, especially at University of Michigan-Dearborn. And I look forward to seeing what it grows into on campus, even virtually as well.
All right, thank you for your time, Roman.
Thank you.
This is Wolverine Media Network.
Hello, everybody. My name is Drew with the Michigan Journal. I'm here with a fellow contributor to the Wolverine Media Network. Why don't you start us off with telling us a little about yourself as well as what org you are a part of?
Yeah, I'm Chris Cheatham. I'm from the Michigan Journal, the sports section, and I'm now a junior at University of Michigan-Dearborn, and I've been writing. This is my second year being a writer.
Awesome. So you mentioned you're with the Michigan Journal. What position do you have there with the Michigan Journal?
I write for the sports section as a staff writer, and like I said, this is going on my second, actually almost the start of my third year of writing for the sports section as a staff writer.
Well, since you have some experience, coming up on almost 2 years, almost 3 years now, how would you tell us a story about a past event at your organization or a moment that you had that you really that really touched you?
Well, I'll just say, like, when I first started, when you kind of contacted me over the summer after my freshman year, you were like, "Hey, would you be interested in writing about like the local sports teams or whatever at UM-Dearborn?" I was kind of on the fence about it at first, so I wrote one about the soccer team, and I honestly thought like that would be it. Like I thought I would lose interest right away, but I actually really enjoyed it. And then once I started writing about more, it's not like a particular instance I would say, but once I got even more into it, writing about pro teams and then the basketball team as well, I really I fell in love with writing, really. So it's not really like an individual story, I would say, or a moment. It's just kind of, I would say that's been the most touching thing, I would say, from just the entire process. 'Cause I was really on the fence at first. I was like, I don't know if I want to commit a lot of time to this, but I ended up really enjoying it.
Yeah, that's great. Me being the person that recruited you, that's awesome to hear that you were less confident. Now you're a lot more confident now.
All right.
So you said you've been here for a while now. Have you developed any friendships or relationships by being a part of the Michigan Journal?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, me and you were friends kind of going into it. We knew each other pretty well. John as well was another person I was pretty good friends with beforehand. But through that, I mean, I met Roman. It's me and him are really good friends now, I would say. So, going to those meetings all the time and stuff, they really, I think strengthened our bond before. We were friends, but I wouldn't say we were really that close. But, spending a lot of time together, during meetings, talking about writing and stuff, I really think that developed our friendship. And then Andrew as well, another person that became pretty close with me as well, throughout the time, over the 2 years at least.
Yeah, I think it's been really nice to get to know everybody, and the writing and the sports, it really brings everyone together. So it's been really
Agreed.
nice. You just mentioned the meetings too. We have a podcast. Everything's really helped us bring us together. What's your favorite thing about being a part of MJ?
And I would say, I have two answers for this. One would be, like I said before, the meetings. We always had a lot of fun, really fun sports debates, whether it was sports or like an entertainment. We would just debate about a bunch of random stuff. And obviously argue and disagree with each other, but I thought that was really fun. And then I think, individually, my favorite thing about writing is that feeling when you have an article, it gets a lot of views on the website for me. I know it's really cool to get in the paper as well, but you can't see how many people are reading it. But I think I had an article get like 500 views, I believe, last year. It was a fantasy football article, and that was pretty cool, man. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty awesome.
Yeah, both feelings of getting your name in the newspaper as well as seeing how many people actually view and look at your work is a really special feeling. So last question here. How do you feel about the formation of the Wolverine Media Network?
I think it's a really good idea. You know, there's not really a lot of continuity between the different branches and, you know, the media around U of M Dearborn. So I think forming, you know, one joint group is going to be good for everybody. I think it'll get everybody more views and stuff, more exposure. I just think it'll be better to have that continuity across platforms and stuff, you know, just having everything joined together. I think it's a smart idea.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. Well, Chris, thank you for your time today.
No problem, man. Thank you.
Hey guys, thank you for listening to those lovely interviews and poetry readings. Right now, we have our, I don't even know what this is, the fourth giveaway this stream. This next giveaway will be for one Steam card, one $20 Steam card, another $20 Amazon card, and then another journal, another one of the Lyceum literary journals. All right, so the first one will be for the Steam card, the $20 Steam card, and the winner of that card is Marissa. Congratulations, Marissa. And again, this is an e-gift card, so we will email you the information and the access, sometime within the next 24 hours. So again, thank you. So that's Marissa. Congratulations, Marissa. Next is the $20 Amazon gift card. The winner of that one, the second Amazon gift card, is Ashley. Congratulations, Ashley. All right. Next is the journal. Again, the final Lyceum journal. Are we going to be giving out journals later? We'll see. Possibly the final Lyceum journal. Okay, the glare is kind of bad on that, but you know what they look like. And again, the winner of this one is Harris. Congratulations, Harris. Since this is obviously a physical copy of something, we will email this to your address directly. So congratulations, Harris. We will send this to you sometime in the future. At least we'll contact you in the next 24 hours to verify and confirm everything. Blah blah blah. You know, all that legal stuff. So next up is what's next? Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, I don't have the screen in front of me. So next up is Web Oddities. Of course, this is their reunion show. Oh, sorry. So Web Oddities is going to be their reunion show. They actually were an actual staple on WUMD College Radio. So they're doing a reunion show, an obvious physical show, virtual show so you can see it. But yeah, let's get that rolling. Ricky, if you please.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the Wolverine Media Network Streamathon so far. We are now.
You are now listening to Web Oddities.
Good God. I don't know if this is a bit. Hello, everyone. I don't know if I'm recording.
This is why you gotta start recording when we don't know it.
Welcome back to Web Oddities for our special. Oh God.
WMN Media Network bringing back the boys for one more episode.
Welcome to the Streamathon. It is roughly 10, 9, 20, probably. Yeah, that sounds right. Roughly 9:20.
Wherever you live.
We are currently coming at you from the past.
Using the magical power of Streamlabs.
It is currently 11:58 p.m. on the 21st of I don't even know what month this is. Thank you, coronavirus.
God, what day is it? Any day? I don't know.
We've actually jumped to the time warp, and we're back in March of 2020.
Oh my God!
I've done is I found a person with coronavirus, and I got some spit on a rag. Very careful not to get it on myself. And then I took it back in time, and then I threw it at a politician. So we'll see how that goes.
I feel like if Patient Zero was a politician, that probably would have gotten taken care of immediately and would have never spread. They would have been like, oh no, it's affecting rich people, and just locked that down immediately.
So I might actually be a hero then, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think so. I think you're both. You are a terrorist and a hero.
I'm like a terrorist for the good of the people.
Yeah, you're a freedom fighter of sorts, except you use biological weapons.
I give people the death, and it makes me a hero. That's good to hear.
You created the coronavirus to destroy the coronavirus.
Well, I mean,
you are the Thanos of COVID.
Doesn't mean like COVID is an infinite time loop that was always destined to happen, and I had no choice over my actions.
Bingo, you got it. You're just a slave to reality.
A slave to Corona.
Luke, there is one flaw in your plan. That involves getting a real person sick. And, obviously if it's a politician, they're going to have all the backing to get better, but you're still doing harm. But you know what group of people has an equal amount of passion and devotion to keeping their loved one safe?
I do not know.
Throw the rag at somebody's waifu.
Ladies and gentlemen, and others, if you have the pleasure of living in ignorance of what a waifu is, just imagine this. So remember when you were watching Saturday morning cartoons, when you were like, I don't know, 8 years old, you're watching Sonic X. You see Amy Rose with her big old hammer, and you're like, wow, she is my wife. Now imagine you never grew out of that. And you're like, oh, damn.
You're like, I don't know what I'm feeling right now, but I have an impression.
But this is basically, waifus are a character that someone has a quasi-romantic interest in. And it can go from very casual, like just saying, wow, that character is cute and nice, they're my waifu. And it can go to absolutely fanatical, to the point where you attempt to legally marry your waifu or communicate with them through dimensions.
As one
does, absolutely. Collect massive amounts of memorabilia. Oh,
well, it's like
that reminds me of something.
Relationships for loners.
Yeah, exactly. But we're getting kind of ahead of ourselves. So the stereotype usually is for like anime fans who are obsessed with a certain anime girl. And I'd say that makes up like 75 to 80% of waifu culture is like just weeaboos, right?
Well, I'd like to add something to that. Sade personally has, Sade's my girlfriend. She personally has 2, maybe 3 husbandos. So I think we should be inclusive of that too, because that's probably actually maybe even a bigger chunk. Like, you'd be surprised.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, husbandos that's just the male version of waifu. This is the same thing. It's based off of how I do not remember the exact origin. Like, if it was from, I actually do remember the exact origin. I believe it's from the anime Azumanga Daioh. I think that there's a character in that anime who refers to his wife as my waifu, and that basically it just stuck as a kind of internet meme in the West. And then husbando.
It's English, right? Like, it's a term of English.
Yeah, exactly. It's just basically a mimicking of an accent, which you could argue that it's kind of problematic, and I think it is a little bit. But it's so deeply ingrained in this half of internet culture that we're just going to discuss it because it's fascinating, it's fun. And I feel like if we censored the term waifu, it would be kind of just, no one would know what we were talking about.
Yeah, I think you can make an argument that, like, it's become its own thing now. It's separated from that. Waifu has gained its whole new meaning, and it's a very specific meaning that is, like, separated from that like English root.
I've never seen someone like get genuinely offended over the term waifu.
If I've learned anything over the internet, as long as you say you're being ironic, you're cleared of all charges.
Absolutely. This is just say you want to do it in Minecraft or that it's satire, and you can say anything.
Joke, bro.
You can advocate for federal crimes in Minecraft, and you'll be fine. even if that, like, just say I want to throw a Molotov cocktail in Minecraft, you're set. Absolutely not legally actionable. You can say, yeah.
I want to throw a coronavirus rag at a politician in Minecraft. You can do it.
There we go.
Going to be a tax evader in
So,
Minecraft.
Honestly, who hasn't committed a little bit of light tax evasion?
Oh.
Anyone who has worked in like a tipped job, except me. I've never done it. I'm just talking hypothetically in Minecraft. But
for prosperity's sake, campus police, if you're listening to this, you didn't hear him.
yeah, if any police are listening to this, don't turn it off right now. You're not going to like what you hear. I feel like you should probably do something more useful.
In
like,
Minecraft.
I don't know. I don't know what you guys do. Maybe just go home, cook some chicken. That sounds like a good use of your time. Anyway, do either of you fellas have a waifu or a husbando? You don't gotta say who.
Let's fess up.
I do.
Come on,
Yes, maybe.
I do.
I have a waifu and a husbando, and I am willing to say who they are.
Do it.
Well,
they're both ironic. The waifu is Peridot from Steven Universe. I feel judged immediately.
Okay.
And the
I'm googling who they are because I've never seen Steven Universe.
And
he loves Thriller or something?
The husbando is Speedwagon from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Oh my god, that's absolutely perfect. And I think you've made an excellent choice, and that's the only choice you can make.
He also technically qualifies as a waifu.
Yeah, he does, through technicalities.
He's one of the few
How about you, Joe?
characters with a lot of hope.
Oh gosh. All right. For the juicy teats.
Okay, first of all, you cannot get into vor. No vor allowed. Like, if your waifu is vor-centric, I refuse to hear about it.
All right. Well, I'm not going to say my husbando was Smaug, so we're going to move on from that.
Is your husband Smaug? Smaug? From the Lord of the Rings? Smaug?
So in replacement to that, I'm gonna have to give my husbando as
Wait, Joe.
Very well esteemed character. What
is your wedding ring the One Ring for Smaug?
They wouldn't be able to see.
And then I disappear from the wedding at the altar.
No, you put it on Smaug, and then you ride away on Smaug.
Oh my god, invisible dragon would be so dangerous.
Okay, I got it. Joe puts the ring on Smaug to be married to Smaug, and then gets in Smaug's mouth and is also invisible. That's too invisible for the price of one.
That's a good question.
And a little bonus for it.
Oh my god. No, you brought it there. I can't believe you. I'm not going to forgive you for that.
Practical vor. I'm just saying.
I'd say
Tim,
it
why
doesn't.
don't you do the
Practicalities?
explaining to the audience what vor is?
No.
we could leave it
So
a mystery.
anyway, waifus,
Search it up on the internet, you won't regret it.
husbandos. Don't listen. Nobody search it up. It's not for children.
By the way, if we're going by
You
Nick
are
at
a
night
child.
time, Nick at night starts at 9, so you know what you're getting into.
Go to bed.
Listen,
children.
I'm not going to trust Nickelodeon to make good decisions about children's lives, after some of the stuff that we've learned about them in recent times. So I'm not going to say that Nick at Night is the gold standard.
Oh.
I'm going to go by Toonami rules, which I'm pretty sure are switched later.
Oh, no.
But I could be wrong. I'm not an expert. So, most people at some point, they develop some degree of affection towards a fictional character. It could be fairly minor.
Stories. You're experiencing essentially a parasocial relationship to a fictional character by watching their character's growth and development inside these series or other forms of media.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely. Like when I was in middle school and I was reading Harry Potter, I absolutely loved Hermione. I was like, wow, great. Hermione is my waifu. Like, obviously, I didn't put it into those terms because I wasn't a complete degenerate quite yet. But it was, for all intents and purposes, the same.
Hey,
And then
Tim,
she got married to Ron Weasley. What?
you're wrong. Luna is better.
I'm wrong?
Luna
Who?
Lovegood is better.
I 100% agree in hindsight. And she should have married Harry Potter. And that is my thesis. And the fact that he got married to Ginny. Yes, I think so. I'm pretty sure that that's canon, which I do not see at all. I feel like Neville is too boring for that, but maybe he got cooler when he grew up.
To be fair, Neville's really into
Well, he
plants.
definitely got cooler. Yeah, that is true.
Also, Neville
That is
got
very
really
true. They could get along about that. That is also true. He grew into his weird head. No offense to whatever the actor's name is. He's old. I'm not going to make fun of children for their heads anymore. That's my New Year's resolution, and I've already broken it.
I think it's fine as long as we acknowledge that he's an absolute beefcake.
Yeah. I feel like that makes up for me insulting his childhood head, which was, to be fair, very strange. Let's be real here. But maybe that's just movie magic. Maybe he looked normal. But anyway, like most people, they have these passing affections. So other people decide they want to tie the knot, and they have a more long-term relationship with their fictional boo,
Almost
if
like
you
an
will.
obsession, one might say.
Yeah, almost like an obsession. Not even necessarily an obsession, because when I think of an obsession, I think of something that's kind of almost involuntary, where a person feels absolutely compelled to pursue it. But when we look at like the waifu culture of waifuists who are really truly into it and not ironically espousing like, oh, this is my waifu, or just casually saying that about a character they like, I get the impression that it's more of a choice they make, generally because they're quite lonely. Because I think that there are absolutely some of them who do have an almost involuntary obsession, but a lot of them, they talk about how they made the decision to get into waifuism because they were like, I'm going to be alone forever anyway. Why not enjoy some quality time in my head with my favorite anime girl, or Squidward, which is a true example. Someone bought an anatomically correct life-size Squidward plushie because they just absolutely love Squidward.
If it was that handsome Squidward from that one episode, I would completely understand.
I'm thinking about it, right? And I think there's a lot higher proportion of kind of what we'll call them serious waifu lovers in the East than there are in the West. And I think that has partly to do with the culture of Japan. Japan is a kind of socially isolated place. Your social life is basically limited to your friends from high school, your work colleagues, and your close family. And a lot of people in Japan, because of that social structure, don't have a lot of people they can interact with. So I think that problem of just chronic loneliness is really amplified there.
Yeah, plus in a lot of anime, for instance, many of the female characters are designed specifically and almost solely to be appealing to men, to be, the term is waifu bait, where essentially just their main purpose is to get male viewers interested in the show because they like the main girl or the side girls or whatever. And so the culture just around it kind of encourages more extreme waifuism, because you look at female characters in a lot of American TV shows, and yeah, sure, there's a lot of objectification, but for the most part, that's kind of secondary. Whereas with a lot of anime, it's kind of the primary thing is just like, oh, look at this cute girl. Don't you wish she was your girlfriend? That sort of stuff.
I know a lot of serious waifu lovers and husbando lovers find their waifu or husband through a dating sim, especially in Japan. And I think dating sims can lead to that because of the level of interactivity. There's one thing if you're just watching the character, but if you get to interact with them on a daily basis, and some of these dating sims are incredibly complex, not quite passing the what's the test for telling whether an AI is
Turing test?
Not passing the Turing test, but they've got layers and layers of complexity that you wouldn't expect, and that's enough to, I think, to manipulate, affect the human brain into correlating that this could be treated like a real person.
And even if
you guys
sort of build on that, even if you think about it with these, if any of these dating sims or shows that where it really gets into the depth of this manufactured character, one that's these characters for the most part, a lot of these characters are being designed specifically to be as appealing as possible. So if you're someone who if you aren't expecting to be get the top stuff out of life, if you don't have that sort of level of security and confidence of the world outside of yourself, why wouldn't you take these? You have this essentially ideal artwork of a person, of a partner. Why wouldn't you take that and run with this sort of larger than life, better than anything you're expecting, and immerse yourself in that projected, that simulated relationship and the sort of mental gymnastics to get the most out of that when for whatever reason your life factors around you kind of push you down from any of the ambition that you would attract you towards the outer life.
Yeah, it sounds kind of like maladaptive daydreaming, if you know anything about that.
No, actually, the first time I've heard of that.
Maladaptive daydreaming, it basically is just a term for a coping where someone daydreams to a point where it interferes with their daily life because they be daydreaming rather than, doing things like going to work or spending time with actual friends. And so it's not like a mental disorder or anything. I don't think there's anything neurologically different about maladaptive daydreamers. It's just kind of a coping mechanism that some people develop that makes it so that their daydream universe is very, very extensive, very comprehensive. And what turns it into an issue is if it ever interferes with their daily life. Like personally, I have a very, very extensive kind of daydreaming canon that goes back over a decade. But I wouldn't consider myself a maladaptive daydreamer because it doesn't really interfere with my daily life at all. I enjoy things besides daydreaming. Do you guys have experience with just long-term daydream realities like that?
I've got some, yeah. Up until about the age of 10, I legitimately believed I could do imaginary magic.
Oh.
I had a
honestly, you can. I believe you can.
I had a series of runes and incantations I needed to recite, and I had to go to sources of power, but I was convinced that nothing was happening because I just didn't have enough magical energy. I needed to find a power source, and through a ton of focus and meditation, I could achieve slight what would you call it? Post-human, greater than what a human could do. I could if I had enough power, I could move an object with my mind.
Nice. That sounds like a lot of people today. And it also sounds like some Chuny stuff right there. You should have your own anime.
To be fair, at the time, I was watching quite a bit of anime.
I was just say, it sounds
Yeah,
like one
that'll
of
do
those
it to you.
playground games that, you're a little kid playing the playground, you're making up games with your friends, just random crap of your imagination, but single player and for an extended amount of time.
Yeah, but anyway, like a lot of waifuism, like Joe was basically saying, is just, I think, a form of maladaptive daydreaming, where basically because they don't have much in their physical lives to derive pleasure from, they kind of just delve into their imaginary world to get at least some fulfillment from it, because you can imagine anything. Your imagination is endless. But it's essentially a lot of times it goes beyond just the imagination. Like I know I sent you, peeps, a picture of this last night, but I'm going to send you this again, this Seto Kaiba altar, basically, which is one of my favorite waifuist or husbandoist massive collections of all time.
We haven't really talked
because
about
of
Wolvers, have we?
insane amount of Seto Kaiba memorabilia. We haven't talked.
Set the scene.
No, we
Set
haven't
the scene
brushed
in
on that
picture.
yet.
So you have a photo of a it's just someone's wall.
So,
and on it they have a white tablecloth strewn table with just bunches and bunches of memorabilia, statuettes, of plushies, of prints. I think I see a cake with a Kaiba on it. You got a cardboard cutout against the wall of Kaiba.
I'm counting at least 21 copies of Blue Eyes the White Dragon, which is pretty awesome.
That's pretty
not gonna lie.
I mean, if you
And it's funny because in the show only 3 are supposed to exist.
If you really loved your husbando, you would buy every copy.
Honestly, like Yu-Gi-Oh cards are a great waste of money.
They really are. Oh, yeah. If you really loved your husband, you would buy every single Blue Eyes you could, and then shred all but 3 of them.
Yes, exactly. That is what you gotta do.
Till you buy the cardboard cutout.
But I'm going to be honest. Trash taste. How could you even have a relationship with Seto Kaiba? He's like perhaps the most insufferable character ever made.
Is it possible to
that's
be
an exaggeration.
And a what's the version? What's the word for misogynist, but for men?
Misandrist?
Is it possible to be a misogynist and a misandrist at the same time? Because if so, Seto Kaiba is.
I think that Seto Kaiba is just an asshole. This is kind of an example of what else I'd say more affluent waifuists aspire to.
They're at
just
the point where
the
they're
accumulation.
Can I ask you guys a personal question?
Absolutely.
In a game of F, marry, kill. I can say F. It's just a letter. Can't catch me. It could be anything. In the game of F, marry, kill. Your options are Seto Kaiba, Yugi Moto. They're all adults in this. Okay, chill.
Okay, so we're talking about Egyptian Yugi Moto.
This is after the anime is over. So they're all 20.
Who was the third option?
One. I guess they can't all be 21 because they're different ages in the anime. So the youngest of them is 21.
No, they're all 21.
So this is easy as hell.
Yugi Moto, Joey Wheeler.
All right, Yugi Moto knows how to treat someone right. I think we can all agree that. So obviously that's gonna have to be a Mary for me. Joey Wheeler, he's a cool guy. I imagine he would be terrible at pretty much anything. But, I'm going to have to give him an F because he probably flunked out of school. And then, Kaiba, kill him because he's too cool for school.
He's Kaiba.
I actually have a different answer.
But
I would,
No, you don't. You're wrong.
I have a different answer.
Just incorrect.
Okay, because I would F Yugi Moto because the Pharaoh has all that experience, he's probably an incredible lover, right?
Like he can get an A in AP history.
Right.
I get what you're saying.
But Joey Wheeler's got heart. You remember what he did for his sister? He'd do that for you in a heartbeat if you were married to him. And then I'd kill Sedekai because why would I not?
Oh, what did he do for his sister?
He gave all his winnings to for eye surgery for his sister.
Oh yeah, that's right. What is it about anime girls and being blind and then their brothers being sad about it? Like I can think of at least 3 anime with that. You got, of course, Yu-Gi-Oh! Like you just said. You got Kekai Sensen, and you've got Code Geass, and I'm sure there's more. And like in Code Geass, it was a double whammy because she was blind and paralyzed. But it was the same in freaking Kekai Sensen too.
Can I take a moderate tangent here? Just a moderate tangent. It's
Absolutely.
related. Have you heard about the Domino's Miku ad?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Scott.
Oh my
president of
God.
Domino's Pizza. And speaking of a very common waifu, Hatsune Miku. Take it away, Luke.
Okay, so I don't know, was it the early 2000s? Domino's made an ad in Japan for a special pizza box celebrating Miku. Tim, who's Miku? Do you want to give a Hatsune Miku? Who is that? You
Yeah,
want to give
so-
a quick description?
Yeah, Hatsune Miku is basically just a mascot, an anime girl style mascot for like a voice synthesizer or something. Basically, it's a program that lets you make an artificial singing voice.
On Vocaloid, in case you're interested.
Hatsune Miku has risen to the popularity level of a pop star in Japan, which is interesting because she's not real. She's a Vocaloid. Most Vocaloids,
And she doesn't make any of her own music.
She doesn't do that either.
I mean, neither do our pop singers. Let's be.
She just takes pre-recorded music and runs through Vocaloid synthesizer, and has her own like computer-generated voice. But she has amassed probably, I would say, the biggest waifu cult. A waifu cult is a group of people that have the same waifu, and it's usually for a pop star. That's definitely originated from what do they call them? Idols in Japan. Japanese idols.
Oh my gosh. That could be its own episode. I'm not sure if it would be like a web oddity, but it's an oddity.
Yeah. Japanese idols are groups of, it's usually 3 or more girls that perform song and dance in front of large groups of people. You can think of them as effectively as pop stars or pop groups. The closest relation that we have
like
to America.
imagine-
Like a boy band, but for girls.
Boy bands, but
Yeah,
for
it's
girls.
like if NSYNC wore frilly dresses and were exploited even worse than they already were.
Yeah, there's some horrible exploitation that happens to. I will say that they have a much smaller regional effect. Like they are usually located to a region of Japan, where in America, boy bands go national very quickly.
Yeah. And and like Vocaloids such as Hatsune Miku have such a wide range. Like even I own a Vocaloid rhythm game, which actually your brother gave to me, Joe. He because he had 2 copies of it since he's
As
just
one
that much
does.
of a weeb. As one does. He had one for PSP and he had one for PS3. It was fantastic. And he was so good at it. Like, oh my god. He was an absolute
when your
beast.
waifu's cheering you on, how could you not?
Honest, and some of the songs are bops.
I would say at
Like,
this point, Hatsune
just-
Miku is more popular in Japan than certain American actresses are in America. She's her own brand at this point, and you see her in commercials advertising products. You see her
Domino's Pizza.
and one of the things that's funny is you would expect it to be some pretty shameless advertising, but you'd actually be surprised that they're very picky actually about what they advertise through Miku. which sounds untrue, but if you actually like mull through the examples, they're pretty picky about what Miku advertises because they want to keep up that public opinion of her. So at one point, Domino's Japan decided to use Miku to advertise pizza for Domino's. So they created a special pizza box with like a QR code system built into the top of the box. And if you use the Hatsune Miku app, you could watch a little live show of Miku dancing on top of the pizza box. And clearly, what is it, Tom Scott? What's his name?
Yeah, it's Tom Scott, president of Domino's Pizza.
Tom Scott, president of Domino's Pizza, had no idea what he was advertising. And there's this hilarious clip. I do recommend you go watch it. It's very funny. Of Tom Scott having no idea what's going on. And just advertising Miku. He has no idea. And the editing of the original ad looks like insane. Like they keep switching camera angles, and it's just hilarious. That was nice.
Tangential note. That pizza box sounds like prime collector's material for someone who's really into Hatsune Miku.
It is. It's going for those pizza boxes sell for several $1,000s on eBay, adjusted for yen, obviously.
Whew.
I'm not surprised.
Not surprised,
So,
but yeah.
Bringing it back to altars or hordes, perhaps. Do you guys know about the Lola Bunny room?
Oh, that's
I
so
know
cursed.
of Lola Bunny, and I know of the recent controversy of Lola Bunny.
Yes, but so
That's what happens when you mess with someone's waifu.
essentially,
Chaos.
like years ago, on one of the 4chan boards, I do not know which one, some dude posted this poorly lit picture of like a pile of Lola Bunny figurines and plushies, and with the caption, "Guess what I'm doing tonight, Co." So I guess it was the cartoon board. I'm stupid. But anyway, he just very recently, since the recent Lola Bunny controversy, he posted a full picture of his Lola Bunny room. And he said he keeps 3 rooms in the house like this because his wife lets him. He is married.
Oh, God.
And he has a copious amount of Lola Bunny merchandise, like an insane amount.
So he's either.
You got the image?
I'm not looking at it. Where is it? Is it in the chat?
It's in the Discord chat.
Okay. You know that means that either he makes a ridiculous amount of money, or his wife is into something equally weird.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, this is on the level of suspiciously wealthy furry.
Yeah, this seems expensive.
Yeah, absolutely. Because he's got Lola Bunny merchandise. He also has some MLP merchandise, some just random stuff that I don't recognize, but a lot of Lola
He got
Bunny.
a life-size Lola Bunny statue.
This is worth easily
life-size
10
Lola Bunny
times my
statue.
collection.
Yeah, this is probably like nearing 10K in just random crap that he has purchased and collected.
I would guess
And
that
so this
statue is
isn't-
$3,000.
Quite possibly. I have no idea how you would even price that. But let me Google it right now. Life-size Lola Bunny statue for sale. First result is Walmart. I don't think they sell that. No, this is. I'm not really getting any results, so it must be pretty obscure.
That's you put that up on eBay as the highest price, and you lower it over time until it's. That's
Okay.
what that is.
Yeah.
My guess is that is an original prop from like an original airing of the Space Jam movie, because that's the only time that ever would have been made, and that was like put in a theater or something.
Probably. That
Which means
that
it's like
has to be the case.
$10,000.
it's got to be really expensive. But yeah, this is an example of like a non-anime waifuist. And I remember I looked at his Twitter, and it's still mostly Lola Bunny stuff. But that may just be because Lola Bunny was in the news at the time, and he was capitalizing on the fact that he was the Lola Bunny room guy. But who knows? He still loves her after all these years.
I'm gonna note that this is surprisingly
do I
not
respect
lewd.
him?
Like you notice how there's not anything really lewd to this room. There's nothing terribly inappropriate.
Well, yeah,
So
he's taking a picture of it.
You
He thinks
might
they'll leave
put
it
it
out.
away.
Perhaps.
Oh, you know what? Do you see that picture frame on the right? The big white one? I wonder if that's like a key frame or storyboard from Space Jam.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gotta be. That's actually pretty cool. If he
Loki,
has
that's
some of
actually
those.
dope. Like, imagine you had a keyframe to Who Framed Roger Rabbit. That would be an incredible collector's item.
Oh my goodness. No, for real. That would be absolutely fantastic. I gotta say, I respect this man, and I hope he and his wife are doing well.
Gotta respect the
and
drip.
I really
The
pack the drip.
this waifuism is more than just impressive drip, though. There can be some how you say downsides to it. So I'm gonna read to y'all listening here today a Reddit post off the r/waifuism Reddit, just to show that it isn't strictly all feels good bands. I had my first bout of jealousy today. I don't really consider myself easily made jealous, and I never feel doubt in my relationship. I'm a lucky person on the grounds my significant other never dates in canon, and I don't have to worry about the ramifications of that. But one scene from Danganronpa 2 that I'm normally fine with is getting me jealous.
Oh no.
It's a scene where Frank is talking to Rebecca, and he sort of rubs her chin in an affectionate way. Two things you should know about Frank. Firstly, he's gay. This isn't me headcanoning or putting words in his mouth. It was confirmed by one of the writers for Dead Rising. Oh, it's actually Dead Rising, not Danganronpa, my bad. Frank rarely shows interest in women regardless. Second is that Frank views Rebecca like an apprentice. He feels the same bond a mentor would to their pupil, which makes sense. Frank is a seasoned photographer, and Rebecca, a younger, reckless reporter who hurt herself in trouble. So I don't know why, despite knowing all this, I am getting jealous at the scene. No matter what I know, there's this tiny nagging at the back of my brain that tells me he's going to leave me and get with Rebecca instead. It's irrational, but it's there. I suppose I'm just asking advice on how to stop these thoughts or reassurance that anxiety is bogus. It would really be appreciated. Thanks, y'all. And so what this demonstrates here, this demonstrates
What
that,
moving word.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful post, not even gonna lie. But the thing is, this is more than just, this is just a comfort character that these people are going to for, the sake of feeling good. Like, these can develop into to mimicking the feelings you would get during a relationship. So conflicts can happen. Drama, and these people have hard times containing these natural relationship feelings when it comes to other characters being introduced and interacting with their waifu or hearing about other people who share their waifu. It isn't always waifu cult, but rather people feeling isolated or jealous, and this sort of the attachment can be an unhealthy one, even outside of how it affects life on the outside.
Yes.
This is gonna sound wild, but I can imagine myself in that position having those feelings. Not that I do.
I mean,
but
it makes sense. All things outside of brushing off is weird. if you're feeling these, if you're feeling the sort of love towards something, you're going to naturally be jealous when something else threatens to take that love away, even in just a symbolic sense.
Mm-hmm.
That does remind me. Sade asked me to mention her husbando, because Sade did mention that she had a husbando. Sade is incredibly interested in the character from My Hero Academia, the red and white one.
Oh no. Oh no, I forget his name. You're talking about the dude with the burned face?
Yeah, I should know it.
Oh, Todoroki?
Yeah, Todoroki. Sade loves Todoroki. She's done like reverse class art of Todoroki.
What's reverse class art?
You take like a specific kind of Sharpie and you draw the image flipped, like mirrored on a side of glass, and then you paint in between those lines there, and then when you flip it over, it looks like an anime panel. Like it looks like a scene from anime. It's very clear and crisp.
Oh, that's cool. I like that. But that's interesting. God bless Todoroki, and may the My Hero Academia fandom fix its issues and get its stuff together, because they are an absolute mess. And that is the official opinion of UM-Dearborn. I'm willing to put that political opinion out there on behalf of the university. I don't think anyone will disagree with me.
Of course not, sir. Of course not.
Hey, is the Lola Bunny issue, is that called Lola Gate?
I sure hope so. Let me Google Lola Gate right now. See. No. There is a fictional character named Lola Gate, I guess. From the... What in the good Lord's name is going on right now?
Tim, you've just hopped down.
This is 1960 spaghetti western.
Get
No,
it?
this is just a bad spaghetti western.
Tim,
oh no,
the rabbit
Shush
hole.
You. Oh, no more bunny pups. Yep, Lola Bunny. Great, good job. I applaud you. 10 claps. There you go. That's all you get. So, I was going to bring this up earlier, but we kind of we began talking about other stuff. But do you fellas know Doki Doki Literature Club?
I know of it.
Very, very well-known visual novel, right? Anime style, of course.
Yes. And so it is an American-made visual novel. And he might be Canadian or something, but I know he's a Westerner. He's like a white dude. And he made this visual novel that starts off kind of like a dating sim, but kind of transforms into a horror game. And a large part of the themes of the game is kind of a satire and critique of dating sims and waifuist culture. But unfortunately, he did it too well. And there became a massive waifuist following of all of the characters from the game.
Should we give a general synopsis of the plot real quick?
We may as well. Do you want to explain it, or should I do it?
I'll explain it. You are general boring dating sim boy. You're in high school. Then your childhood friend character, because there's always the childhood friend character, she decides to join a literature club because it's light on members, and she kind of talks you into joining, and then you get to meet a number of characters in this, including the class president. What are the other two characters with their gimmick? One is starving and short, and the other is... What is the other's gimmick? I don't even know.
You're talking about Yuri?
Yeah, what is Yuri's gimmick?
Isn't Yuri on it?
She's just depressed and lonely, and She's depressed and lonely and has big boobs.
So
Our
throughout the
combination.
series of the dating sim, everything is going in fine until, and a content warning here. This we may talk about suicide. One of the characters commits suicide, and then at that point, the game like restarts itself, and we run through the loop where you pick a different girl every time, and something horrible happens to them. And the only options you have are of the short girl, the childhood friend, and the depressed girl. And after you run through all three loops, the class president, who was not a dateable option, we find out that they are actually causing these unfortunate events, and they are in love with the player on the other side of the screen.
Specifically, not the main character. Like it's very specifically, they realize they're in a game and that no one around them has like sentience and free will, and so they have fallen in love with you, the player. And oh boy, is this like the greatest waifu bait of all time? It really backfired on him. He was like kind of trying to make a point of how messed up these sorts of games can be and how unrealistic they can be. But now they have a spin-off mod called Monica After Story, which is basically just you take the class president and she's just kind of on your computer and you can talk to her and like play chess with her and
It's just a regular
develop
dating
a
sim.
relationship with her in real time.
That's
Yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah, basically, it's not even a dating sim. You are dating her. It like
It just missed
it
the
takes
point
place.
entirely.
Yeah,
So funny.
this
Waifu
is
is
genuinely
like that
fantastic.
cannot be stopped. You fight against the
Yeah,
current
waifu.
and it pushes back.
It
We got a few more
genuinely is
points. Are there any
something.
other
Like if you,
topics we want to go over here?
Well, why don't we now since we're
Twilight
waiting,
Sparkle
watching-
Plushy Marriage.
Oh yeah.
All right, we're going there. We're going there.
I gotta just this is just a quick anecdote. Twilight Sparkle, main character in My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. She is a purple pony, and someone married a plushie of her. They posted about it on Facebook, and then they decided to get their own apartment with Twilight, and because they didn't want a roommate anymore. I bet their roommate probably didn't want them anymore either. And so they published online that they were selling thoughtful, considerate, and effective advice on the subjects of love, sex, relationships, and friendship for those who need it. And they were selling that advice online to make ends meet. After they had like a marriage ceremony with their
really
Twilight Sparkle plushie.
Like this hustle.
Can I offer a budget alternative to the jar? You know the jar. I'm not going to say the first word, but you know the jar.
We're not going to elaborate. Yeah.
You take a
How can you get much
2-liter
more budget
bottle
than-
and a Funko Pop. That's a budget alternative to the jar.
How do you get the Funko Pop in the 2-liter bottle?
You have to like cut it open and then re-glue it.
Yeah, as one does.
Oh, well, that's just,
That-
you got to make sure it's got a good seal, though.
Yeah.
Now, for those in the audience who don't know what the jar is,
Oh, we can't explain
No,
this one.
let's not explain the jar.
first I need
No,
you to
we're-
pull out
we
your
are not.
ID and ensure you're born at least on a 2003, January 2003, and then go look on Google the jar and see what comes up.
Don't. But actually, you know Wang? Wang actually just did an interview with the jar guy.
Oh my god.
I have not watched it yet, but he legitimately did like a video with the jar man.
All right, homework, y'all.
It's fantastic, and I can't wait.
Homework,
Did the
all
jar
five
man
listeners.
almost
So-
die of
Go
dehydration?
walk.
I feel like he could not die. I think he's immortal.
We've all seen the jar. There's a lot of content there.
Yeah, you could call it content.
All right. To rope this back into slowing our live stream. So we've explored into some very extreme examples. Marrying a cartoon plush and living and moving in with them. Having multiple rooms of your house dedicated as a shrine. Feeling jealousy over. Why don't we talk about, enlighten people on some more healthy ways that these people have been known to take their affinity towards the next level. And so, of these more healthier ways, one of the common ones, and probably more preferable ones, is through the method of lucid dreaming. If you in the audience and you, my fellow co-hosts, are familiar with it off the top of your head, the idea that
Love lucid dreaming.
A lucid dream is a dream that you're conscious you're dreaming in, and so since you're conscious inside that dream, ideally you can take control of the dream and manufacture it to your will during that time that you're dreaming. And so there's some different sort of methods people try to use to invoke these. Some they write down their dreams right when they wake up habitually, and to give them kind of more awareness of their dreaming, or other methods. That's the one I know off the top of my head. But there are ways that you can increase the chance of dream.
Are you implying that people make tulpas of their waifu?
Oh, they absolutely do.
All right, let's not get over ourselves first. All right, so lucid dreaming, obviously, if you have control of the dream, you can manifest your waifu. And these people, obviously, these people that feel so wrong, waifu aficionados, obviously know their waifu like the back of their head, so they can, usually pretty, readily actually manufacture these convincing images of their waifu. And,
you know what? I would actually say they know their. I would say they know their waifu like the palm of their hand.
Okay. Is that what the 3D figurines are for us? You can get like every single possible view of the waifu, so you can completely encapsulate it in your mind.
What?
Is that the point of the 3D figures? Like, so you can view your waifu.
I'm going to say.
So it's like when you're drawing off a reference, except you're not drawing, you're mentally imprinting the design of your waifu into your mind at all angles.
I wouldn't say that's the primary purpose of figurines, but I'm sure that it could be a secondary purpose.
So lucid dream is a much more ready way that you can sort of build up to try to immerse yourself. But there's a more ethereal, more abstract, more mastery of the mind way that my friend Tim here and that Luke alluded to earlier. That
yes, it's known as extensive and rigorous therapy. It really will make the situation better.
That is the objectively right choice.
If therapy is too expensive, you could always just make a tulpa.
What is a tulpa, Timothy?
God is a tulpa. But more generally speaking, a tulpa is basically, allegedly, theoretically, because I'm not 100% convinced that they exist in a meaningful way, but allegedly, basically, you create a separate personality in your mind that, as opposed to people who have dissociative identity disorder, where they themselves shift between personalities, you create a second personality that you can communicate with that kind of exists outside of you and doesn't necessarily take you over in any sort of way. It's like having an imaginary friend that can talk back to you and has its own thoughts. And the way you create it is, we don't have time to go into the process, but If you're interested, you can Google it. And there's so
Actually-
much information because there's a massive community interested in it. But a lot of people do make tulpas of their waifu so they can have like a slightly more real experience.
If you're interested, I believe the episode of Web Oddities where we go over tulpas is uploaded to Spotify. So if you want to go to WMD Podcasts on Spotify and you want to scroll down to Web Oddities, I believe the episode's there. Not 100% sure, but I believe it's there.
It's there. Watch it. If
should
it
be.
isn't, watch all of our episodes, but specifically that one because that one's one of the best.
I know the SCP episode is there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not seeing it.
Yes, love the SCPs.
So I think that's all the time we have here. We're at 1 hour and 2 minutes. With editing, that should be right around the time. Any last things you guys want to say before we close off this episode of Web Oddities?
Rem is best girl.
That's a hard one to argue against.
Pinkie Pie is the only pie you need.
Gross.
Thank you so much for listening, everyone, and be sure to stay for the upcoming act because whatever is coming next is better than what you just listened to. And thank you so much for listening in, and check us out on Spotify. Extremely out of date, but it's worth it.
Oh, one more thing before we go.
You
Can
gotta
we
get the nostalgia somehow.
give ourselves all an outro? My name's Luke, the king of the jar.
My name is DJ Monstramonium, the only guy you don't want to listen to. And we are 1, 2, 3 Web Oddities.
Web
Thanks for watching. That's just a theory. Odd web theory. Thanks for
And
listening.
good night, folks. Please stay tuned for the rest of our amazing act at WUMD and the WMN.
This is Wolverine Media Network.
Hello, everyone. My name is Roman, and I am a staff writer for the Michigan Journal. I'm joined by a fellow colleague of the new Wolverine Media Network. Nice to be with you. So tell us your name and a little bit about yourself.
Hi, my name is Drew Dykowski. I'm a junior majoring in secondary education with a focus in social studies and history, and currently I'm a part of the Michigan Journal.
Good to hear. Good stuff. So what's your position exactly, and what does that entail?
So currently, I'm the managing editor and the sports editor for MJ, and before that, I was a staff writer for the sports section. As sports editor, I help oversee a team of staff writers, edit sports articles, and as well as create new content with the sports team. And then as managing editor, I help edit pieces for all the different sections, as well as assist the editor-in-chief with really anything that they need.
Awesome. So tell me a story about a past event with the Michigan Journal.
So as sports editor, as sports staff writers, we help follow different Dearborn teams. And typically when you have a good group of guys, you're able to focus in on one team. And my freshman year, when I was just a staff writer, I was with primarily the women's basketball team. And that season, it was 2018-2019. They had the best season in their program history. So it was really fun to just follow that run. Write about the games. They had a few buzzer beaters, a lot of good overtime games. And then that year, I believe they also hosted their first playoff game in program history as well. And they were ranked for much of the year. Fortunately, they lost that playoff game, but just the whole run was a lot of fun. And then last year, my sophomore year, my first year as sports editor, I primarily followed both the men's and women's hockey teams. And the men's hockey team was top 5 for much of the year. Same with the women's team, and that was actually their first season ever. So just following those teams, seeing how good they played. I also knew some of the people on the equipment staff there, so just kind of have some inside access and following both those runs. Unfortunately, they were cut short because of COVID, but Those are probably my favorite moments so far with MJ, just following each of those three teams on their really, really great runs.
Awesome. That's really fun to hear. So what friendships or relationships have you developed during your time during MJ?
Well, I've had a lot of really great mentors. Philip, he was the sports editor before me. He really helped me get into this role, as well as learn how to be a proper sports writer, to interview people. He really helped me out with the software. He was a great mentor, as well as all the editor-in-chiefs that we've had here. This is wrapping up my third year with MJ. So Corey's the current editor-in-chief, and before him there was Chanel and Kyla. All three have been really great, and I've developed some really great relationships with them. And then in addition, just my staff has also been great. I've had you, Roman, as well as Andrew, Ryan, John, Chris. Some of you I was friends with before. A lot of you I met through this, and some of us have a podcast together now. So we really are. Originally, we were just work colleagues, but now we're friends. So it's been really great getting to know everybody, as well as also all the other editors, and I've gotten to know some staff writers in other sections as well. So overall, I've met a lot of great people and made a lot of great friendships through MJ.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. What is your favorite thing about being in the MJ?
Well, to kind of piggyback off the last question, it is the relationships and the friendships. In high school, I had people that were interested in sports, but it was just a little different. So I'm in college and MJ, getting with people who are so passionate about sports that they want to write about it. It's just a lot of fun to build those relationships. And sports reporting is always something that I've wanted to do, and sports writing. Back in middle school and high school, I used to do it just as a hobby, just for fun. I never posted anything anywhere. I just write it in like a notebook, or I'd create a Google Doc and just read it myself just to see. So to be able to do it now is just really, really fun, really awesome. It's also helped open some avenues to, like I said, podcasting. We've done some video content as well. It's something that I've always wanted to do, and sometimes it's still kind of surprising that I'm able to do it now. So, and hopefully it's something that I'll be able to continue to do, even if it's just a hobby or professionally down the road.
And lastly, how do you feel about the formation of the Wolverine Media Network?
I mean, I'm really excited to see all the collaboration the four orgs will be able to do now. Previously, it seemed we all kind of operated independently of each other, which I think overall hindered our growth on campus. Now with WMN, we should be able to recruit better, create more new, unique content, and establish a stronger foundation for UM-Dearborn students interested in or pursuing a media career. So specifically for sports, I'm most excited about the increased amount of audio and visual content we'll be able to create now. We actually briefly had a podcast with WUMD, and I'm looking forward to possibly being able to do something similar here in the future. So overall, I'm really pumped about it and looking forward to when we're able to go back on campus and grow WMN and see all the great things we can be able to accomplish.
I agree. Thanks for talking with me, Drew. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for interviewing me.
Wolverine Media Network, home to all your media orgs for the University of Michigan-Dearborn.
Hey, Chris, there's a woman here who wants to speak to you.
Look, this is about last Tuesday. I'm sure this can all get smoothed over with a couple of cherry... Oh. Karen. Welcome back.
Hi. Yeah, I wanted to return all of these games, and that little girl says I need a receipt. I've shopped here a very long time, Chris, and I've never needed a receipt.
Well, you need a receipt.
Yeah? We'll go get the manager. What? I'm calling corporate!
If she comes back, hide.
What you got for me today?
Nothing for you, Marco.
Oh, come on, paisano. I need them. I'm making spaghetti tonight for a lady friend.
Uh-huh, sure.
Come on, you know I'm good for it, right? Eh?
Marco.
Chris. Just in there, I needed to see. Listen, I needed the tomatoes today.
Yeah, and I need $9,462, so you're not getting any.
No. I need them, okay? They're delicious tomatoes. I need them today.
You spent your life saving on this stuff. You need a break. Go and find a real woman, why don't you?
No, please. I will have the money next week, I promise.
Get out.
Chris, please. Fine. But you regret this. Linguine. Mozzarella, pastoncini, Da Vinci Code.
Hi.
Yeah?
I'd like to buy these.
Just this? You sure you don't want anything else?
Like what?
Like spaghetti sauce?
Yeah. But what does that have to do with video games?
You see, we have this business.
What? I just want to buy video. What? What's going on? I didn't do anything. I'm innocent. I can't go to jail.
Freeze! Drop it!
Chris Whitaker, hold it right there. You are under arrest for illegally selling genetically modified tomatoes.
How did you find out? Marco?
That's a special agent Gilligan for you, Chris. I've been infiltrating your operation for months right under your nose.
Marco, how could you do this to me?
None.
None?
None your business!
Hold it there, Chris. You are under arrest.
And that's where you're wrong. My name's not Chris.
What?
My name is Polo Gillian.
Brother, we did it! Oh. We have monopolized the tomato industry. Oh, yes.
Yes, now, come and give your brother a hug.
Hey, brother!
Oh, that was the end. Ah, okay.
Let's go.
Ricky, which energy drink are you on now?
Guys. Yeah, so we don't really have time for the tour. Adam, get in front, I guess.
What do you want me to do?
You're the tour person, I guess.
All right, let's go. Are we going straight to here, or are we going?
I guess you're gonna start here and take it away from there. Let's start at WUMD.
Did they change the offices around?
I miss that building.
Me too.
This is WUMD. This is one of the 4 media orgs that are part of WMN. This is the radio station, basically. So we have a bunch of stuff. Do you want to come in? You want to look at it, or do you want to just?
Yeah, let's give them a quick little. I guess it's kind of like the 12-ish hour.
That's fine.
Yeah.
The main thing is the actual booth.
Oh, there's the booth.
All right, next is Lyceum. We have a nice little name tag right here. They're kind of in our office, but they got their own cool little office space. Da-da-da-da! Oh, here we go. Wait.
Keep going. Yeah, you go.
Oh, all right, we'll go this way.
WUMD's still the same, for the most part.
Yeah.
You guys know it.
Let's go, come on.
Oh, this is happy.
Oh, yeah. That's okay. Yeah, we broke through the security system. We're now working CBN.
CBN, no.
Hey, what are you doing here? Welcome to CBN.
And on we go.
The YOLO sign turned into yo.
We're taking a hat.
And make it like a city.
I've never actually been in the MJ.
I know, right?
It's gonna be kind of cool to see.
That's totally before. Here's MJ if you want to look at the door. The wonderful door of awesomeness where our wonderful newspaper is made.
Never mind.
It's like a sitcom.
It's fine. What do we got going on?
Wait, what's this? What is all this?
Can they even see the?
Oh yeah, this is HD, baby.
Oh, HD. Oh yeah. It also is including my untied shoes.
Wait, is this a path? What is this path? What is this path leading to? Adam, you can't tie your shoe in the middle of the event.
The suspense.
Safety first.
Oh wait, it's still going.
Still going. Right by the trash can. Looks like it turned into roses, I guess. Valentine's Day, baby? No,
How intimate.
Oh,
I think I stepped on it. My bad. I'm sorry already. It was dead before I got there.
It was dead all along, dude. Was this here earlier?
What is this?
I don't know. What could this be?
Well, I guess we'll find out.
Let's go. Oh my gosh.
Cute.
Yes.
It's a ribbon.
Yeah, we got the zoom. Wait, I see something in the middle, Adam. What's that?
Some yellow paper.
Oh,
What
is
is
this something? It's time.
Hold on. It's not. It's time.
It's time.
Time for what? I don't know, but there's a ribbon here, and there is scissors, so I guess we're physically cutting a ribbon, guys. Adam, do the honors.
Here it comes.
Let me go this way. And...
Is officially
Opa.
launched. And zoom in on the panda.
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 Adam become the panda.
Thank you so much for watching. If you want to hear, see, or read anything else about WMN, you can look us up on any of our social media accounts, or contact any of the 4 member orgs. Again, that's Michigan Journal, Lyceum, CBN, Campus Media Network, or WMD College Radio. If you need anything else, if you want to know anything else about our org, contact us. If you want to be a part of it, again, we have a Victor's link. You can go through that as well. We will be posting multiple things, including videos, radio show, a bunch of stuff. Just collaborations between all these 4 orgs, and even individual ones, such as individual events, such as the WMN Streamathon, which we hope to make probably an annual event. So we'll see how that goes. Maybe we can bring it back next semester or next year. Yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. Do you wanna?
Yeah, let's do a little bit of thank yous if we can. Here, take this. Steady. Oh, she turned off.
Oh no! If you can hear us,
you can still hear us. Don't worry, we're still here.
There we go. We got it. Oh no, it's back up.
Hold up. Yep. Okay. Bring it over here. Let's go. get a little bit of taste of what the studio looks like. So here's our setup. We have green screen over here. Tied to the ceiling, of course. We got a whole setup here, balloons.
Well, we did.
Cups.
We don't know where they went.
We have the microphones. Over here, we got studio lighting.
You will be blinded for a few seconds. All right.
Studio lighting. We got monitoring.
I don't know if we can. There we go. We can see them.
Television.
And strobe lights. Classic strobe lights.
And that's not all. Over here, we got a 50-inch television.
That is playing random stuff.
The sole purpose of that TV is to just like hold the schedule and to see who's winning the giveaways.
Yeah.
We put a lot of work into this. I don't think we have a place to set it down. So
I don't know.
Yeah. You beautiful people out there, can you raise them up a little bit?
Can I raise them up?
Yeah. I know we got somebody that's staff at least in there. I got some thank yous written out. So if you would throw them on the screen, that would be awesome. Yeah, I'll shout them out too. Thank you, Lyceum, for advertising this event like a lot. You did a really, really great job. Check all your social medias. Lyceum really put a lot of effort into getting this event to be successful in terms of marketing. So thank you a lot, Lyceum. Thank you, Amber. Thank you, Lucian. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Namira, for working with the giveaways and working with Moise to get all that together and purchasing things and getting all these things shipped in time. It was a lot of work, so thank you, Namira and Moise, for that. Thank you, Corey, for organizing the interviews. You did an excellent job. We had all the MJ interviews. Thank you, Adam, for organizing and planning and even thinking of this idea itself.
That's me.
This was all Adam.
Well, not all of it.
Everyone added their part to it to make this event successful. But Adam was like, hey, you know what? Let's do a really long stream. And everyone's like, yes. So thank you, Adam, and all the work you put in taking your 6 classes. You still managed to help us out.
barely.
Thank you, James, who's over there.
James, if the light could actually, there we go.
With schedule planning, he helped us with schedule planning. I hope you guys can still hear me very well. I'm pretty far away from the mic now.
I don't know if I can hear you.
Yeah, he helped the schedule planning, setting up, ordering food, getting us ready here. A lot of this setup here is because of James. So we have them to thank for helping with the schedule and emailing people, contacting people. He helped with that. That was amazing. Thank you, James, for that. Thank you, CVN, for letting us use YouTube. And thank you, Rose, for even though you're at work, you're still communicating with me to help me get into that account and helping me connect with that. And even sending content so we can play on there. Thank you, everyone, for contributing. All the participants, you guys were excellent. All the live people, I love that you put the effort to watch the video and learn how to use the software and go live. Thank you for that. All the people who had pre-recorded content, love you guys for doing that ahead of hand, doing the editing. It's great. I love it for the people who put that effort in because it's not easy. The staff, our beautiful staff, you guys are amazing. Keeping up with the chat and the Discords and so many things we're communicating, letting us know when everything's going wrong. So couldn't have done this event without you guys. So that's just the day of the event. Everything that came into it for planning in terms of collaboration, long meetings with different groups, different people, all came into place. Thank you to our viewers. Oh my gosh, thank you. Yes, definitely, our viewers and our commenters, people who kept being engaging and doing all of that to make this event actually a engaging and fun event to go to. Amy Finley, if you guys don't know, she put a lot of effort to actually allow us to be in the University Center. The school is very, very strict about that. So she put a lot of work in there for us to help us. So yeah, thank you for that. Looks like my camera died. That's the joys.
That's not on, no.
Still here, I promise.
We're still here. Yeah, we're still here.
We're still here.
This is what you get for having a camera that can't handle 12-hour live streams, survive for 12 hours.
Yeah, that's what happens when you try to use HD.
It's on. Yeah.
Amy and Sue, yes, thank you for the admin coming in. Any other shout outs, you guys are welcome to throw in. I'll shout them out. We love you. Thanks for tuning in. This has been a wonderful media network production.
Wolverine Media. Are you blind? It's Wolverine.
Wolverine? Oh, yeah, it's really tiny. It's so tiny. Look at that. It's like It's like minuscule.
Yeah, sure. And
okay,
it's
we don't even.
I want to say thank you to all the guest voice actors for all the pre-recorded content.
The Wolverine Media Network. I have been one of your MCs.
What?
Yeah. CVN says.
Great show, everyone.
Great show.
Yeah.
Nice. All right.
This has been the Wolverine Media Network Streamathon with your hosts, Ricky Rain, Adam Hamid.
I can't really turn it, but it's me.
And James.
If you can survive the strobe lights.
And all of Wolverine Media Network, thank you and good night.